I would. It wasn't really notice to the public where they wouldn't
Don't do that to review. Sorry. I was being gentle though. All right, good morning. Woo. I'm going to turn these things up, didn't I? That's good. So welcome to our Board of Supervisors meeting for August 11, 2015. We had two closed sessions this morning, and there's no action to report out. So I would like to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Adam, say this, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Any board announcements? All right. So we'll go to public comments. Public comment is any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent agenda or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the consent agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the regular agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard. So can I ask how many folks plan on making comments during a public comment? Okay. So we're going to do public comments. We'll give you 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm easy, folks. My name is Peter Ritz from General Inn, and I'd like to make one thing. First of all, it does affect every one of your constituents in the county. Recently, there's an appeals court ruling that found that, so I pronounce it right, and maybe I need some interpreter on this. Tired, regulated water rates, CCW, where first so much water, what rate, if you use more than that, different rate. Well, month and a half ago, appeals court ruled that it was unconstitutional. And the reason I bring it in front of you, because there's a little bit more exposure on the TV camera. Water district still does it. Now, that's your creation. It's your baby, CCWD. And it's slightly, because I don't know if you realize how many $1 million you're giving to CCWD, even though they're not on getting no benefits. So I would very much, first I'd like to thank the lady from now on, because we do have a big exposure over there with the camera. They will put it on so you can receive it YouTube and on the computer. Their meetings. Sometimes it's amazing what directors tell Constitution on public speaking to kiss their butt. It would be nice to have it to see their ideology. That's one thing. Another thing I would like to bring forward is on the 29th, Jenny Lynn Private House going to host Representative of Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association and a gentleman by the name of George Runner. He's going to be at Jenny Lynn Firehouse. And it's going to be hopefully continuous for the future because we feel kind of neglected. To some still believe the road starts and ends on Highway 4 and 49. We do have a few people along Highway 26 also. So And it's not going to be sponsored by any state or federal government agency. It's not going to be sponsored and paid for by Caltrans or any other outside interests. It's going to be strictly just the folks in the area. Everybody's going to be welcome. You're not going to have to sign in. And just a question of discussion. No signing in, no one doesn't cost you any money. You're not going to keep records, but just a question of discussion. So I would encourage, if you have nothing better to do, we'd love to have you coming down to General and Fire District, and we will have open discussion, roundtable discussion. I was going to recognize somebody, but I'm sure you folks will. I hope so. And I want to thank you for your work up to now. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all the BS you have to folks have to go through. I recognize it. And you guys do a good job. Thank you.
You guys document that?
You can send something around and see how many people would sign it. Good morning, folks. My name's Bonnie Newman. I'm from Double Springs. And today I haven't come to rag about anything to anybody. I want to talk about something that is wonderful. I want to talk to you about a very beautiful place. To me, it's the center of the universe. It's a place that the Indians revered and used to use hundreds and thousands of years ago. It was taken over by the white man and established as Double Springs. Long time ago, Highway 12 and 26 were mere footpaths used by the indigenous people to move from the valley to the mountains. At some point, they became pony trails, then they became wagon trails, and then they became streets and highways. In those days, before Double Springs was known as Double Springs, it was called The Springs. The Springs is right at the base of the foothills. It's a path where about 3 or 4 rivulets and streams meet, and you can dig down 6 feet on Double Springs and hit water. Water is so abundant on Double Springs. Now you may have to dig 12 feet, but water is abundant on Double Springs. People used to, when they had wagons, start going to the foothills, the mining claims, the diggings, and when you came from the valley, it was all relatively flat and easy. When you get to Valley Springs, the grade begins to change. When you get to Double Springs, the last great watering hole where you can replenish your stock and your oxen and mules and horses, you have to double up your teams to get up the hill. Double Springs was not known as Double Springs because there's 2 springs, because it should have been called Dozens Springs. Double Springs was called Double Springs because that's where you doubled up your team. And so to overturn what the Indians called the springs, white men began calling Double Springs. Double Springs was so primo that the white man decided to make it its first county seat. You all should be sitting down there on Double Springs. If those thieves from Oak Hill hadn't come and stole our records and taken them off, you would be back down there, and you'd have water. You wouldn't be able to understand what people are talking about, the drought. That was 150, 60, 70 years ago, and I got to bury the hatchet. But Double Springs is still beautiful. When I moved there in 1974, there were frogs everywhere. I went to my next door neighbor and I said, I never seen anything like this. She said, oh, honey, used to be you couldn't put your foot down without stepping on a frog. This is nothing. Well, it's just about nothing now. We don't got no more frogs to speak of down there. Lots changed in 40 years. But Double Springs is still beautiful. We have eagle nests. well, I call them eagles, they're hawks, but they're beautiful and they fly like eagles. We have coyotes, we have possums, we have coons, we have porcupines, we have fox. And unfortunately, we have a lot of animals that people think they can dump off the side of the road and, leave pregnant cats there because it's so beautiful, and let you know they find their way to my house because I got a nice yard. It's kind of shady, and they can have nice kittens under the woodshed, and then I got to catch them and bring them all to the pound and suffer the heartache of knowing they're going to be killed. Anyway, I want to get back to the positive of Double Springs, because Double Springs is a haven. We had maybe 10 people living on the entire road. The only thing bad that's happened is about 6 or 7 years ago, the county came through and repaved our road and made it smooth as glass, and so now people use it as an alternative to the highway. I didn't understand why the county would put so much money into repaving an old pony path, but the year after that, PG&E put in their $30 million power plant at the top of Double Springs. So I wonder why the taxpayers in Calaveras County had to pay for a nice road for PG&E to take care of business on. But my 30 minutes may be up. There's more to talk about Double Springs, and I shall come back. Thank you very much.
Tom and Casino Calaveras Planning Coalition. On June 30th, you gave direction to planning staff and to the Planning Commission. You asked the planning staff to review the 1,000 pages of public comments submitted on the 2014 draft general plan through March of this year. You asked them to suggest any necessary changes to that plan. And you asked the Planning Commission to provide you advice regarding which of those recommendations you should accept. The planning staff is doing exactly what you directed. They are going through each section of the plan. They are going to the Planning Commission with their very few recommended changes. However, the Planning Commission is not limiting their review of the plan to those few recommended changes from staff. The Planning Commission is going through each section of the general plan, page by page, paragraph by paragraph, sentence by sentence, and making whatever changes 3 commissioners see fit. Why should you care? First, you have said you want a general plan as soon as possible. At the rate the Planning Commission is going, I doubt you will see the project description plan back to you by Thanksgiving, and more likely it will be part of your Christmas or New Year's celebrations. You have said you want a legally adequate general plan. If the Planning Commission proceeds in making changes that are not recommended by your planning staff, you may not get a legally adequate general plan back from the Planning Commission. There is still time for you to stop this. Direct the Planning Commission again to consider only the changes planning staff is recommending based on staff's review of the public comments on the general plan. Now, the Calaveras Planning Coalition will not get what it wants through this process because the planning staff is hostile to our suggestions. However, you will get your plan back quicker, and it may still resemble the 2014 draft you entrusted to the care of the Planning Commission on June 30th. We ask you to address this issue on your next agenda. Thank you, and God bless.
Good morning. I'm Carrie Peterson from Central Sierra Child Support Agency, the Tuolumne office. August is Child Support Awareness Month, and we would like to provide the board with some information about who we are and what we do. Central Sierra Child Support Agency is a joint powers authority comprised of 4 counties, Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne. Board members from each of the 4 counties make up our JPA. Current members from Calaveras are Debbie Ponce and Michael Ayala. Central Sierra Child Support Agency currently serves 4,936 families, or children of families, and so far this year we've collected $9,149,215.12. That all goes to families within our local agency. We are ranked number 5 overall for performance statewide. Child support offices, our child support agency offers many services for families. We brought with us today's flyers if you would like to see, just so you have an idea of what we do. Some of those include establishing paternity, establishing a court order for child support and medical support when parties do not have a court order of their own, enforcing child support order including current support, spousal support, medical support, and any arrears that have accrued over time. We obtain health insurance coverage for dependents, and we also locate non-custodial and custodial parents for establishment and enforcement purposes. Child support payments that are collected for families receiving public assistance are reimbursed back to the county for funds expended. So we do help bring money back into each local office or agency. Cases may be opened via online application or by contacting any of the local child support agencies. Thank you. Can I go back to you?
Supervisors, good morning. Adam P. with Congressman Clintock's office. I wanted to give you a brief update on two bills that have currently passed the House that the Congressman has co-sponsored, and they're currently sitting in the Natural Resource Committee on the Senate, or in the Senate. The first one is H.R. 2898. It is called the Western Water and American Food Securities Act of 2015. It would revise the regulatory standards for managing water conveyances of water to individual, agricultural, industrial, and municipal water users. It would use the updated water intake levels, the water export restrictions, and other conservation measures. It would also use the biological opinion from the U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife from 2008 and 2009. One of the other key components of it is that it would replace the fish hatcheries with the natural water temperatures that fish is originally from. And another key component is that it would expedite the water projects that the California governor has requested, and for the California Central Valley project. The next bill that I wanted to cover really quickly, the Resilient Federal Force Act of 2015, H.R. 2647. It would force the NEPA process to be developed through a collaborative process. Once it is completed, it would then send that proposed NEPA to the Resource Advisory Committee. It would also force the respective departments to a force management activity. And if it chooses not to submit a force management plan, it forces them to then explain exactly why not. It would have the effect on the forest health, the habitat diversity, the wildfire potential, the insect disease potential, and the long-term implications of those things as well. It would then increase the categorical exclusions and expedite the critical response, expedite the salvage, and eventually meet the forest plan goals originally set out. Lastly, it would have the environmental assessment must be completed within 3 months for salvage requests for burned areas. Lastly, I do want to note that the Congressman will be in Amador at Ione City Hall on Wednesday, August 26th, for a town hall from 6 to 7:30. I'm still trying to get him to come down to Calaveras County to hold the town hall down here, but as of right now, that is the closest one to this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Richard Dinderline. I'm a citizen of Calaveras County. I'm not sure if this is the time I'm supposed to be speaking on this. Nobody else seems to have spoken on the asphalt plant. Is there going to be a comment later?
Yes.
Okay, so that's for the proposed asphalt plant. That's the one where we're going to be talking about permitting and everything else.
I would like to take my time this moment to talk about the asphalt plant that is already there. While you guys are sitting here making your decision, there's an asphalt plant that is already sitting there. So when you look in your environmental documents, you're going to see things like store, stage, assemble, operate, take down.
Excuse me, sir. We're going to take comments on the asphalt plant.
But this is not the proposed asphalt plant. I'm asking you to take your code compliance. There is already in operation. There is already a facility there that is being looked in. Before you have even given them permission, before you have even said it's okay or not, somebody in your county is breaking the law. And I am coming to you now to ask you to get code compliance to get out there and enforce your code. It doesn't matter whether it's an asphalt plant, doesn't matter whether it's me wanting to store nuclear waste. I'm coming to you now to tell you that somebody is breaking your codes and you are not doing anything about it. Please get to code compliance and make them do their job. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good morning. Al Segal, Taxpayer Association. I'd like to urge you to consider the two bills that Congressman Clintoff is providing. One is for concerning the fish flows, and the other one has to do with forest salvage. And our group is very much concerned with having better government, and I think that those bills are going to work towards that end. On the positive side, the taxpayer group is having a annual barbecue on the 29th. Now, this is a Saturday, the same day that there's going to be an event in Valley Springs on discussion of the fire tax, sometimes called the fire fee. And it's worked out with the speakers. George Warner will also be our keynote speaker. He'll be have plenty of time to go from that event to our event, which is in Valley Springs. Also, the two representatives from Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association, same thing. We've got a slot for them as well. So we probably be discussing fire tax issues, but a lot more taxpayer issues with George Warner than just that. Also, at that meeting on the 29th, we'll have a panel discussion, which we did last year. It was very successful with public officials from our county, and we hope that that will be also interesting. We'll have a report from Dennis Mills, probably talking about the issue of fish flows, but he may have something else on his mind. We don't censor what he wants to say, but everything he says seems to be very interesting. And we'll have two awards. We'll have an award for our award for excellence in public service. One of them is going to go to his name already. Joel Mesker, particularly honoring his work he's done to reduce the required cutback on CCD water from 36%, 32% down to 16%, which is an incredible feat and just a blessing. It turns out, due to the educational activities that he also has done, we've reduced consumption 40%. And so it looks like we kind of like over saved on water. One of the consequences, negative consequences of having low flow water in our pipelines is that it does cause a problem requiring pipelines to be flushed, and in so doing, you may lose part or a good part of the savings in having less workers. The event on the 29th between 5 and 8 is going to be on Steve Fairchild's property, same as last year, on a mountaintop. Very beautiful setting. And there'll be signs on the highway and balloons where you can't miss it. Also, we just have a new addition, a fellow by the name of Grimstead, Jay Grimstead, who's a musician, among other things. He plays a bugle, and he'll be playing reveille and taps. So everybody that's there that's a veteran, which will probably be a lot of people, will particularly enjoy that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is George Fry. I have a public service announcement on September 1st at the up on the hill from the American Legion Post 102 in Valley Springs. The American Legion's Boys State people, young folks that were juniors in high school this last year, we're going to have hot dogs and hamburgers, and they're going to come and speak about their experience of spending a week at Cal State University, Sacramento. And it was pretty amazing to me when the first day they were there and then to see them a week later after that experience of a quasi-governmental experience that they had. One of the young men came up to me and he said, "I really appreciate you veterans selecting me to go to Boys State." He said, "I learned so much from it." So this is an invite to everybody, and I hope that maybe along the way we will be able to pick up some additional veterans that would join the American Legion in Valley Springs. We're a very active Legion. We have 198 members. We meet the first Tuesday of every month, and September 1st is the first Tuesday. And we have free dinner with the meeting. And also, I started Speakers Bureau about 6 months ago, and I'm trying to bring in people who have had experiences in the military that were really very unique. The first speaker I had was a fellow out of Railroad Flat who was a prisoner of war in Vietnam. It was a short period of time he was able to escape, but he's one of only 2 U.S. service people that received the Medal of Honor that is presented to by the South Vietnamese, and he speaks Vietnamese fluently. And the general at the time that came out to Vietnam was going to give him a direct commission as a second lieutenant in the field. He said, "Well, I'd rather be a staff sergeant and stay alive." So that was his choice. The last speaker we had was a jet fighter pilot, a retired Navy commander who spent 21 years in the service, 386 missions in Vietnam, 2 tours on the Kitty Hawk. His first flight out and back, his plane was all shot up, and the aircraft handler on the Kitty Hawk said, "You better find some place to land on the ground because you're not landing on this aircraft carrier." So he had to find some place on the ground. Not only that, but during those 386 missions, he got shot down twice and was able to return to our South Vietnamese area. So I just once again would ask that you come and see what these young boys, young men have experienced this past summer. I know some of you have already seen that with others. It's just an incredible thing. There was 1,008 boys statewide
that attended that, and it was just awesome. Thank you.
What time, George?
It starts at 5:30. Thank you for the question. And that also.
It's in the Jenny Limbs Veterans Park, right?
Yeah. What do they call that?
Gazebo?
The gazebo. Thank you.
Gazebo.
I couldn't think of the word. It's at the gazebo. Yeah. It's just around the road and up on top. And it's an incredible thing to see. The other thing is, Supervisor Kearney, I thank you for pushing so hard to get it in the budget for us. I see advertised a Veterans Services representative. It's long overdue, and I thank you very much. I know that you have been the impetus behind that, and I thank you.
Hey, thank you, George. I have help.
My name is Laura Mosen. I reside in Rancho Calaveras. Because George came up, I thought I would too, because Lucky Logan, does any of you know him? He's the golf pro down at the Blockington. Thank you. There's a really nice article in the Seniors Magazine. He was a World War II fighter pilot. He won many awards. It's 5 pages in that Senior Magazine. If you could pick it up, that would be great.
I might add, he's going to be the featured speaker for our Speakers Bureau at the American Legion College.
Any other public comments? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to our consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. Does any member of the public wish to remove a consent item? Peter?
Number 8, please.
Number 8. Any others?
5, 6, 7, 8, please.
Okay. Any others? We have 3 left.
How about adding 5 to that, too, please?
4. Okay. 4. I knew we'd get there eventually.
Going 1. Going 5.
All right. So, any member of the board wish to remove the remaining item?
There's 2, isn't there?
Yeah. Well, there's
No.
All right. We have a motion, please.
I move that we accept the remaining consent agenda.
Okay. So I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney and a second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Number 4, Joe.
Joe Kelly, everything I'm going to speak, Joe Kelly from the unrepresented area, District 1. This is a behavioral health, mental health program, and it's talked about an agreement with Kingsview Corporation for implementation and support of the Cerner Community Behavioral Health Electronic Health Record and Medical Claiming Software System for the 3-year period, July 1st, 2015, June 2018, in the amount not to exceed $500,000. Where do these monies come from? Well, how the whole spectrum of where do they come from and how they're put into this position on this program? Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Mary Swickey, Director of Calaveras Health and Human Services. This particular set of funding that funds this is all Medi-Cal funding. This particular funding goes towards the billing system for Medi-Cal for our behavioral health services. It is specialized, and it is specialized in the respect that it is both the electronic records and the billing service. It is a nonprofit corporation, by the way, that we utilize along with a number of other counties, roughly around 39.
Mary, in the financing, it says Mental Health Services Act and Mental Health Requirement Fund support the ongoing costs
Yes.
of the software system.
Yeah, it's a mixture of funds and realignment.
The federally supported fund?
Yes,
Okay.
it's a mixture of a whole variety of funding that behavioral health has. Mental Health Services Act fund is some of the funding. There's also the Medi-Cal funding. There's, realignment funds, et cetera.
Potluck funding.
Yes, but none from the county.
Thank you very much.
Mary, just one quick question. This software is used by other counties and other agencies.
Yes, other behavioral health services. We actually are together in a consortium of purchase.
Thank you.
And it is a non-profit corporation.
Since it's a nonprofit, Joe Kelly again, since it's a nonprofit, who oversights it? And how does the oversight go out to look at things? Thank you.
The Kingview Corporation is an actual nonprofit corporation, and they do the oversight. We purchase the service.
Okay. Any other public comments?
I'll make a motion to approve. I'll second the motion.
A motion by Supervisor Wright, a second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's 5-0. Number 5, Mr. Kelly.
Joe Kelly from the unrepresented area, District 1. This is a discussion of a psychiatric treatment services in the amount not to exceed $120,000 for a 3-year period, July 1st, 14 through June 30th, 17. My question on this would be, what is managed care funding and where does it originate or come from, and who oversights this project? Thank you.
My question is more a notation here. I'm noticing that we're going to spend of taxpayers' money $500,000 on software, computer junk, and we're only for 3 years, but we're only going to spend $120,000 for the actual treatment services for these people. I mean, there's lots of money. There's lots of money, no matter how you look at it. It's just going to the wrong places.
Okay, I'll take the last comment first. This is one of many contracts that we have for psychiatric hospitalization. As I've said previously, when we have someone who is in need of hospitalization services, trying to find a bed sometimes is very difficult, and so we try to find the most appropriate setting for our clients and finding a bed and matching the two together. And as I've said before, it's difficult. All of our psychiatric beds are outside of the county, and we just keep looking for the right particular level that the person needs and match that at the time. Just because we have a particular contract doesn't mean we use it. I have to be very careful about that. It just means that we have an agreement with them in the event that we need that particular service, that we have the ability then to refer someone to that. On the issue of managed care has been around for many, many years. That is a concept that was originally created. Kaiser is a managed care plan. Behavioral health services is a carve-out of managed care. It is for the severely mentally ill. It's a concept in which someone's health care is overseen by usually a group that takes a look at the holistic health needs of someone. And I think that's the most easiest way to talk about it.
So it's a level of an insurance plan.
Yes, it is. Yes, and it just means that someone oversees it.
Right.
Other questions?
Well, I'll ask. Any other questions from the public? No? From the board?
Move we accept.
Okay. Second. I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Oliver. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. All right. Mr. Kelly, number 6.
Joe Kelly from the unrepresented area of District 1. Number 6 is a addendum or locum tenens for the provision of child psychiatrist for a 2-year period. What is the, somewhere I read, maybe I'm, what is the local mental health realignment funds? Where do the monies come from? How are they managed and how are they oversighted in this issue here? Thank you.
The realignment funds come from the state. Those are the state funds that are used to match for the Medi-Cal and for, in the past, the state used to have 100% of the match for Medi-Cal. When they transfer local decision making, with that came the realignment funds, and we now, because we are the management firm, so to speak, the managed care for behavioral health, for the severely mentally ill, those funds come out. Other questions?
Any questions from the public on that?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very impressed with all the good nature and goodwill and etc. But we looked at 3 items over here. It's almost $1 million, folks. I would like to know how many mental patients they have. I don't want their names. I don't want their phone number or address. And this is repeatedly almost every board meeting, a couple of hundred here, and I'm talking about thousands or so on. Some of it stays in the county, someone goes out of the county. That's one of my questions. I want to know how many actual mental patients this county has. I mean, I got my opinion on that, but I don't want to come across as a total mean person. But just because it's not coming out of general fund, your name's still at the bottom, and it's still coming from your constituents' pocket. For all that money, can anybody on this board, since your name's at the bottom of the signature, can guarantee or state it strictly that any of those kids that they want to take care of is not a victim of that Planned Parenthood dilemma right now we have in this country? When you're taking out 11, 12, 13, 14, well, 45 years, that they delivered outside the county for problems. Law enforcement doesn't get involved. You don't get involved. Does anybody can tell me, since your signature is at the bottom of these funds, and I know it doesn't affect the general fund, can tell me that these donations that you sign, I don't care where it's coming from, federal, state, local, whatever, that has no connection to any of the Planned Parenthood dilemma in this country. I do.
Sorry, Peter has his a lot of time period up here, and I don't want anybody to interrupt him. That's his right, okay?
Anyway, we talk about a lot of money, and I'm sure the intentions are good, but someplace along the line, I'd like to know what it goes for. How much it goes to administration, and how much it goes to the meeting. Thank you.
I can't stand by. I've been in the mental health arena for over 20 years. I've served on the Calaveras County Mental Health Board for 12 years. Several times during that 12 years, I was the chair. We probably have one of the best behavioral health departments statewide. We've gotten statewide recognition. I served 12 years on the California Mental Health Planning Council. It was an appointment by the mental health director of the state of California. I just want you to know that this is absolutely one of the best behavioral health departments. They take care of the people, and they do a good job.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. Obviously, mental health has nothing to do with Planned Parenthood. My speaking out was objecting to someone using this forum to promote their own special interest, their own special agenda. Common sense. Mental health is not Planned Parenthood.
Sure, can you instruct speakers in your slide?
Yeah. All right. Any other public comments on this item? All right. So, any board comments?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, a second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Number 7. Mr. Kelly.
Joe Kelly from the unrepresented area of District 1, so that I won't have Bonnie yelling at me. Under page 4 of 19 on this idea is availability of funds, certification of funds, budget, fiscal provisions, termination in the event of non-appropriation. This agreement is funded by a First 5 Calaveras grant with monies from California's Proposition 10 Tobacco Tax-funded Children and Families Act. The state of California, through legislative change, may alter or repeal the law which provides funds for this agreement. The state of California may enact requirements that affect the performance of the grantee. It goes on to say, if for any reason California's Children and Families Act does not have sufficient revenue available to the Commission at the funding level provided in this agreement, and or there is a legal ruling that renders the Commission unable to disperse funds in the Commission's trust fund, and it goes on. My questions: what is the nexus of Children's Dental Project, dental services, and tobacco taxes, besides a corrupt state legislature that want to steal money from our wallets and spread out the wealth? It's not their wealth, it's not their correct taxation, it's their theft. And then my last question is, how many children are served? Thank you.
Hi, Richard Inderline again. You look in that corner, that one. That one was served.
Well, there's one, Joe. Any other public? Any other public comments on that? Board comments? I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, before I call this out, I'll let you know that I have a little bit of experience in this. There are a number of kids in our county that do not get proper dental care. I know that Dr. Motsu down here in San Andreas sees a lot of them. I can't tell you the numbers because I don't know the numbers. I know there's a lot. I know that we hire a lot of folks at our restaurant that are young people that have lived here in Calaveras County. Most of them have problems with dental care, and we try to help that situation out if we can. In a lot of cases, it's not their fault. They may not have had the right parents to do the right thing for them. And it is very important for a person's self-esteem once they reach in, get a little bit older and into the teenage era that they can, it helps them succeed if they can feel confidence within themselves. And not to mention the health-related problems. So I actually like this program very much.
Point of order. The question of nexus still hasn't been answered. I'd like to understand what it is.
I don't have it.
But you approve of taking tobacco taxes, something totally opposite, to do this. I don't mind children being cared for.
Joe, may I make a suggestion? Talk to Mary Sawicki back there.
Well, if Mary's able to talk about it, why can't she get up now?
Because we already have a motion on the floor and public comments been taken.
Well, then you should have asked her to come up.
Yeah, we should have, but we didn't. So public comment. You can talk to her afterwards.
Yeah, Mary.
Prop 10 funds, which are the tobacco funds, are the source of funding for First Five.
Okay.
All right, can you speak into the microphone a little bit? Yeah. I do have a question. When Prop 10 was voted on, wasn't the taxes were being collected with the intent to go back into the medical system?
That is correct.
And so with that, these grants are then available to us from the state level that filter down to the First Five program. And we are using Prop 10 funds to support the dental program here. Is that correct?
Yes, especially because we do not have dental services for low income, or we have no dentist presently willing to accept Medi-Cal in our county, as we've talked about previously as well.
Okay. But the Prop 10 funds were, when we voted on it, going back into the medical system in some capacity for prevention.
For prevention and
treatment
and the education piece, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Broadcaster Sally Springs. If I might just add something to the question of nexus. Tobacco products aren't simply cigarettes. When we're talking about stuff like smokeless tobacco and chewing tobacco, there are a lot of problems with gum disease and dental-related problems. So I would suggest there is some kind of a nexus there.
That's a really good point.
And plus, just smoking tobacco actually has a lot of nexus to dental problems.
All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Finally, number 8. Your turn, Peter.
Peter is gentleman. I'm glad for the previous comment there. It makes me a justification for my dirty, filthy, expensive, rotten habit that I smoke. I go smoking because I feel so much better.
I appreciate your smoking.
I hope you do. I know you always appreciate what I have to say. Thank you. Public Works asking for blanket purchase orders for each of the following items. Now, it names a number of them, and one of them is for $550,000. Isn't it great? Is that without giving a blanket check for one company? Is that going to go out today? Are you going to decide maybe, hey, these folks have a second here. Maybe we should cut out doing any asphalt in the county. We could take money, pick up all the asphalt that goes to the fuel forest, Pick it up and ship it back. You can get some money back on that. Matter of fact, I would love to hear folks who don't want asphalt on the street. We got plenty of rocks, we can just have gravel. And people can keep on riding their bicycle, pedaling their, up and down the street. I want to know, how the hell you can determine to give a blanket check to one company at this size and not enough to after this? Thank you, folks.
So, Joe Kelly from the unrepresented area District 1. It appears that this is the fiscal year start for vendor values. And as we always see during the year, we always see it have to be modified and increased. So how do you folks determine these start values? Because they all seem to start out at the same value every year. Why aren't you increasing it for cost of increase of parts, labor, and everything else for the vendors, or looking into it to bring that rather than just starting out at an I call it an arbitrary figure because it's never changed in the fiscal year start. So how is it determined for the fiscal year start? Thank you.
House of God Taxpayer Association. I was able to understand Peter's comments, and he's got a good point. It'd be good to know if these different functions are being put out to bid or not. And also, it seems like these amounts of money are almost like a budget item that may not be spent. It may be less than that, but they're authorized to spend up to that amount to that particular vendor for their services. So the important question is, if they're not put out to bid, why not? And then confirm that these funds are not actually being spent, but could be spent up to that amount. Thank you.
Jeff Grovitz, Director of Public Works. There seems to be some general misunderstanding about what this item is about. Generally, our budgets for the last several years have remained flat. We do analysis prior to putting the budget together to attempt to maintain a flat budget. If emergencies arise or specific needs on a specific road are over what we had anticipated, we will go up. But the purpose of this item is to allow us to have purchasing authority within our budgets without having to return to the Board of Supervisors or without short-circuiting the public contracts code, competitive bid process. It allows us to perform repetitive and miscellaneous, low dollar, and I'll talk to that in a minute, day-to-day operational needs. These are vendors that we have used. They do not represent the total of what we expend. So, for example, the $90,000 blanket purchase order with Calaveras Auto Supply is a portion of what we use in parts for our equipment and our vehicles annually. And this allows us not to have to come back to the board when we've exceeded my purchasing authority or the CAO's purchasing authority. And these are day-to-day ongoing operations. And it represents all the Public Works Department, more than just roads and bridges. It also represents the integrated waste management equipment and vehicles, public works vehicles, and transit vehicles. The funds for these are actually coming out of those various line items. So, and again, when you look at the cost of George Reed, he's not the only vendor that we are buying asphalt from or aggregate-based material from for road maintenance activities. He is one of them. With our informal analysis that we do at budget every year, we compare him against, or compare local vendors against non-local vendors. If they remain competitive within the field, then we go ahead and use the locals with a preference to this amount. The $550,000 is not an excessive amount. It sounds like a large amount, but when you start talking about the number of roads, the paving, the short overlays and patching that we do,
in a given year, it's fairly small. It is relatively small, and we will be purchasing more than that equivalent amount in road base and road maintenance materials from both George Reed and other vendors. One last example I'll give you, you'll notice that there's 2 contracts here for fuel. These are ongoing contracts. We know we purchase more than half of our fuel from these 2 local vendors, but we also purchase from other vendors, especially when, for example, I'm driving to Northern California to go visit a landfill or a composting facility. I can't buy from Hunt & Sons or Valley Petroleum. Valley Petroleum basically takes care of the Arnold area, Hunt & Sons, the greater San Andreas area, but this is not the sum total of what we expend. So it's more than bookkeeping, but it is not short-circuiting, again, Public Contracts Code or the purchasing authority of the Public Works Director of the CAO. And it's to make our lives easier day to day. Questions?
Yeah. I'm glad to see the Public Works thinks $550,000 just a little Mickey Mouse. It takes a long walk to get somebody from there to here to talk to you. What bothers me is not as much as the amount of money. Past years, somebody got a monopoly in this county, folks. Let's get real. And $550,000, I don't know anybody else, but to me, it's a lot of money. If you want to have $550,000 in here, don't name the vendor. Don't give the vendor your public works and giving a monopoly to certain companies. This is a blank check to one company. P.S. $550,000, maybe I'm not questioning the reason that they're going to spend. I'm sure public works will find a way to spend it. But there's going to be some discussion later on today. I don't see how you're going to put a face into one particular company for $500,000 that they don't have to come back to you. And I'm sure they will spend $500,000, one specific company you approve right now, to me doesn't stand that kosher, folks. It stinks. There's more to it, and you know it's more to it. Maybe they can get away with it just slipping it in. No. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just a golf for I know nothing. But I don't like it when you put the fix into one company that is in, let's put it this way, in a multiple situation right now that you're going to be talking about pretty soon. Thank you. That's my problem. $500,000, not big amounts.
George Fry, I can't help but speak on this. You 5 board members picked Jeff to do this job, and I think so far he's been really outstanding in terms of being the Public Works Director. He's gotten a lot of projects moved along, and you back him and support him. And my interactions with him certainly show that he's an honorable person, and I don't for a minute believe that he's going to do the kind of thing that Race is talking about. Thank you.
Any further questions from the board on this item?
Director Krovitz, I do have a question. What if this were adjusted a little bit, and not to take your authority away in authorizing the expenditures, but instead of listing a vendor, it said, you have the authority to purchase ACAB rock and materials, and you use it, whoever the best price is at the time. Does that cause more grief? I understand what they're saying, and I'm certainly not trying to limit what you do, maybe even expand it.
It's almost as if we're speaking to two different concepts here. One which is an open and transparent methodology of expending public funds on public works. And another one really is more dealing with large single contracts. While this is a blanket purchase order, for example, to George Reed, who happens to be one of the local suppliers of this specific type of material, this could represent hundreds of different purchase orders throughout the year on roads throughout the counties and within the community service areas. Okay? And it's more a methodology, knowing that I'm going to use approximately this amount of material from this particular vendor, and that this particular vendor is competitive with out-of-county providers. It allows us to do the work more efficiently without having to bring 120 items in front of you for verification that I've met Public Contracts Code. This also meets Public Contracts Code. It also meets county purchasing policy. And so I do not believe, nor would I allow the Public Works Department to circumvent Public Contracts Code, open, transparent transactions. And so to me, this is an open and transparent transaction, what we are telling you. And should any member of the public wish to come and purvey our records and look for the number of purchase orders, the amount, where they were expended throughout the county in last year, and what we're planning on doing next year, we're open to that. I feel if you're trying to limit the amount, because, say, a $550,000 blanket purchase order with one vendor within the county for the purchase of asphalt base or aggregate asphalt concrete to be extended in hundreds of projects throughout the county, by lowering that, it hurts your ability to process items as well as hurts Public Works' ability to process the maintenance and operation, regular type of work that we do. So,
So it wouldn't help things if we...
It's not going to help. It will make it worse. And these specific items that we've got are the aggregate of those types of items. It's not the whole piece of it.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah,
and
I appreciate that.
And we do shop for price. We always shop for price.
I know you do. We've had conversations firsthand.
So.
Well, and think of it the other way. If you came up and said, hey, we want a $550,000 purchase order, not to exceed, by the way, for aggregate, that's not very open and transparent at that point, so somebody would probably ask more details on that. And so at least this is, and there's other vendors out there, and if you get to a point where you're going to exceed what you are approved through them, you'll be back with those particular businesses as well, I'm pretty sure, right?
This is our best guess through this fiscal year.
And I'm pretty sure that the way you come up with this, all of these figures actually, is by projecting out your jobs for the year and your usage in the past, and it's based on history and what you're going to do in the future, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's not to exceed. That's the key point right there. Good, Mike.
If we end up with an emergency and we are over budget within our purchasing authority, we come back to the board. Right?
That's good. In your issuing of blanket purchase order, is there a procedure that is used to determine the best possible purchase price based on quantity?
Yes. We shop it before we purchase everyone.
I understand. So if you would go to Hunt and Sons and say, look, we're going to be looking at using maybe 200,000 gallons of diesel fuel for operation versus $100,000 of diesel fuel. Is it a common practice for that vendor to give you a better price than $200,000 based on in comparison to 100,000?
Absolutely. We purchase our fuel, both diesel and gasoline, at a lower rate than the public does.
Business 101.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about competition. Is it your opinion, and opinion probably of Business 101, competition drives better bargain prices?
Yes.
So competition is good for counties and cities and municipalities.
As well as the citizens.
Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Make a motion to approve.
I second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Ponte to approve the blanket purchase order for Public Works, and a second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Okay. And we'll move on to our, we have number 8, huh? Or 9. We approved that, yeah. Okay, so we'll move on to our regular agenda. And first item on regular agenda is the building department is recommending the board to introduce, after a waiver of the reading requirements, the attached ordinance adopting the amendments to Title 15 related to inclusion of Chapter 15.04.060 amendments to include the solar ordinance. The building department is also requesting the board to authorize the publication of a summary notice pursuant to Government Code Section 25-124B1.
Good morning, Jeff White from the building department, building official. I want to say that it's nice to see the board chambers loaded here for our solar ordinance today. Maybe.
I was thinking the same thing. I thought it was on the dental care.
Anyway, this is an introduction of an ordinance that was State Law Assembly Bill 2188, which was passed and given to us as through the California Government Code 658505. And essentially what it means is that all jurisdictions, state, county, cities, or cities and county jurisdictions will have an ordinance in place that streamline the permitting for residential solar photovoltaic systems on small rooftop installations, which are 30 kilowatt in size or smaller. So it's a state mandated ordinance that the jurisdictions are required to have in place by September 30th. So here we are with the attempt to get the ordinance through. I do have some copies of the ordinance that I can hand you, and
yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have,
There was a slight glitch, and it was not included in the board agenda packet that you have on your iPads to iPhone too.
It's not in the packet.
It didn't make it in the packet, so I brought hard copies. So I think we can survive that with the introduction portion of this. If you're interested in reading the Assembly Bill 2188, it's online. You can look up that, find it online, and it'll give you all the information about that. Essentially, the streamlining of rooftop solar 30 kilowatt or less is, I think they're aiming for the design of these to facilitate heating, water heating, and for water heaters as well as swimming pools, that sort of thing, which is all makes sense. And the goal, I don't know what date the goal is to be satisfied by the state, but they're looking for 1 million rooftop solars in the near future. So that's not in our county, of course, but throughout the state. It's not much different. It's not much different from what we're doing now. It's we do expedite these smaller rooftop solar submittals. So there's a few changes in the law that requires that if you deny, the existing law says if you deny an application or a submittal, you have 60 days to return in writing the reason for the denial. This changes it to 45 days. But typically we don't have that much of a need to go that far into the calendar on returning any denials.
Mm-hmm. Do you see solar on the increase?
I'm sorry?
Do you see solar in this county on the increase?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's really becoming quite the busy industry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And of course, it's the California Constitution requires the state to reimburse local agencies and school districts for certain costs mandated by the state. Statutory provisions establish procedures for making those reimbursements. This bill would not provide for reimbursements from the state.
We didn't get it to begin with, did we?
It's a point of interest.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the board if you want to take action on this now or wait until maybe after lunch where we have a little time to look it over a little more, because I'm not familiar with the ordinance getting through, and I don't think the public is. I think it'd be a really great idea to leave some copies out there and let them know it over, because I would like public comments on it. I know you got one, Peter, but there's a bunch of people out here that doesn't. So
yeah, I made 20 copies, so the balance of what is left, or if you're done reading them,
we can post a couple outside maybe, and if folks are interested, they can take a look at it. What do you think? I'll leave it up to the board, but that's just my thoughts. Give the public time to read. Sure. Ready?
Sure. Okay. We're just introducing the ordinance today, though. We're not approving the ordinance.
Right.
Just the introduction of. So even if it wasn't included in our board packet and those don't review it today, still have a 45-day opportunity to review the ordinance and comment.
Will that ordinance be made available to the public then in that 45 days?
It is. We will post it on what happened is with IQM2. We've determined that because there's an introduction phase of the ordinance and then an adoption phase of the ordinance, it needs to go on the agenda initially as an action item with the ordinance attached. In this case, it was, and then the following board meeting, when it comes back for adoption, the ordinance is actually included as part of the packet, not as an attachment. So what happened was, with this particular board packet, it was included as part of the board packet and not as an attachment. The system did not recognize it as such because of the category and action items, so it didn't come forward. So we can post with the proposed ordinance on the website, and it will be included when it comes back to the board for adoption.
All right. In that case, what I think what I'll do is I'll ask public comments and see what they think. If we can move on it now, it will be brought back to the board as an ordinance that will be publicly noticed. It'll be with the board packet, and then we'll be voting on it then. Right now, we're just voting to move it forward.
Okay. So you're ready for some public comments on the issue? Okay.
Okay, public comments on this? Should we go ahead and act on this now, because it's going to come up again as an action item to approve an ordinance? And right now, what we have is basically introducing the ordinance, and we can do that today. It's going to come back up again, or we could wait till after lunch, let's say, to follow through with introducing the ordinance. And I want to hear public comments on that. What do you think we should do?
Move on.
Thanks for your quick response there, George. Any other public comments?
I usually don't like to say get involved on personal, individual issues, on my own personal issues, but there's a couple of things that you might want to consider also additional, and I might just do it. My BP solar panels, and I have a few, was replaced because the heat generated that a solder melted. Okay. That's minor detail, but they did it quietly and they replaced it more efficiently. So when you put a black thing on a roof, that's going to create heat. And that's going to affect, I didn't see anything on here that will correct it. I also know that in the future you're going to be getting through that rooftop's got to be white. So reflect the heat. I know there's a lot of geniuses in Sacramento, but which one is correct? Okay? Now, I don't know where it came from, who's sponsoring it, but for what it's worth, as far as solar panel goes, will the customer, the client, still be able to take those solar panels, whatever, if and when they move? Because they got away from them. My solar panels are mine. When I boogie out of here, I'll take it with me. But the new system is totally different. So I'd like to have some answers to that. So consider it, okay?
All right,
safety and health.
So what we're asking is, should we, because this is introducing an ordinance,
right?
And then when it becomes an actionable item, which will come up soon, that's when we'll probably go through all of the questions.
That we're going to be paying for the administration of it, and he ain't got a nickel back from, definitely not from PG&E, and we're not going to get a nickel back from Sacramento either. Thank you.
Any other public comments? All right, so raise your hand if you want us to move on right now. We'll move forward. Thank you.
Again, I'd just like to bring up the fact that this is a state-mandated ordinance to streamline the permitting process for issuing permits on 30 kilowatt systems or less. And the rest of the stuff is all inspections and plan review, and it's not really relevant to the need for the state's requirements for the ordinance.
Well, also, Jeff, we're not voting on the ordinance.
That's correct, yeah.
We're just recognizing that you're basically working on it and it's coming to us, right?
Correct, yeah. The ordinance is done now. It's in front of you, and Shirley explained what happened, but I just wanted to address the public comment concern.
Okay. So, I'll make a motion to approve. Thank you.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor? Aye. Thank you, Jeff. And we will make sure that the ordinance is posted on the agenda item.
And we'll post it prior to that on both the building department's website and the administrative office's website.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's move on to item number 11. Planning.
And I just wanted to briefly state that we have, I sat with the Planning Commission since I'm the designated land use attorney for the county. Normally Megan Stedfeld, our county counsel, sits with the board for these items. Because I sat with the lower hearing body, it's more appropriate for another attorney to be sitting with the board for the next two items. So I'm going to introduce Tiffany Wright from the law firm Running Moose and Manley. She will sit with and advise the board for these next two items.
Thank you. Chair, can we take a 10-minute recess?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. All right, so I'd like to move on the regular agenda to item 11, planning. And this is a an appeals hearing, so I'm opening the appeals hearing. And I just want to explain a few things before we start. One, when you come up to the microphone, please don't grab it and try to adjust it. It makes a lot of noise on the recording. You'll be able to be heard because it actually is an omnidirectional mic. So if it seems like somebody can't hear you, just step a little closer. But if you grab it and move it around, it's just going to cause a bunch of distortion on the recording. And I think that we want that to be clear as possible. Also, I'm going to explain the process here so that we know, okay? So the staff is going to give a presentation, and the board at that time can question the staff. There'll be a presentation by the appellant. Presentations by members of the public shall be limited to 5 minutes for each person. 5 minutes for each person. And you can get up and speak one time. One time, okay? Summation and rebuttal by appellants. And they should get 15 minutes per each appellant. Staff, summation and rebuttal. So rebuttal by member of the public. Again, one time. Is that ours?
Yeah, it's out there.
And then we will, at that time, close the appeal hearing and then have board discussion, questions, and action. Okay? So there's a couple of things I want to mention. I know that you have these little signs out here. I am not going to say too much about them, but if I want you to be aware that there are people in back of you and around you. And if I see that you're causing a disturbance of that, I will ask you to put them down and remove them. Okay? They aren't too big signs. You know, like, was a couple weeks ago we had like this big sign, 4x8. That wouldn't work real good. So I'm just asking you to be cognizant of folks around you. If somebody's up here speaking, let them speak. They have a right to speak whole amount of time that they're there. That's what we're here for. It's a public process, okay? I would like to keep our, our oohs and ahs and disturbances to a minimum. It does nothing to help any situation out. So we want this to be a fair process for everyone. Okay? And so at this time, I'm going to wait until our sound gets squared away. Get a little feedback there. I'm ready.
Chris, my thumb is running here. My thumb is running here.
Yeah, they don't want to see it. Okay? All right, so we will begin with staff presentation. And Mr. Maurer, proceed, please.
Good morning, Peter Maurer, Planning Director. This is item 12 and 13, two separate appeals that are before you on determination by the Planning Commission on two separate actions. What I want to do is sort of combine the two to begin with to provide an overview of history of where we got the history of the process, and then go into the first appeal, which is the appeal by My Valley Springs on the Planning Commission's finding regarding the zoning. After the discussion and action on that item, then I'll turn it over to Brian Moss and Jason Baser to discuss the authority to construct appeal. So with that, so like I said, there are two separate appeals here. One is by MyValleySprings.com, which is the appeal of the Planning Commission's action finding that an asphalt plant is a permitted use in the M2 zone. The other appeal is the appeal by Ford Construction and CD Asphalt that the issuance of an authority to construct an air pollution permit is a project as defined by CEQA and then subject to provisions of that state law. As far as background, the Ford Construction inquired to our department about whether or not an asphalt plant is a vested use at the Hogan Quarry. This was in late April. On the 30th, I found that, based on my reading of the zoning ordinance, that it is a permitted use in the zone, and we did not make a decision regarding the vesting status. May 14th, the MyValleySprings.com appealed that determination, and it was heard by the Planning Commission on June 25th. The Planning Commission continued that action for a final determination to July 9th, and we brought back a resolution that the Planning Commission adopted that upheld the determination by me that the use is permitted. And then on July 23rd, My Valley Springs appealed that determination. And it's now before you. Similar timeline with the authority to construct. On May 18th, the Air Pollution Control District received an application for the asphalt plant from CB Asphalt at the Hogan Quarry. On May 29th, the Air Pollution Control Officer determined that the APC is a project and subject to CEQA. Ford appealed that, and it was heard on July 9th by the Planning Commission upholding the APCO's determination that it is a project, and that was appealed and is now before you. The issues raised in the zoning appeal by the appellant are essentially three: that they do not agree that the asphalt plant is a use permitted by right. They also believe that the asphalt plant at the Hogan Quarry requires a revision to or the issuance of a new mining use permit for that site. And I'll go into discussion of this in more detail. And also the operating asphalt plant requires an amendment to the reclamation plan, which was approved for the mining operations. I got to the determination for the zoning based on review of the history. In determining whether or not a use is permitted by right in a zone, or what's required for a use in any zone district, first thing you do is you look at the zoning. Is it clear? Is it something clearly that states that this use is permitted or this use requires a conditional use permit? And in many cases, it's quite clear. A retail use that sells antiques is permitted use in the commercial zone. The dispensary requires an administrative use permit in the professional office zone. Those rules are very clear. It was not clear whether or not an asphalt plant was permitted or required a conditional use permit or not allowed at all in the M2 zone. So we then went back and looked at the various provisions of our code. The M1 zone allows a concrete mixing and batch plant, ready mix, as a use permitted by right in the M1 zone. The M2 zone then refers to all of those uses that are allowed in the M1 zone are also allowed unless it's listed under another code section in the M2 that clearly spells out that it requires a use permit. I looked at the list of uses that would require conditional use permit, and the closest that would come to an asphalt plant, and this is the contention of the appellants, that use fits under the provision of petrochemical drilling, manufacturing, processing, and packaging. The term asphalt plant was not used at all under a list of uses in our zoning code. In any district, it's not listed. So that left me with a bit of a dilemma. How does it actually fit in? So the next thing you need to do, if it's not clear, is you go to the legislative history. And we went back to the first zoning ordinance that we had adopted in 1961, where an asphalt plant was listed as a permitted use, along with the concrete plant. Those were permitted uses in the industrial zone when we first adopted zoning in the county in 1961. In 1978, the ordinance was essentially we rescinded the old ordinance, adopted a new one, and ready-mix plants were required by conditional use permit in the light industrial zone, and it said any use other than those listed were permitted in the heavy industrial zone. It's just ready-mix plants. It doesn't differentiate between concrete or asphalt. And part of the debate is, what does ready-mix actually mean? The ordinance was again adopted, or again revised in 1986, and ready-mix was replaced with the term concrete mixing and batch plant, ready-mix, which is permitted in the M1 zone. And the M2 zone had the general provision that anything allowed in the M1 was allowed in the M2. And that's the way the ordinance stands today as far as permitted uses. So I had to go back and say, well, what was the intent of the board when they made those changes? Was it intent that asphalt plants were to be included in the general description of ready-mix, or was it intended to be separate? Because asphalt plant wasn't listed anywhere, I didn't believe that it was the intent of the board to outright prohibit an asphalt plant in the county anywhere because it's not listed. It seemed to make more sense to me that the intent of the board was to include asphalt and concrete in the term ready-mix when they made the ordinance back in 1978. The history of permitting sort of bears that out. Over the years, there have been several proposals for asphalt plants. In some cases, they were required to have a conditional use permit because of the zoning. There have been several instances where prior planning directors have determined that asphalt plant was allowed either under existing mining operations because of the way the use permit for those mines were established, or because of the zoning, the M2 zoning. Prior planning directors also believe that that was use permitted by right. But somewhat of a side issue, so again, that was the determination that I had made at the time, was that I believed that the legislative history bore out the fact that it was not the intent of the board to prohibit asphalt plants, but that it was to include asphalt and concrete in sort of a general ready-mix description of that type of industrial activity. Hogan Quarry predated our requirements for mining use permit, also predated the requirements under state law, the Surface Mining and Reclamation Act, and SMARA. So they have a vested right as a mining operation to mine. Now, we did in 1990 process a mining use permit as a vehicle to establish a reclamation plan. SMARA requires that even pre-existing mines all have a reclamation plan. But that plan and the permit is limited to reclamation activities only. It does not restrict any of the uses as long as it's a continued mining operation. And again, prior directors have also made that same determination that the mine is a legal non-conforming use and can continue mining operations. As far as the reclamation plan, there's provisions in state law that lay out very clearly when a revision to the reclamation plan is required. There are five provisions that need to be satisfied. And I've listed these here on the slide. One, that will not increase the surface area or depth of mining. Nothing that the asphalt plant would do would modify what is allowed to be mined. It will not extend the termination date of the mining activity. Again, the asphalt plant would not change that in any way. It would not affect the end use of the site. The use is zone industrial. Having an asphalt plant on the site would not change that potential industrial use or any future industrial use on the site. And the change is consistent with previous environmental documentation. The secret document was prepared for the reclamation plan. the secret document for the reclamation plan was limited to reclamation and what effect reclamation would have. It did not address the mine itself because the mine was determined to be legal, non-conforming, and pre-existing. And found that there were no other substantial changes to the reclamation requirements. There's nothing that the asphalt plant would do that would require any additional reclamation. So in our opinion, we do not find that the reclamation plan revision is required associated with this proposal. So our recommendation to you is that you adopt the resolutions contained in the board package that upholds the Planning Commission's finding that an asphalt plant is a permitted use in the M2 General Industrial Zone. That the plain language of the ordinance does not support a determination that the use is permitted, but that the legislative history shows that it was the board's intent to permit asphalt plants in the M2 zone. Also make finding that adding an asphalt plant to the Golden Quarry does not require a mining use permit or a revised reclamation plan. In the mine is a legal, non-conforming use, and no expansion of the mining operation is proposed, and that there would be no substantial deviation from the reclamation plan. Are there any questions you might have regarding this aspect of the appeal?
Questions? I have a question. Sure. When you go back to the, what kind of interested in is how you went back and looked at legislative intent. Now, is there specific code on that, as far as what's allowed in different zones? If it's not listed in the permitted uses, is it not allowed? Or is it kind of up to your discretion to determine that?
There is a provision in the code that allows the planning director to make a determination on uses that are similar to those that are listed. There's two different provisions actually, and it depends on which zone it is. The commercial zone and those residential zones allow me to make that determination. The industrial zones require that the planning commission make that determination. So that was not the finding that I made, was that it was a similar use. The finding I made was that it was contained within the provision of concrete mixing and batch plant readiness.
Okay, and then as far as the state law goes, is there something in the law that says that you go back and look at the legislative intent and to determine if it's not specifically defined?
Okay. That's a standard of statutory interpretation that would also apply to your zoning code.
Okay. And that's contained in the state law that gives him the authority to go back and kind of read the tea leaves and make that determination that it's not he's not saying it's a like use, he's saying it is in fact what they meant, even though it's not explicitly said.
It's been explained by the courts that that's an appropriate way to interpret your code.
Okay. Probably more case law than it is legislative.
Okay, sure. Yeah, thank you.
Do you know the termination date of the mining? Off the top of my head, I don't. It's quite a bit. In long ways, it's like 100 years or something, or 50 years or something like that. It's a long way.
Mr. Maurer?
Yes.
Regarding background ATC, on the 29th of 15th, it referenced the APCO, determined that the ATC is a project and subject to CEQA. That applies in this situation, and that's a recommendation of the APCO, is that correct?
That's correct, and that's subject to the next appeal. All right. That's item number 13. I just want to have sort of the history out there in front.
And then a follow-up question on the reclamation plan. Wow. It states that in that process, CEQA documents will be prepared for reclamation plan. In other words, they could actually do a CEQA document at that time, right?
Well, we did. The reclamation plan was approved back in 1990, and we did a CEQA document at that point in time.
So there's a CEQA document for this property as a mining operation.
For the reclamation.
The reclamation.
It's limited to just the reclamation. The mining operation itself was not required to go through CEQA because it predated our zoning ordinance that required a special permit for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? So now we're going to have a presentation by the top.
Good morning, Chairman and Supervisors. My name is Andrew Grunman. I'm here on behalf of MyValleySprings.com and Joyce Teckle. I was going to get a little bit about the history, but I think Mr. Morrow pretty much covered that. This appeal, we've raised two issues. The first, whether an asphalt plant is permitted use in both M1 and M2. And the second, which Mr. Morrow bifurcated, was whether it requires a mining use plan or amendment to the existing reclamation plan. I want to concentrate on the first issue. That's the important issue. In Mr. Marr's, Director Marr's letter of April 30, 2015, he concluded that an asphaltic concrete batch plant or hot plant is permitted at the quarry. In plain language, asphalt is not concrete. This is a flawed conclusion. It should not be allowed in either zone pursuant to section 1742.020. That states simply concrete mixing in batch plant, ready mix, as we've had up there. When we appealed this to the Planning Commission, they erred when they assumed the word concrete included both concrete and asphalt, or what came up in the conversation there was asphaltic concrete. The language of the code itself proves the code recognizes a distinction between concrete and asphalt. I want to take a historical perspective, but first I want to have two important rules of statutory construction. Rule 1, removal of a term from a previous statute indicates exclusion of that term. Rule 2, a word absent from the statute cannot be added because it would be an enlargement of the statute, not a construction. In this case, under the prior code, the history of the code confirms the drafter's intent, being the supervisors, to exclude asphalt as a permitted use. The first zoning code in 1961, Ordinance 250, listed asphalt plant and cement manufacture as distinct and different uses in the M zone. Our current version includes concrete mixing, but it omits asphalt plant. That the supervisors removed a prior permissive right from the code, the current version confirms a purposeful exclusion of this. Although it may have been historically permitted, the supervisors omitted asphalt as a permitted use, which further clarified the supervisor's intent that asphalt would require a conditional use permit. This is not a matter that they don't want, that the supervisors did not want to have asphalt plants. They wanted a conditional use permit on it. We've got another rule of statutory construction that I think has been brought up, and it's simply, if a word's unknown, you go to a generic meaning. This was raised at the Planning Commission, and we spent a lot of time discussing what the meaning was. So I'm not going to argue about a precise description of what concrete is. I think we all know it. But I'll use a Wikipedia. Not a good source, kind of an average source so we have some understanding. And I'm not going to rely on a Wikipedia source, but I still want to read this. Concrete is a composite material composed of aggregate bonded together with a fluid cement which hardens over time. Most of the use of the term concrete refers to Portland cement concrete or to concrete made with other hydraulic cements such as cement Findus. Now, just as was raised in the Planning Commission, it also says, however, technically road surfaces are also a type of concrete, asphaltic concrete, where the cement material is bitumen. The drafters of the code specifically meant for concrete not to include asphaltic concrete because the code distinguishes between the two. Mr. Marr's letter of April 30th says, more recent amendments to the code do not differentiate between the two. I beg to differ. The supervisors specifically state that on paved surfaces, the use of concrete as a material may be substituted with a different material, asphaltic concrete. We can go to section 17.70.050A. Concrete may be substituted for asphaltic concrete. Clearly, there's a difference. Clearly, the supervisors recognize the distinction. Further, the supervisors, who were the drafters of the code, meant to distinguish between asphalt and concrete. For example, section 8.10.340 sub B sub 2 states, shall be provided with an asphalt or concrete surface. The supervisors recognize there's a difference between asphalt and concrete. They did not make a mistake. They did not intend to subsume asphalt within concrete and leave the rest of the code distinguishing it and separating it. Further, the code defines ready mix as concrete. 17.06.1590, ready mix means the mixing of batching of raw materials into concrete for delivery to job sites. And it just as an aside, I want to mention here that the California Building Code does define concrete, and that definition does not include asphalt. It would not make sense to expand the definition of ready mix to also mean asphalt. It would make no more sense to expand the definition of concrete to include asphalt. It makes no more sense to expand the definition of concrete to asphaltic concrete. In fact, I'm going to show, for example, interpreting the code so that asphalt and concrete are interchangeable leads to some rather undesirable results. Surface sealing of water wells, 8.20.30. Surface seal means a monolithically poured concrete platform or pad. Let's just stop a second. And let's think about, can you even pour asphalt? Did the supervisors mean for this to be asphalt, or do you pour concrete? There's a distinction. And let's just further think about the purpose of a concrete well platform. First, it provides a watertight seal to prevent surface water and impurities from bacteria from contaminating the aquifer. Second, it provides stability to the casing to prevent motor vibration and also to essentially stop it from falling down a hole. I think there would be a distinct difference if we applied asphalt where it says concrete in that section of the code. Further, installation of water wells, 8.20.360. The well casing shall extend a minimum of 12 inches above the ground surface and a minimum of 6 inches above the concrete. We're mentioning concrete. I don't think they mean to use asphalt on water wells. In fact, if we're interpreting that way, you can use asphalt to seal your water well casing. 8.20.460, the concrete surface seal, describing the well casing seal on new wells. It gets a little stranger if you conclude that asphalt and concrete are the same material in section 12.02.210. That says if we interpret concrete to mean asphalt, that means you can use asphalt as box culverts. Concrete box culverts shall be designed to pass the 100-year flood without overtopping of the roadway. Now, if we continue in that same section, we'll see how ludicrous it is to say that asphalt and concrete are the same materials, because complete plans and design calculations for the culverts shall be included. I'm not really aware that asphalt has any structural strength. You could make asphalt sidewalks. Perhaps that would be desirable. I don't know. Section 12.02.270, concrete sidewalks. This one, however, I think just shows that asphalt and concrete are not the same in this county, and the drafters know it. Section 15.04.095, seismic evaluation and design of the wall anchorage system in reinforced concrete and reinforced masonry walls. Using this interpretation, it's apparently safe to construct occupied buildings and meet county and state building standards with asphalt instead of concrete. Further, we can put houses on asphalt pads. Section 15.06.020, pouring of concrete pads. Again, that pesky problem. Asphalt isn't poured. Mobile home parks can have asphalt roll curves. Perhaps that's stylish up here. It says there shall be concrete roll curves on each side of the street, but I guess it will also be permissible to use asphalt. As you can see, should the supervisors uphold the planning commissioner's ruling, they would be holding it as also permissible to seal wells with asphalt put houses on asphalt pads, and construct buildings to seismic standards using asphalt. When redrafting the code, the supervisors intended to distinguish asphalt from concrete and knowingly removed it from the M1 and M2 zones. The fact that they knowingly removed the term asphalt from the code but left it intact in other sections indicated they intended for asphalt plants to apply for a conditional use permit. And as a side note, there's almost 200 M1 and M2 parcels in this county. The county code, as drafted and approved by the supervisors, purposefully admitted asphalt as a permitted use. They distinguish between concrete and asphaltic concrete, and they also recognize concrete and asphalt as different materials. The code is clear. Asphalt is not a permitted use. Further, because an asphalt plant utilizes bitumen, a conditional use permit is required. Section 17.42030A15 requires approval and validation of a conditional use permit because it involves petrochemical process. Because a conditional use permit is required, and because a conditional use permit is a discretionary design, CEQA review is also required. Should the board rule against My Valley Springs, they're not only placing this community at a substantial health and safety risk, they're also placing the county at a financial risk in having to defend the indefensible position that asphalt is concrete and that asphalt production requires no environmental review. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to give presentations by the members of the public, and it's going to be limited to 5 minutes, please.
Mr. Chairman, so a question as a procedure. I represent the applicant. Will we have an opportunity separate from the public?
Yes.
So. Good morning. My name is Terry Bedoin, and I live in Valley Springs. My wife and I are 30-year residents of Valley Springs, have been active in the community and in the county for all 30, raised our kids here. About 12 years ago, my wife and I decided, looking toward retirement, where we wanted to spend the rest of our years. And we decided Valley Springs was a great place. We built a house up on a little ridge called Paradise Peak. We should look at the map that was published, thanks to the folks from the Calaveras Enterprise. You can see pretty clearly where Paradise Peak is in relation to the hot batch asphalt plant.
Can I see that, please, sir?
Sure.
And Paradise Peak is where? It's the housing, yeah, the small development, just near the lake. Okay, thank you.
And so things have changed drastically in the 20 or 30 years that we've lived here. First of all, there was a reference made in this article here that this reminded somebody of people buying property or buying a house next to an airport, then complaining about the air traffic noise. My response to that is no, this was more like us buying property or building a house near a small municipal airport and then having 747s flying every day. Okay, so there are a lot of people here that are very, very concerned about the traffic, the effect that adding a hot batch asphalt plant that, as far as I've come to understand, will operate 24 hours a day. Okay, I've heard that there will be batch processing 2 a.m. in the morning. Whatever the contract for the road construction calls for. Okay, currently the quarry does not operate in the middle of the night. They typically start about 6 in the morning, and then they end just about at dark. That's tough. We know when the winds are blowing eastward, because all that dust from the quarry collects into that bowl. Of all the presentations that have been made here, Ford Construction did a very nice job of explaining how their whole layout works and the fact that they have a pit. But nobody has mentioned to you folks or the Planning Commission that if you take a step from my porch and look at the hot batch asphalt plant and the surrounding area, you are in a horseshoe-shaped bowl, okay? So even if the wind is blowing westward, you don't get a lot of that particulate matter leaving. It just kind of sits there until the eastward winds start blowing. So also in this article, a fellow by the name of Jerry Harvey made the comment that, Harvey said winds usually blow eastward and thus neighbors' fears are excessive. What is to the east of the quarry? Virtually nothing. Well, about 12 degrees northeast of the quarry and of the hot batch asphalt plant is my porch, okay? So I built the house there thinking that we would have a nice view of the lake and that we would have relatively clean air, because it is relatively clean except for the asphalt or the concrete dust that we get now from the quarry operation. So anyway, I'm pretty concerned that the air quality and the property value of my home are going to be adversely affected by this project. And the last thing I'd like to say is that it sure seems from sitting through 2 planning commission meetings and this one as well, that if you read all of this and look at all of the decision-making criteria, this was a coin toss, okay? This decision could have gone either way. And I ask you, the supervisors, please consider your own constituents that are telling you that this is going to affect the quality of life and the property value of my house, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard Enderlein. I'm a citizen of Calaveras County, and I want to first thank you for giving me the opportunity during the public comment period to actually convey the concern about this company who is breaking your code. They have not given you the opportunity to make your decision. They have already acted. You will see that in all this, there's storage, there's staging, there's assembly, there's operations, there's takedown, and then there's finally reclamation. Then we finally.
Which company is this, sir?
This is the Hogan Court. There is an asphalt plant in situ there now. Before you have even made your decision, there is an asphalt plant at the Hogan Quarry now. They're going to tell you they're storing it, but these are all processes along the process to get this approved. They store, they stage, they assemble, then they operate, then they tear down, then they reclaim. This is how it works. So they have already gone beyond storage. They have staged and they have assembled. But that is what I was talking about during the public comment period, because this is what I want to talk about here, is I want to talk about what the actual agenda item is. Because as I was sitting here, I don't know if anybody else heard it, but Mr. Mauer lied by omission. He misrepresented the appeal, because I'm going to read the number 11 on the Planning Commission appeal here, if I can get my glasses straight. Planning Department recommends that the board adopt a resolution denying appeal by MountValleySprings.com of the Planning Commission's determination that an asphalt plant is permitted in the use in the M2 zone. Got that part. The general industrial zone. And then you'll notice that it says that no mining use permit is required. If Mr. Maurer, if you could please pull up the zoning appeal thing, it says right on there, it says, operating an asphalt plant requires an amendment to the reclamation plan. But if you'll notice above that, it says an asphalt plant at Hogan Quarry. This is him representing the appeal, says that requires a revision to and an issuance of a new permit. So this is the difference between requiring a new permit or do they need one at all. You see how he has misrepresented the appeal. And that's not even what I wanted to come up here and talk to you about. Because what I wanted to talk to you about is something completely different. And that's where it says that the reclamation plan for the Hogan Quarry is not required for the installation of the asphalt plant. So when I went to the proponents meeting the other day, and they kept saying that, well, CEQA law is redundant. They kept saying it over and over. They're saying that your codes Our laws are redundant because they are going to get the approval from the state agencies. They're going to get approval from Fish and Wildlife. They're going to get approval from the EPA. But then nobody asked them, what is the process you are going to use to get those approvals? That's this. That's CEQA. CEQA is the process by which corporations get approval from state agencies. This is what you guys need to have. You need to have this documentation in order to make an informed decision. And so when we come back to the, whether they need a mining use permit, well, of course they're going to need one because CEQA says they do. The law, the state has come in and said, yes, you need this. You need this law. And this is the information the state says you need to make your decision. To make an informed environmental decision in the state of California, this is the process. This is the process that the company has to go through. Will I be allowed to comment on number 12? On agenda number 12, or should I make my comment on number 12 now?
It's a separate agenda, you'll be able to comment on it.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Marty Crane, and I live in District 5 off of Silver Rapids Road. As you know, I've attended every Board of Supervisor meeting and followed our community and county planning processes since 2002. I mention this because obviously I've made every effort to stay engaged and informed. If it had not been for an attorney in Sacramento notifying the folks at myvalleysprings.com that this controversial project was progressing through our system, no one outside the planning department and the Board of Supervisors would have known. Had My Valley Springs not then made this information public by successfully filing an appeal just before the deadline, for the community and affected neighbors, there would have been no opportunity for public input. As it is, we've had to scramble to find out exactly what the proposal was, who would be making what decisions, and wondering if the answers would be clearly defined in our county documents or open to discussion and interpretation. We had to quickly gather information from many sources, and thankfully, our community residents are a valuable source of expertise and county history. We had to pull together a community meeting that was attended by over 65 people on a Saturday afternoon. We wanted answers and an opportunity to share and gather as much accurate information as possible, and then make a plan moving forward to ensure that our voices would be part of the ongoing and final decision-making process. The following Tuesday evening, another community meeting was hosted by the project proponents. What was most striking to me was that the proponents did everything they could to convince us of things that they themselves contradicted within a few minutes of follow-up questions. Getting to the bottom line and the truth on different matters was due to the fact that open communication was encouraged, unlike the constraints of county government. If we are to make fully informed decisions, we must allow ourselves whatever time is needed for those revealing conversations. We have forgotten how to effectively communicate with one another and the value of exchanging ideas. Speaking as a member of the public, this is our community, our home. This is our government where the rules are determined by us. How can we possibly define and set those rules when the community has to constantly fight to be part of the critical conversations? When a project proponent presents before the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors, this is usually the first time the majority of the neighbors have heard about it. They attend a meeting at the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors. They listen to a presentation that was fully prepared in advance, many times by paid staff, experts, and attorneys. And then with no timely opportunity to research and rebut the points they find questionable, the public is expected to sit by and accept as fact what is being presented. What we learned from the two community meetings was critical and must be folded into the decision-making. Much of that has been provided to you, some of which should inspire more questions and require substantiated answers. Finally, there is no dispute that toxic chemicals will be used in the process, released into the air and transported over our roadways. This fact has been marginalized, misrepresented, and finally acknowledged by the proponent, and it requires CEQA review. There is also no dispute that asphalt plays a big role in our communities. We encourage and assist our seniors to age gracefully and remain in their homes as long as it's safely possible. Many of our residents have various serious health issues. Some are on oxygen and struggle for each and every breath. At this very moment, they are doing that. Where we place these toxic plants is critical. What's left of the public trust is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Bonnie Newman, and you know I don't live in that exact area. I live on Double Springs. But I feel the pain. I moved here in 1974, and when we were selecting property, we drove all over the county. We looked out at Rancho, and we thought, oh my God, it's like a desert with hills. There's rattlesnakes. It looked like a hellhole. Why would anybody want to live out there when they could buy a piece of property on Double Springs that has springs coming out of the ground? Well, those poor suckers, there's a whole bunch of them living out there. Who benefited? Some land speculators, some developers. They're rich. They got a condo in Hawaii now, but those poor suckers are living out there. They can't flush their toilet because it's going to run in their neighbor's garage. Can't drink the water because it stinks and it tastes bad. Now they ain't going to be able to breathe out there because there's just going to be toxic pollutants in the air. People are already talking about moving, and how valuable is their property going to be at that point? I live in a little piece of paradise, and I can imagine if someone came to threaten my little piece of paradise, I'd be up in arms. I'd have roadblocks on each block. I'd be snipers on every hillside taking out people just because I'm passionate about, and I can't say I don't own that land. I pay taxes on that land. I have a deed of trust. Nobody owns land. You have the right to live in a place where somebody lived before you, and hope to God somebody's going to be able to live in that place after you. That's our responsibility as property owners. We have a deed of trust. We have responsibilities. We pay taxes, and we become stewards of that land so that it can be there for future. As we know, hundreds and thousands of years ago, people walked on this earth right where we are, and they had a way of sustaining the property, the planet, so that it could be here for us today to talk about building an asphalt plant in the middle of where a bunch of people live. A suggestion was made, if these industries are so interested in Calaveras County, they can build a road out the backside so this pollutant isn't driven right down the center of our streets where we live. That's a solution. The other solution is let's truck our gravel that is so valuable to where they want to mix it, where it already stinks, another place up. There's a lot of solutions. We're not against industry or growth or progress, but it's got to be sensible. It can't just be helter-skelter, oh, we're going to get 10 more jobs. 400 people are going to move out of the county because now we smell just like the Bay Area. Thank you for your time. Think about it very carefully. I live in Calaveras County because it ain't L.A. That's why I moved here. Thank you.
I'm Brock Estes. I live on Laurent Lane, directly across from the quarry. Well, it was my suggestion initially that we try and come to a compromise and put the batch plant out by the dump. I withdraw that suggestion now. Now that I'm having to reach into my pocket to spend money, I'm not in the mood to compromise. I've given you each a packet. I'll get to only some of it here. It's baseball season. Think of yourselves as umpires handling the video reviews in a room in New York. The ump on the field makes his best effort, but sometimes he gets it wrong, and you are there to either support the call or change it. People once thought this would never work because they're all in the same umpires union. They won't want to say, you are correct, Manager Bochy, our guy got it wrong this time. But in fact, a lot of calls are overturned, and the game is better for that change. Concrete mixing and batch plant ready mix. That's all you've got to look at. You don't see asphalt there. It's singular, isn't it? In Mr. Moore's letter of 4/30/15, he says, paragraph 2, sentence 2, previous county codes referred to both asphalt batch plants and concrete plants. Note that those words were used in plural. Everyone knows the difference between what we call asphalt and what we call concrete, which is really Portland cement concrete. One is dark and odorous, made with petroleum. The other is light, has no smell, and is made with water. One is no longer permitted, since asphalt was removed from the code at about the time a neighborhood was built across the street from the quarry. The other, Portland cement concrete, is still permitted, as it would produce no negative effects to the homeowners or their outdoor active children. If you doubt that, you can call the overseeing agency, as I did. It's the Mine Safety and Health Administration at 707-447-9842 and ask that question. Ask them if ready mix is ever used with asphalt or if it is only used with concrete. And they will tell you, never have we ever heard it used with asphalt. You can also contact Bill Blankenship at the Asphalt Institute in Kentucky, as I did, and he will tell you exactly the same thing. He also added that the term concrete itself is a term of art, means only solid. If the words ready mix were not there, and it was plural, then you could attempt to say it really means asphalt also. But those two little words doom you to failure when this finally gets before a judge. As I told the Planning Commission, my background is in arbitration, and there's one thing that all arbitrators agree on. If one party attempts to use devious tactics, such as deliberately misstating facts, and is exposed, the arbitrator is going to look at every other point that side makes with a healthy dose of skepticism. If you approve this expansion and something goes wrong with Stockton's water supply, you will be placing the taxpayers of this county at great risk. But Ms. Kinderman told us that nothing could possibly go wrong. I'm not saying she's outright lying, because as an officer of the court, she's not allowed to outright lie. But I'm going to use the words fudging and whoppers in the rest of my written submission, which comes with exhibits that provide documentation as to my conclusion that Mrs. Kinderman has been paying fast and loose with the truth at every step in this process. I've given you a packet with 5 written examples and also examples of how Mr. Tuno misstated the facts in his 6-minute presentation on 6/25/15, of which I am focusing on his South Lake Tahoe example. But because my time is limited, I must move to my summation concerning the ethical improprieties committed by Commissioner Tuno on that date. The bigger point is Commissioner Tuno should not have been doing such outside research. There's a California case from 1997. It's Matthews Zahari Corporation versus New Motor Vehicle Board. And it says as follows: ex parte communications lead to a deprivation of a fair hearing when an administrative body utilizes evidence outside the record to reach a conclusion. A minute? 30 seconds. Commissioner Tuno never should have conducted outside research on his own to sway other commissioners based on evidence they did not have before them, and that the parties to the appeal had no way to contest at the hearing. This is a violation of the due process rights of the parties to the appeal. Now that we have provided the board with accurate evidence, we hope you will cure this due process violation by rejecting the Planning Commission's tainted interpretation of the zoning code. Simply overturn the bad call. Thank you. Anyone wants it? I've got it.
My name is Laura Most, and I reside in Rancho Calaveras. I'd like to introduce myself because I haven't been to the board in a long time. A lot of you older board members knew me. I came quite often. But my name's Laura Most. I moved to Rancho Calaveras from Tracy, California in 2000. My husband and I relocated because we wanted to get out of the fog and the smog and move into a more rural area. We chose Rancho Calaveras. My husband is a licensed contractor. He worked in construction all of his adult life, 20 years in bridge construction and 30 years in the housing industry. In 2013, he was diagnosed with COPD and congestive heart failure. His pulmonary doctor said that his illness was because of all the years working around the building materials. He is on oxygen 24/7. I was a licensed real estate agent for several years in Tracy. We resided at Ferris Drive, close to Highway 26. I opposed the proposed asphalt plant at the Hogan Dam Quarry because of many reasons. We, as the residents of the community, were not notified. Not even Stockton East District was notified. They turned in their appeal, but it was late, so their money was returned. Mr. Moody, the general manager of Stockton East Water District, stated in a declaration that he heard about the proposed asphalt plant at Hogan Dam Quarry on the evening news. We, the residents, heard about the proposed asphalt plant in a flyer in the Valley Springs News, along with an article in myvalleysprings.com, upset asphalt parts delivered to quarry, dated May 22nd, 2015. Here are some of my concerns: the air quality, the water safety, increased truck traffic, and there's no general plan now. The health issues. I'm having to make it short because I have emailed all of you, and thank all of you for responding to me. I appreciate that. Dr. Estoesta, who was the previous medical director of Mark Twain St. Joseph's Hospital and Clinic from 1999 to 2003, and now is a full-time primary physician serving Valley Springs and the neighboring communities, has a no to the proposed asphalt plant petition in his office. Dr. Estoesta's letter is enclosed with my presentation, stating that he is very concerned about his patients who will be breathing the toxic chemicals in the air. He goes into detail, but for limited time, his letter is included for the record. He says for our known patients with chronic obstruction, lung disease, bronchial asthma, congestive heart failure, and primary lung disease, these toxic pollutants will quadruple the frequency of wheezing, shortness of breath, difficulty of breathing, coughing to all group age, but in particular could damage the lungs of our young children doing their outdoor sporting events and physical education classes outside their classroom. This will be aggravated, established lung and heart patients for more frequent intensive hospitalization. As these known medical diseases aggravated by toxic pollutants have been substantiated in various medical and occupational textbooks and journals, the U.S. Department of Human Services has a full display of medical literature concerning asphalt plant pollution. In closing, I am enclosing an article entitled Asphalt Proposal Draws Complaints from Neighbors in Santa Rosa in the Wall Street Journal dated August 15, 2012. But many residents in the surrounding West End neighborhood saw the project would allow Bodine to increase its production rate up to threefold, exaggerating what they would call as a long-running problem of dust, noise, and obnoxious fumes. The hardest part is the smell, says Sarah Goering, 37, an event consultant who lives across the street from the plant with her husband, Tyler, and their two small children. I described it as something tarring a roof inside my house, to the point even my 4-year-old complains of the smell and headaches. Thank you. I have copies for all of you. I was at the workshop this morning getting all these for you.
Ma'am, was those included in your email?
Pardon?
Was those included in your email?
Yes, and Dr. East's letter saying that too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. We still have a few moments of morning left. My name is Janice Bassett, and I live in Valley Springs. I'm an asthma sufferer, and I live 1/2 mile downwind from the proposed asphalt plant. The asphalt plant, of course, is already assembled, so Every time I look out at my deck, I am filled with concern and worry about what my future holds as far as the effects on my health. At the community meeting that we hosted on July 25th at the event center, we asked the question, there was about 65 people there. Who in this room has respiratory issues or has a member of their household with respiratory issues? 22 people raised their hand. That's a third of the people that were there. One of the most disturbing aspects of this whole project is how it is unfolded, with the complete disregard of our process by our representatives. If not for the pure lack of pure luck, the information got to my Valley Springs, who then alerted the rest of the community. We would have seen an asphalt plant already in production. We'd be waking up one morning and go, what is that smell? What are all these trucks going through our neighborhood? What's going on here? And it would have already been too late because we would have missed the opportunity. After reading about the asphalt plant in the paper, I contacted District 1 supervisor, and I asked him, so is the asphalt plant a done deal? And he said, well, now there are petitions filed, so there will be hearings. He then informed me that every argument that he had seen against the asphalt plant was based on completely false information. When I expressed my concern about the proximity to my home, his response was, well, just what kind of industry would you people welcome in our community? I took his answer as a suggestion that I was wrong to be concerned and that I did not appreciate efforts to bring jobs and revenue into our county. I received no indication that he had any concern in the interest of my health or the health of my neighbors. Later, I contacted my own supervisor. I asked him just when in this process were the people going to have an opportunity to weigh in. He told me to ask Brian Moss and to be sure to go to the meetings. I then told him that all I knew about the asphalt plant is what I had recently read in the papers. And it looked to me like the residents were being left out of the process. And he said, you can't believe what you read in the papers. I don't read the newspapers because I only deal with facts. But he shared no facts with me. Once again, I was dismissed by my own elected representative. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Lou Mayhew. I wanted to just make a couple of comments. One, early on, after reading the staff report, I concluded that Mr. Maurer's decision was unfortunate. It was really not supported by the legislative record, and that at best, the most you could say is that that record was ambiguous. And if it's ambiguous, then it would be really behoove you to default in the favor of finding it got left out of the code, asphalt plants or mixed plants. And in doing so, essentially favor residents who live in the area. There would be a concern for the river and other issues. After hearing the earlier presentation by the appellant's attorney, it seems to me the code really does have a number of, it's threaded with references to concrete, which do not make any reference to asphalt. So I don't know what you do with that, but I thought it was pretty powerful. In any event, if it's ambiguous or simply prohibited, that's an oversight of the code. And I don't think you should resolve that in the favor of, and I think this is important, making it a permitted right countywide in M1 and M2 zones. I don't think you understand the implications of that. I haven't heard those discussed. Where are those parcels? Is it appropriate? Because once you make that decision, you can't go back. So I hope you don't make that decision. I think something for later discussion is the county process that allows the planning director to make this kind of sweeping decision that affects parcels, similarly zoned parcels, countywide with no public notice. I think that is simply a bad procedure, and in the future, it really needs to be revised. So in sum, I think a mistake was made by the planning director. It was sustained by the planning commission, and I think you need to correct that. I hope you are not counting on the following agenda item to require some kind of a review. I think that would be unfortunate, because what you would have done as your first step was make asphalt plants a permitted use countywide in those zones. And that would stand. And I think that would be an unfortunate decision. Thank you.
Tom Casino, Calaveras Planning Coalition. First, on behalf of the coalition, I would like to thank every business in Calaveras County that has applied for a use permit and has followed its conditions. Because of these businesses, neighbors and businesses throughout Calaveras County coexist in productive harmony. These businesses have balanced their interests with those of their neighbors, and for this we thank them. We hope that you supervisors will overturn the Planning Commission decision that an asphalt plant is allowed by right in the M1 and M2 zones. We believe that a common sense, plain meaning, clear and straightforward interpretation of the zoning code helps everyone comply. Asphalt plants should be considered, quote, mineral extraction, processing, and milling, unquote, and mineral extraction production, unquote, which require a use permit in both the M1 and M2 zones. This is consistent with their need for a use permit to address hazardous materials. Furthermore, the use permit process gives planning commissioners and supervisors alike a constructive opportunity to balance the interests of the project's applicants with those of the project's neighbors. Finally, let's review the visits we have had from Abbott and Kinderman over the last several years. First, they advocated for allowing golf courses in the ag zone by right, so that their one client could keep his 18-hole olive orchard. The Board of Supervisors then did not buy it. Second, they advocated allowing outdoor shooting ranges by right without use permits and environmental review, so their one client could build a shooting range without a permit. The Board of Supervisors then did not buy it. Now, they want you to allow asphalt plants in the M1 and M2 zone by right without use permits and environmental review, so their one client can build his asphalt plant without a permit. As the sitting Board of Supervisors, you should not buy this last scheme to turn our zoning code upside down. Other mineral processing operations have gotten use permits. Now it's Ford's turn. Thank you and God bless.
Joyce TeckleMyValleySprings.com. I'm going to start reading addresses. 1191 Limbaugh Road, Arnold, California, Zone M1. 1470 Limbaugh Road, Arnold, California, Zone M1. 1145 Dunbar Road, M1. 1301 Limbaugh Road, M1. 1241 Dunbar Road, M1. There's several more from Arnold. I'm going to move down to Valley Springs now. 2400 Double Springs Road, M1. 3601 Double Springs Road, M1. 2918 Highway 12, M1. That's in San Andreas. 5476 Highway 12, Wallace, M1. 5475, Highway 12, Wallace, M1. 223, Baker Street, Copperopolis, M1. 110, Lone Dove Lane, Murphy's, M1. 969, Highway 4, Murphy's, M1. Now we're moving to M2. 4784, Old Gulch Road, San Andreas, M2. 3371, Highway 12, Valley Springs. 3466, Highway 12, Valley Springs. 3466, Highway 12, Valley Springs. 3474, Toyon Circle, Valley Springs. 3304, Highway 12, Valley Springs. 135, Vista Drive, Valley Springs. 3463, Double Springs Road, M2. 746, Pool Station Road. 806, Pool Station Road. 928, Pool Station Road. 2286, Pool Station Road. 2288, Pool Station Road. 1250, Pool Station Road. 1765, Pool Station Road. All in San Andreas, all M2. 680, Churchill Road, San Andreas. 714, Churchill Road. 746, Churchill Road. 780, Churchill Road. 812, Churchill Road. 846, Churchill Road. These are all M2. 968, Churchill Road. Set 2171, Pool Station Road. 924, Churchill Road. 1845, Pool Station Road, San Andreas. 1951, Pool Station Road. 1775, Pool Station Road. 1811, Pool Station Road. 178, Wendell Court, San Andreas. 160, Wendell Court. 140, Wendell Court. 116, Wendell Court. 133, Wendell Court. 165, Wendell Court. 182, Wendell Court. All M2. 115, George Reed Drive. 151, George Reed Drive. 303, George Reed Drive. 321, George Reed Drive. 334, George Reed Drive. 320, George Reed Drive. 270, George Reed Drive. 116, George Reed Drive. 206, George Reed Drive. All San Andreas, all M2. 120, Toma Court. 6360, Delos Angeles Road, Campo Seco. 1201, Highway 12, Valley Springs. 2268, Evans Road. I live there. 214, Highway 12. 42, Highway 26. 3330, Highway 12. 1250, Pool Station Road. 1250, Pool Station Road. These are Valley Springs. 148 Main Street. 148 Main Street. 138 Main Street. 116 Main Street. 94 Main Street. 76 Main Street. 42 Main Street. 18 Main Street. 10 Main Street. All M2, all in Valley Springs. 1611 Watertown Road, Campo Seco. 100 Coast Center Drive, Campo Seco. 1275 Paloma Road, Campo Seco, all M2. 12313 Comanche Parkway South in Burson. 12114 Comanche Parkway South in Burson. 30 seconds? Okay. I'm probably going to be leaving off Copperopolis. 1109 Paloma Road, Campo Seco. 3365 Highway 12, Burson. 6634 Flint Coat Road. 1250 Pool Station Road. 150, I didn't get that. 4463 Rock Creek Road. Hodson Road. 1549 Hodson Road. 7845 Camp 9. And those last four I wrote, that's all the parcels associated with it. I didn't read those. Thank you.
Ma'am, can I ask you a question? Where did that information come from? Could I see a list?
A list of all the parcels in Calaveras County. We pulled the M2, M1, and ME listings off.
Okay.
That's from your parcels.
Thank you. There you go, ma'am.
And the parcel numbers are there.
Thank you.
And that list.
My name is Terry Henderson, and I've spoken a few times with the planning commissioners, and at that time I had my statement written. Today I am giving you packets, and they have those statements that were written for that meeting, those two meetings, and also petitions that were collected by community members who are opposed to the asphalt plant. There were some that were submitted online, and also some that were written signatures, and there's a total of 959 signatures of concerned residents who do not want an asphalt plant in the residential area of Rancho Calaveras.
How much was that again?
959 signatures altogether, and they're in this packet. I also included a map that was the one that was shown earlier by the Calaveras Enterprise, and I marked where my home is. I live on 3694 Laurent Lane, and that's about a quarter mile away from the proposed asphalt plant. So I noticed at the beginning they stated that their hours of operation would change from what they are now to 4 a.m. to 6 p.m. And my concern is my husband drives to Tracy every morning to go to work. He leaves our home at 5:30 in the morning. And there's already trucks on the road coming up at that time of morning. But if they start at 4 in the morning, it's going to be a lot more dangerous for our people who have to commute to the valley. We have a lot of residents who live in Calaveras County who commute down to the valley for jobs. It's just the way it is. We don't have the jobs here to support. And I don't feel that this asphalt plant will provide enough jobs to make any significant improvement in our county. And I work for the school district. I'm chapter president of CSEA, and Calaveras Unified is suffering from declining enrollment. And we have been declining for the last 4 or 5 years. And if anybody has been around the Rancho Calaveras area, there's a lot of houses out there for sale. But once this asphalt plant was proposed, Silver Rapids had 4 new for sale signs go up just as soon as that was announced. So people are leaving the area just because of just hearing about this asphalt plant is causing people to leave the area. My concern is that, the school district has made a vote to keep our small schools open, which is a good thing, I think. All areas need to have schools. I think that brings people in. And so I'm really happy that the district chose to take the small schools off the chopping list because they were trying to remove our 3 smallest schools. And so anyways, but I think that the Board of Supervisors really needs to be very careful what type of expansions that we allow into this county. The rock quarry is there. We knew that moving into our home. We've lived there on Laurent Lane since 1994. And I remember as a child, as a teenager learning to drive, Rancho Calaveras was a bunch of roads to nowhere. So that was the place to go to practice driving. And at that time, the road, Silver Rapids, didn't even connect to the rock quarry. So that was something that came later. So when the residential area was put in, it did not have access to Highway 26 from the rock quarry. The rock quarry was installed in 1960 when I was a child, and that was to expand the dam. And one of my main concerns is that we were not informed by the county or Ford Construction or anybody as a resident of the area that they were even proposing to change the use of the rock quarry. And I really feel that the county has done an injustice to Stockton East Water District by denying to hear their appeal, because I feel like they have a legitimate appeal. They own 56.5% of the water rights in Hogan, so it was very disrespectful for them not to be notified and then not to be able to be heard. Thank you.
I'm Judy Morgan, and I live on Silver Rapids Road between Huckleberry and Antonovich. the largest purchase a person makes in their life is their home. This county approved parceling of the land between the rock quarry and Hogan Dam and Highway 26 for residential use a long time ago. This encouraged people to build and buy homes there. Also, years ago, the term asphalt was taken out of the approved uses for M1 and M2, as has already been stated. Those who bought homes in the area were okay with the quarry, but asphalt production was not even imagined to be a use at the quarry, and an asphalt plant should not be there. It does not mix with residential. If this plant is approved, the county is robbing people of that area of the value of their property and the right to a healthy environment. Thank you.
Slow enough. Good. My name is Dana Gaspers. I'm a resident of Rancho Calaveras. We moved here in 1999, and what sold me on our house really was the way it smelled outside. I remember walking around saying, this smells like camping. I love this. The smell was everything to me. I grew up in Los Angeles County. In the 60s and 70s, we had smog alerts to the point where there were days where we weren't allowed to go outside. You could not go outside except to go to the vehicle. So I know what it's like to have bad air quality. We've heard that the quality, the smell is going to be minimal should the asphalt plant be put in here. My answer to that is minimal is too much. We don't want minimal. I spent a lot of time outside. I don't want to smell anything but dirt, horses, and trees. That's why we're here. Like I said, I'm from LA, then I went to the Bay Area for several years. We moved to Rancho Calaveras, Valley Springs area because we wanted to get away from that. I don't want it down the street. I don't think anybody does. To go through with this would kind of take away the reason we moved here to begin with. I know that's a little emotional, but that's how I feel about it. I'm speaking as a wife, a mom. I stay home. I take care of everything at the house, and, I don't want it tainted with this. I do notice in the morning that the noise of the traffic from 26, we can hear it in the morning and the evening, and it has increased, and I imagine it's going to be more with the growth of our community. But I can only imagine what the addition of the trucks from the asphalt plant, how that would affect it. And I do want to say, by the way, I'm really, really impressed with all of our citizens and all the research that everybody has done, and I can only imagine what more we would have had we had more time to put stuff together. In addition, I've also been asked to read, in addition to the M1, M2 zonings, here's three specifics. Number one is San Andreas, the Mountain Oaks Charter School is surrounded by M2 parcels on Pool Station Road. That's around the school. Okay, the second one is Arnold in White Pines. There are 12 M1 parcels off of Dunbar Road near Hazel Fisher School. It's already a highly congested traffic area. The other one is downtown Valley Springs. A large 31-acre M2 PD industrial parcel is located in the middle of town. I'm not really sure what R3 means. Was handed this. Anyway, the point of reading that is, should all that go through, or should this go through, we are setting a precedent, as she said, for asphalt plants everywhere. Not that we would do that, but you understand what I'm saying. Anyway, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nancy Furtado. I live at 3565 Silver Rapids Road. My concerns are, I'll just read my letter. I submitted it to you on Friday through email. I live just about the closest to the rock quarry, and I can tell you I'm not pleased with the proposed asphalt batch plant on the Calaveras River. The mishaps that can and possibly will affect our county's drinking supply is outrageous.
There would be chemicals on the shores just above the water company. Need I say more? Noise pollution fumes, trucks up and down the roadways, loss of our property values, and I'm sure there's more. Isn't it enough? My house rumbles at times when the quarry blows up rock, and also a lot of residents have also claimed that. They say there will be no residual effects on anything. I do not believe them. They won't protect us. They do not even follow the mining rules and regulations that they have now. How can we believe that they will follow any other regulations? It is my belief that the asphalt plant is not a permitted use. And I also Googled, and I think that's a good search engine, cement, and I inadvertently put cement when it should have been concrete, fast plants, and ready mix. But I hope you'll consider this information, even though I put cement when that's a liquid form of some concrete. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Randy Gossett. Excuse me. I live on Silver Rapids Road. I just have 2 letters I'd like to read. I didn't write either one, but I signed one. This is to the Board of Supervisors. My name is Justin. I have 2 brothers, and we all go to CHS. I love the summer. I live close to the river below Lake Hogan. I'm 15. Me and my friends go swimming there all the time, 2 to 3 times a day. Sometimes we fish mostly. Sometimes we fish, but mostly hang out with my friends. I'm thinking about it right now. If I close my eyes, I can almost feel the shade and the coolness on the river on really hot days. I can hear the leaves in the wind and smell the river smell. The blackberries are ripe now. There's nothing better than blackberries off the vine. There are all sorts of birds, too. My mom said that's why we moved here, for clean air and water. I used to live in Lodi. She said that you're putting an asphalt plant in and stink up the air. She can't have bad air, something with her heart. I don't want stinky air, and my friends don't either. If you had kids and you lived by the river, they would tell you the same. It's bad for you too, and who would want to run around all day in stinky air? I don't want to move again, but my mom said that we will have to if you build the asphalt plant. I don't want this to be my last summer here at the river. Maybe all of you should come out to the river for a day and bring your kids. Then you'll know what to do. Just don't be late getting home or you might get grounded. This is signed Justin Dillon. Here's the next letter. Dear County officials, I object to the proposed asphalt plant at Hogan Dam Quarry for the following reasons. There was no notice to the public prior to the project being approved by the planning director as a permitted by right use, resulting in no opportunity to debate the issue and voice our concerns. Our right to due process was violated. Air pollution emitted by the plant will be trapped in a bowl-like formation where the quarry is located, creating a concentration of toxins in the air that will eventually deposit into the river, the lake, and in our bodies. The many residents with autoimmune disease, COPD, asthma, and other respiratory disorders will be harmed. Children are much more susceptible to these toxins. We must consider the cumulative impacts. At the very least, an environmental impact report should be required before approval is considered. Toxic fumes will spread through our town by as many as 10,000 trucks per year, each one loaded with 25 tons of exposed asphalt. Residents will not be able to enjoy or sell their homes due to the noxious fumes and the constant stream of heavy trucks. Property values will fall. Lower property values would result in lower property taxes paid to the county. Hazardous materials could potentially spill on the roads or into the river. We are counting on you to protect the health and property of the residents of Calaveras County. An asphalt plant should not be allowed by right anywhere in M1 and M2 zoning. This is everybody's backyard, and some of these parcels are next to medical clinics and schools. Our Calaveras zoning code requires a conditional use permit because of the hazardous materials used in an asphalt plant. The proposed asphalt plant is a project under California law and requires environmental impact report. Please vote in your best interest. Sincerely. So this is signed by me and 193 other friends, local residents here in the area this weekend.
Mr. Chairman, members, my name's Arthur Ramirez. I live on Ross Drive, close to Valley Springs. I'm here for my neighbors, and I thank you for holding up your lunch for me for a few minutes. I'm just going to read a quick section of 1602 Fish and Game Code, Fishing and Wildlife Code now. An entity may not substantially divert or obstruct the natural flow or substantially change the use of any material from the bed, channel, or bank of any river, stream, or lake, or deposit, or dispose of debris, waste, or other materials containing crumbled, flaked, or ground pavement where it may pass, it doesn't have to pass, where it may pass into any river, stream, lake. So I really feel that you need to look at your Fish and Game Code and make sure that these people have a valid stream bed alteration agreement. Please. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Vicki Reinke, Calaveras County Republicans. I know we have two things on the agenda on the asphalt, so I'm going to try to stick to this first agenda item, but may need to give you background information to understand our position. We supported, and we do still support, the recommendation and the resolution before us that says to deny the appeal from myvalleysprings.com. And one of their biggest arguments, I want to kind of give you a little bit of background. Why is the Republican Party even coming up here and talking about quarry or an asphalt plant? And the reason is because we feel that we need economic development in our county. And so when we see projects come forward, we're going to study the project, see what we find, if it's a good project or not. And so that's what we did when we first saw the asphalt plant come out. We did some research, and I'll go over some of that research. But our conclusion after our study came to the conclusion that an asphalt plant is a good project for a quarry. It fits right in. We also found evidence that it is not a polluting industry. So just based on that, that's how come we're here, because of the project. And we will continue to look at projects that come to our county because we're concerned about economic growth. And understand that the neighbors should and would come out and give their opinions about something being built near them. But you all get the fun part of deciding what's best for the county and whether or not the arguments are legitimate or not. So I'll give you some of the other side to that. So the main thing that they talked about was that an asphalt plant was not specified in the permitting or the M2 or whatever. Well, looking through and researching, I came up with all kinds of terms for asphalt plants. They were called batch plants, which is in that. That is an asphalt plant. As a matter of fact, when I went to the EPA's website to find out their information on asphalt plants, they call it asphalt cement manufacturing.
That's the term they use. So the terms are different in different places you go to look. But I think industry-wise, a batch plant, asphalt plant, cement plant, they're kind of all intertwined. And basically, asphalt is like a cement product. It's mixed. It's got a liquid that goes in it, and then it hardens. It's just a different product. So anyway, that argument, I don't see it, and we think that the N2 zone should be a zone for an asphalt plant, and that what Mr. Maurer has done was correct. So with that, you know, again, this is a decision you're making now, but also based on what we've heard from other people before me was that there's going to be pollutants, that the air is going to be, and those are some of the things that my research and our research found not to necessarily be true. I think the one telling piece of information that we found was that the EPA in 2002 removed asphalt plants from the HAP list of hazardous industries because they did studies on 2 huge asphalt plants, one in Los Angeles, California, and one back east, I think was in Massachusetts. And after those studies, they came away taking that industry off the list of hazardous air pollutants. And the same thing with the chemicals that are used. They show that they are in very small quantities, so that they aren't hazardous. And I think just common sense tells us if asphalt was so hazardous, why are we putting it on our roads? 30 seconds. And also, they line water beds with asphalt. And when you see it now, a worker out putting asphalt on the ground, you don't see him wearing an hazmat suit. So, you know, I think we have to look at this also from a practical standpoint, and is it really going to cause all the problems that people are fearful of? Again, in our studying, we don't think so, and that's why we continue to support this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Al Segala. The Taxpayer Association. With all the fear in this room and some hatred, I thought I'd go incognito, so I'm going to put these glasses on. You all recognize me now.
I feel safer now, Al.
We see your name tag. We previously looked into this, and initially we thought this is going to be a problem. And then it wasn't until we got full information a while later that we realized that, number one, asphalt is not a pollutant. And number two, there's so much regulation regarding emissions that that is already covered. They have a system to prevent the fumes from hurting the neighbors. If that were not the case, then our Taxpayer Association would seek to protect the property rights of the neighbors. But in this case, we're protecting the property rights of the owner of the quarry. And so we support the opinion of the planning director. Incidentally, we thought originally that perhaps the planning director was hired because he has a nice personality and is handsome. And then, but later we discovered he's actually got brains too. And so we want to compliment you on hiring him, and for him with his courage to look at something and come across with what we think is honest information, which seeks to protect property rights of the business. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments?
I just wanted to say, if it's been shown that the asphalt plant is not going to be an environmental hazard to the county, then I don't see a problem with it. Vicki and her group has done research on it, and Al has looked into it, taken an honest look at all sides of it. And if the property owner had a right to do that when they started up and purchased the property and started up their business, if they had a right to do that, then that right should be protected. That's your job is to protect the rights of the people, whether it's the minority or the majority. And people that have moved into that area, they're aware that there is the quarry there and what goes along with that. I mean, that's part of, your due diligence when you move into an area, find out what's going on. So I'm supporting of the quarry if it's not going to be a hazard to the, environmental health. Thank you.
Oops, I'm not supposed to do that. Good afternoon, Colleen Platt, excuse me, with my Valley Springs, and I'm also a Rancho Calaveras resident. I'm not sure what to talk about. There's a lot of things to talk about at the next hearing, too, but some things have come up this time. Just first to address Supervisor Oliveira's question where the list came from that George showed you. Where that list came from of M2 and M2 parcels, it was directly from the county GIS department. They actually gave us a list of 43,000 parcels plus. And we took everything out of there but that was left, so that's where that came from. And to address something that Mr. Segallo just said about the emissions already being covered, that's not so. The engineer's report that just came out a week or so ago only covers, number one, emissions from the asphalt plant itself. It doesn't cover emissions from all the trucks. It doesn't cover the asphalt fumes, toxic things coming out of the trucks that are driving through these neighborhoods, that are driving through our town of Valley Springs and the intersection. There's nothing in that report that covers those emissions, so all of those emissions are totally uncovered at this time under calling this a permitted use by right. Let me see. A couple of things that just briefly got mentioned that I don't think have been discussed enough is this business about the reclamation plan and the existing mining use plan. We don't believe the county can grandfather in a new asphalt plant under an old vested gravel operation. Basically, this was vested as a grandfathered use as an aggregate gravel operation. Now they're talking about a new use as an asphalt production plant. We don't believe that can be grandfathered in. That's why we believe it requires a use permit. Also, we don't believe you can grandfather an asphalt plant into the current reclamation plan. That also was for a gravel operation. That document is on file with the State Division of Mines and Geology. That was created in 1990 with the blessing of the Planning Commission. There was, it says, failure to comply with any of these conditions could result in revocation of this permit. For the purpose of this reclamation plan, the project site and activities shall consist of the following: a gravel operation and appurtenant structure equipment, and off-site hauling of an average of 10 trips a day. 10 trips a day. We're not talking 10,000 trucks a year. 10 trips a day. There was a staff report and there was an environmental review done on the reclamation plan only. And one of the conditions says, 11-9, any change in the nature of the proposed operation shall require a distinct and separate mining use permit and mining reclamation plan application and approval. This is a document on file with the county, and it's on file with the state. The applicant was Ford Construction in 1990. What else is relevant? The plan was reviewed by all mandatory state and local agencies during processing. The Division of Mines and Geology responded to the proposed reclamation plan with a recommendation that the plan be supplemented to respond to several mandatory items to be witnessed. After reviewing these responses, planning staff also had additional recommendations. So this went through a lot of review. This is not just a boilerplate thing that came out of nowhere. The conditions here were carefully thought out and applied. And also quoted in here, as I mentioned before, this is the only clue we've had as to what the existing traffic was to be. It says the applicant indicated that the operation has an average of 10 hauls a day, and that the volume is not anticipated to increase. Now, we've been hearing from the applicant that their truck traffic will not increase. 10 trips a day to 10,000 a year is an increase. I just wanted to get that out there. So this reclamation plan is based on that. It's based on 13 findings and 14 conditions. It was filed by the Division of Mines and Geology. You have a letter here that says we will keep this in our file. So I don't think this is something to be taken lightly. I do believe the reclamation plan should be addressed and revised if this asphalt plant goes in. Robert Selman mentioned that in 2006 with the press release. Updates to the reclamation plan may be necessary when they came at that time with an application. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Hi, my name is Peter Race. I'm from Genelin. I live on a river. I live right next to Rancho. And just want to bring a couple of items here. A long time ago, my mom always told me people will judge you who you're running around with. I appreciate bimbos and bimbettes as much as I do employees or hired hand from Caltrans. Nobody starts worrying about asphalt, how poison it is. $100,000 at 12 and 26. People say, oh my God, it's going to pollute the air when those trucks go up and down. Well, it depends where you're bringing the asphalt from. How much pollution is that pollutant? I have not heard, maybe it's not roses when asphalt is poured. I'm sure it's not. Okay? But it sure is nice when somebody wants a bicycle path through the forest. Asphalt. I'm sure it's real nice when you're pouring asphalt from San Francisco to the forest so people can ride bicycles. Asphalt is sure is nice when you're going to ride your bicycle from San Francisco up into the hills. Now, well, there's a lot of bimbos and bimbettes in this road, and they're very easy to panic for whatever reason. But right now, how many trucks are going to go through, how much noise it's going to make? I haven't heard anybody bitch about the garbage trucks going through. I haven't heard anybody bitch about the school buses going through. Can you imagine if there would be no asphalt roads? How those kids get to school? If there's anything that can be shown that asphalt contraption that's there was not approved or not made into the original conditions of the development of that gravel, fine. That's one thing. But somebody purchased that thing a long time before Rancho got developed. And I'm sure some folks who live near on the other side of the river, which I do, if you don't do your due diligence and think you get a good buy, so you can, you really beat the racket. I bought this property. I got a good deal on it. But you never had the brains to check in. Hey, what's the big empty lot over there? They used to be complaining about go boom boom over there when they're blasting rocks. It wasn't thunder, it was blasting. If they're against asphalt and the pollution it's made, they better check with the officials. There's a guy by the name of Moss over there. I trust him. Is it a pollutant? Because right down the street, there's a fishery fish swim in that asphalt tub. If just because you don't like the development of Valley Spring, I don't care if you claim to own it or not. I haven't seen anybody come up with the money to pay my property tax yet. I don't care if who they work for, who hired them. I don't care if Caltrans paid for the folks. And I really appreciate all these great minds coming out from all over the state and neighbors to save our butt from pollution. Well, then I remember that the same bimbos who were telling me that Mount Himalaya is going to melt, and then a couple of years ago we were supposed to be underwater. But I was looking forward to have a boat next to my house, 500-year flood. A lot of people can be scared, panic, don't like it.
30 seconds.
They keep drinking the Kool-Aid, but they can be scared. The world's not going to end. It will help the economy, and it cut air pollution down because you don't have to truck asphalt in from Timbuktu. So that's a plus. And all those bicycle riders are looking for nice, smooth asphalt roads to save the road. I appreciate bimbos and bimbettes. They're nice to see when they realize the reality of life.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter.
You're welcome, sir. Anytime.
Hello, I'm Clyde from Valley Springs, and I'm not an idiot, and I'm not hateful. And that's the reason I wasn't going to come here and talk, but I own property in Valley Springs and Rancho. And I actually came up and visited Hogan's in 1965. I was a kid then, no gray hair. And so the quarry, when I bought the property, the quarry was a hole in the ground and it wasn't there. The quarry was not a commercial venture until Rancho went in because there's no way to get to the quarry besides Hogan Road, which at that time was park gravel to get to the quarry. The quarry, when it was dug in, and actually it started out with two small mines. I believe one was 5 acres and 1/7, and the mine was called Pothole Mine. And that was 100 and some years ago. So this roughly 10 acres has grown into over 40 acres. I mean, this mine is ongoing. And it's actually taken other property in the meantime. And La Catina wasn't here, so you couldn't get through the quarry to La Catina either. And when the quarry was first dug in, it was conveyed by a conveyor belt from the quarry to where it went to the dam, to dump that. And then it was closed down in roughly 65 when the quarry was done. And believe it or not, a supervisor came to my house and goes, gee, we're thinking that they're wanting to open the quarry up. Lombardi's owned it at that time. And what would you guys think? Well, Mr. Fox lived on the corner of Silver Rapids and Hart-Dixon. And there was not a quarry stop there because you didn't have La Catina, so there was no reason to stop. And so he didn't want the trucks going by if they put a quarry in at 65 miles by his road. So how about a four-way stop? The county put a four-way stop in. Dixon lived on it, and at that time, back in the 70s, the roads were brand new in Rancho. I didn't have to complain about the potholes or nothing. They were new. So Dixon goes, well, they're going to tear up Silver Rapids. So the guy goes, I'll pave Silver Rapids, all the way from the quarry to the highway, to highway standards, which is better than the county roads. And then we wanted about the times. All those conditions were met. They're gone now. So the quarry, and then at that point, they got upset with the supervisor and then recalled him because he brought the quarry in. And so at that point, they tried to recall him and it didn't work because the paper came on and asked us what we thought about it because there was only 4 people even lived by it at that time. I was one of them. And we said we didn't have a problem because we worked it all out. But now they're doing this. I don't get a phone call from the county. No one tells me nothing. You know, I live there. I have property up in Strawberry. Every time they work on 108 at Strawberry, I get a letter from the planning department. Can you believe that? Tell me, hey, we're going to do some work in your area. of course you're going to put a toxic waste dump on my house. Now that's not, shouldn't notify me for that. I mean, when they're getting ready to ban the trails here, Victoria comes to my house, hey, Clyde, we're going to let go of the trails and stuff. I go, well, keep the ones by the river because I use them. Okay, we'll do that. No one tells me this is going on. I get someone, a neighbor, did you know this is going on in your neighborhood, Clyde? This just amazes me. And then I go to find out what's going on. My supervisors can't talk because it's not some thing. So now there's gentlemen come up here and they want to speak. Oh, you want to speak for 5 minutes? So this is when you guys are supposed to get the input. We get 5 minutes to tell you, and you're going to educate yourself. There's some people I'd like to listen to more. Now me, I probably won't want to listen that much to. So I'm going to let you guys go. Good luck.
Any other public comments? None? Okay. So I've been requested by staff to take a lunch break. We have to follow the rules. So that's what we're going to do. We'll be back at 4:02. All right, welcome back from lunch. Yeah, I just want to make a couple of quick announcements. There was an item that was left off of the electronic agenda.
No, it was off the printed agenda.
Printed agenda, and it's been updated. It was on the electronic agenda, but it wasn't on the printed agenda. It was item number 10. And we'll go back to it after we're finished with this. It has to do with authorization for a board chair to sign a letter of support for the Mark Twain Healthcare District construction at new clinic at Valley Springs. So, got to have that one in, right? So we'll do that after. That'll be the feel-good thing. So, and then so that means that we are on agenda item number 12 right now, right? Number 12, and we will continue. I would like to ask if there are any other members of the public that want to talk and come up and talk about what has been going on so far. If you've spoken once, that's it.
On the agenda down here, it's items 11 and 12, but on here,
We replaced the agendas that were out there this morning with the updated version. So if you picked one up this morning, it was missing the item that Supervisor Edson mentioned, number 10. If you got them after lunch, you have the correct agenda.
All right, so if you got them after lunch, you have the correct agenda. It's just we added number 10 in there. And, oh, by the way, that was my fault. That's what she said. It's my fault. I said, bring it on. It's going to be a lot of things my fault. So. All right, so basically it's just the addition of the support for that clinic at Valley Springs, and that's number 10. So now we are on number 12. And I'm asking once again if there are any more public comments that wish to get up and speak. We're moving on in the appeal hearing. Okay, so we are just where we left off was public comments. I wanted to make sure that we start off with public comments. So we are right back there. Next will be the applicant. Will be a summation by the applicant Yeah. So I would like to give the applicant a chance to talk.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bill Abbott, Abbott and Kinderman, on behalf of Ford Construction and CB Asphalt. The issue at the moment is a fairly narrow issue of interpretation of your code as it stands today. There was 20-odd speakers that preceded me, spoke passionately about a number of issues, and those issues, frankly, from my perspective, invoke questions of how the ordinance ought to be rewritten, how you should amend your development code, but really we're not focused on the question of what does your code say today with respect to the proposed use. I have with me today representatives from Ford Construction, CB Asphalt. If you have any technical questions regarding the operations, that's not, I don't think, terribly germane to the interpretation question, but I want you to know that they're here if you have any questions about the proposed activities. There was a suggestion by one of the speakers that this interpretation of what was an allowed use in the zoning code was something that Abbott and Kinderman conjured up. I'm flattered that this is the first time in my career in almost 40 years I've ever been attributed with that kind of statement. But let's deal with what happened. I mean, the issue before you is an interpretation from Mr. Maurer. And if you review the Planning Commission staff report, which I believe is in your packet, Mr. Maurer sets forth a detailed review of how he reached his conclusion. And the protocol that he followed is, in fact, the protocol that you would see any professional planner engage in California. They start with your current code. To the extent an issue is subject to multiple interpretations, the next item in order is to go look at the legislative history, which is what Mr. Maurer testified to, and in fact is reflected in the staff report. And then beyond that, look at the administrative history. How has this county administered this code in the past? Those are the narrow issues that are before you today. And this whole debate about a hot plant doesn't start with this project. The evidence is the county has granted, by my understanding, 3 permits for hot plants on this very site. In 2007, the same zoning district, the county issued permits without going through the use permit process on another asphalt plant. So this is not something that is before the county for the first time. You have documents in your records and in the administrative record that reflect how the county has administered code in the past. So this is not some interpretation by Mr. Maurer, and we, of course, support his interpretation, that we're just making up out of thin air. So, again, his protocol in terms of trying to resolve this interpretation is exactly the practice that you would want your planning staff to engage in. And his interpretation is documented, it's in the record, it's well-reasoned, it's based upon your code, and it's based upon past administrative practices of this county. And his interpretation is consistent with all of that. This fact pattern of trying to interpret a code is certainly not rare. I've been a legal advisor for rural counties for almost 40 years. I currently represent 5 counties, mainly the Planning Department, Board of Supervisors, Planning Commission. This type of issue comes up frequently. So what do the courts look for? The courts look for the kind of analysis that your staff has performed. Because the courts recognize that as the Board of Supervisors, a zoning code, as compared to the California Building Code, is a unique animal that is unique to your jurisdiction. So the courts will defer, give a great deal of deference to how you interpret your own code. So we would certainly support the interpretation by Mr. Maurer, an interpretation that's documented and was independently vetted by your planning commission. You know, they reviewed all the evidence, they reviewed the testimony, they heard the testimony from the public, and they agreed with Mr. Maurer's interpretation. One note of caution I would make based upon some of the testimony I heard before. It appeared that there was extrapolation from the building code into the zoning code. And my note of caution is that under California law, the California building codes are adopted by the state building commissions. Those codes in turn are passed down to local governments under the authority of state law. It is not uncommon for building codes to include the state's definitions, and those vary from those in your zoning code. So I think what you're charged with is trying to interpret the four corners of your zoning code, as Mr. Maurer has done. There was reference to the air quality study, just to make sure that you understand. The APCO had the proposed hot plant analyzed. The report that came back, not the applicant's expert, the expert hired by the county, demonstrates that the proposed hot plant satisfies all applicable air quality requirements. That's the scope of the analysis. That was the question that was asked, and that's the report that has come back.
Excuse me, sir?
Yes.
You keep using the word hot plant. You're the first one to use that today. Are you referring to the same asphalt plant?
Thank you for bringing that up. As the speakers have pointed out, there is some interchangeability of terms here. So the mixing of the proposed plant by CB asphalt is what I'm referring to. This is the on-site type of...
I figured you were. I just wanted to clarify because I hadn't heard that term today, and there's some mixing of terms.
So, we support Mr. Maurer's analysis and the decision of the Planning Commission. We think that analysis is well documented. I'm not going to repeat that for you because you already have that in your materials. I want to emphasize, the issues that are on the slide. One of the questions raised is whether or not a new mining use permit. I think Mr. Maurer gave you the appropriate explanation of how the original use permit was required for this project. I believe it was in conjunction with the reclamation plan. The county used a CUP for that purpose. That doesn't dictate a new use permit on that site. It does not answer the question of interpreting your code. And finally, I wanted to reinforce the point with respect to the amendment or the alleged amendment to the reclamation plan. The reclamation law in California is very clear. It doesn't say any change within the four corners of an approved reclamation plan has to be reflected in an amendment. The code specifically talks about a substantial change. And if you remember Mr. Maurer's discussion and his analysis that this plan is going to be proposed within the four corners, doesn't require any modification, doesn't extend the life of the mining operation, those are all relevant considerations to the question of whether or not you have to have an amendment to the reclamation plan. And I don't think under any reasonable interpretation of those facts, you can reach a conclusion that there's a substantial change that would necessitate an amendment. We concur and we support Mr. Maurer's analysis that of the Planning Commission. The other issues as to how you could possibly amend your code in the future, we can always engage in that at a future point in time, but I think that's beyond the scope of today's proceedings. We have representatives from Ford as well as from CB. If you have any questions regarding the technical aspects of what is proposed out there, there's equipment on site that is not operating, hasn't operated. They've invited the county in to inspect. They're not engaged in any preparation out there. Everything's inactive. So that's the current status of the site as it exists today. That concludes our comments, my comments, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
I have none at this time.
Thank you.
You guys have any questions? No, at this time.
I believe I have a couple of questions. Ford Construction, historically, they've been operating a quarry surface mine at this facility for a period of time. That's correct?
That's correct, but I'm going to ask the representative.
1990. Okay. You abide by several different agencies that control that surface mining operation. One of those is MSHA, is that correct?
That's correct. There's
Mining Safety and Health Administration.
Yes, 22 different agencies we comply with.
Could you give us a couple of those names as far as air quality? And, sir, you are?
Nick Jones, President of Ford Construction.
Okay.
Yes, we have the local air districts to deal with, statewide air districts. We have Office of Emergency Service to comply with, the local CUPA, MSHA, which is Mine Safety, OSHA, both state and feds. 22 of them. It's just kind of tough to pull them all off my head right this moment.
Are you required to do any air monitoring on perimeters or anything of that sort?
Yes, we do it yearly for our employees, and we also have our own air monitoring we do for conformance testing of our own.
Okay.
Any other
Have
questions?
you ever been issued a citation by MSHA or by OSHA?
Not OSHA, MSHA. We've had occasion to get some citations. The last one that comes to mind is we've got written up for not having a lid on our trash can. That's the level of scrutiny that we're under.
Thank you.
Okay.
I do have a question for CP Asphalt.
Sir, Sean Simmons, CB Asphalt.
Mr. Simmons, the system that you're planning to put into operation, is it a manufactured, recognized by Fed standards and state standards?
Are you speaking about the bag house for the air?
Actually, the bag house and the hot plant. That's
Yes.
actually certified by Fed standards and state standards by manufacturers.
Yes, sir. We also, kind of on top of what Nick was talking about, federal, DEQ, EPA, and state. All of these, the newer plants, this one in particular, is in keeping with all current and also what they believe to be the next, through 2017, forecasted standards to achieve when the levels go up almost yearly. So they're trying to beat them to the punch, so to speak. But everything is governed, watched, and in keeping with all compliance standards for federal EPA.
Thank you, sir.
I'd also like to note on that engineer's test that we had done, the threshold of what is acceptable for air, we are at 20% of that threshold. So we still have 80% room for growth if we need to. Okay? Do you understand what
I think I understand.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
What are the projected hours of operation?
On the hot plant itself, sir?
Yes.
Right now, everything is day work except for one project that we'd like to do out of the plant, which wouldn't happen until probably mid to late summer next year, and it would be night operations, approximately 15 shifts a night. And that's all of the jobs right now are Caltrans. The plant would probably fire up around 4 or 5 a.m., and it depends on production standards, and we're looking at 8-hour shifts for the most part right now.
Do you have a project coming up with the night shifts?
We have one contract, yes, that we'd like to supply out of this hot plant. It wouldn't happen until probably July of 2016. Yeah.
That was the 15-day period?
Yes, sir.
I read about in the material.
That's the only night work we have. And total days for the plant right now that we could supply is probably in the neighborhood of 3.5 months total is all we have right now that we could. Even if I wanted to do more, we don't have a need for it. We get a lot of folks that I talk to think we're going to run every day, 5 days a week and more, and that's simply not the case. We just don't have the need, supply and demand.
So actually, when you have a Caltrans project come up, those projects are planned a year in advance, and the requirements for bids are requested from you at a time where it's in the future.
It depends. We're actually bidding on a project this afternoon. It's Caltrans over out of Jackson. That job, the way the state gives you on that job, for instance, you have to start no later than June of 2016. It's project for project with Caltrans, and there's different reasons that they come up with it. But on average, you probably have a 3-month window from bid date to start of work. But we've been seeing lately, and I don't tend to understand why, they are giving you a lot more time for some reason, and I don't know why.
I understand Caltrans wants to be more user-friendly.
Well, I don't know about that.
That came out said. Are you going to be involved in rubberized asphalt?
We've got one project that we would like to use the plant for that would use liquid rubber. Yes, it'd be polymer modified as well. But it depends. Caltrans's changing a lot of that. They're talking about a change order right now on that project specifically to take that out of the equation. If that happens, then right now we have no rubberized asphalt out of the plant.
Thanks.
All right. You guys. So just on the project by project, right now it looks like you have some night shifts lined up for the summer, but there's no reason if you've got things rolling or everything worked out, there's a lot of business. I mean, you would want to have as much business as you could. I mean, things like you could operate it 24/7 theoretically under the current operation that you have in mind.
Yes, you could.
I think that's some of the concern that you hear from folks.
And I understand that concern.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I'm going to let you clarify because I've heard a lot today. I've read a lot today. Got a lot of last-minute information here. So can you briefly, in say 3 minutes, describe what you're going to do at this plant? What's the idea behind it?
What's the idea behind it?
Right. I've heard things like the hot plant and this kind of plant, that kind of plant. How do you best describe what your plans are?
This is it's a continuous drum hot mixed asphalt plant. It's not a very big plant as far as plant standards go. It's a late model plant. It's got a lot of what we added the blue smoke containment systems to it. So it's been upgraded so that we've taken it knowing how things are going again down the road. We've tried to do our best to mitigate future tighter restrictions on emissions, et cetera. From our point of view, it's really pretty simple. We'd like to get a little bit more work, construction work. That plant itself, Ford will provide us with the aggregates when the jobs allow, and yes, if we'd like it to grow the business, so to speak. And see how it goes. That plant won't run 24/7 right now. Even if this all works out and we get full approval and it goes, I don't know how the economics will be. There again, you can only reach effectively. There is other hot plants strategically placed everywhere. So I say supply and demand, but it's a market effect. It depends. But it's really, in all honesty, it's pretty simple terms. If we have a project or sales, we'd fire up the hot plant, make the mixed product for the job or for the sales for the client, and then I'd shut it off and wait until we have more to sell. I don't know if that's...
Yeah, I just, there's lots of, misinformation. I just want to make a comment at this point is that, heard a lot of information today about this particular project and have over the last several months. And, how one interprets something and carries forward. But one of the things that I think is probably, I guess, saddens me about this project is all the misinformation that is out there. Just a lot of misinformation. And, when I look at everything that's been said today and what I've been reading, it just, a little bit more public outreach, I think, is most helpful. So if anything, we walk away today, I think that is something that needs to be probably number one on the list. Public outreach is most important to kind of, help educate people about what is going on. I have come across not only the readings but some websites and, found this is a somewhat interesting topic. Never knew so much about asphalt until now. Now, I grew up in the concrete business, so know a lot there, but asphalt was kind of, I just kind of assumed it was all kind of the same. But anyway, I caution in that regards. A lot of misinformation, and, for me, it's like trying to wade through that and get to the core root of what the issues are. So that's all I
would agree with you. In hindsight, sometimes is much clearer, and we're not perfect.
You're learning. I would agree. None of us are perfect. Thank you.
Well, I too would like to make a comment. You're right. One of the greatest hurdles we have is education and knowing what is actually going on, and having an understanding of that. I guess this is an issue that I can actually say I do know something about. In my past career, I was actually a safety director for a large construction company that had 4 quarries, 4 hot plants. Actually establishing 1 quarry and hot plant, and actually remediation of 1 very well-known quarry and hot plant. I was involved in the operations that require you to be EPA acceptable. I was involved in the OSHA requirements. I was involved in the MSHA as being a certified instructor with MSHA. I guess that gives me a little bit of edge of knowing what really is true of the education. And from the answers I've heard today, I'm convinced that you are abiding by those regulations of those 22 agencies. MSHA is a very difficult agency to be in compliance with. And I can believe you got a citation for not having a lid over a garbage can. Like I said, I believe what has been said here is factual and within regulatory acceptance.
But one of the things that was said to me early on in the process is that you wouldn't be able to see the hot plant unless I have an agreement. That was said to me, and it was said that they were going to build that on site you were going to build a rock wall, which would basically disguise it from view.
What our intentions are, sir, is to put the agri stockpiles between the hot plant now. I mean, you can see where the hot plant's stored right now, and that's going to be the final site. But it's towards the back, the far back of the property, and our intent is to put the stockpiles encompass the front perimeter, if you will, of the plant. And ideally, those will be high enough to the sound wall, for instance, ongoing, and as well as emissions. What emissions? The steam is a primary emission that's going to come out of a hot plant. If we get approval and go, I can already tell you people are going to probably freak out. My God, look, and they're going to see white steam coming up out of it. But that also has been known. The way we are back in that pit, it will effectively help put anything that would come out, predominantly steam, vertically into the air instead of any other direction, and hide it. I mean, aesthetically, we do what we can.
But in time, a lot of that should disappear from the view when you're looking from the outside.
Ideally, we'll keep the stockpiles there.
Another thing that was brought up, and you gave us a phone number, was about mine safety. Do you have, you must have like a set of rules you're confined to about the safety at the mine? Or?
Oh, you bet, sir. We've got our safety programs, mine specific, I'll let Nick talk.
Yes, it's the CFR, Part 46, and it's a book about yay thick and very fine print that takes a microscope to read. So, yes, there's a very fine set of rules to follow.
Okay, I'm not too surprised about that. Do you get audited very often on that?
We get audited many times a year.
Okay. And when you said you're going to test for air quality, where do you test? Like near the mine site, or do you go a ways away?
We test on the property line. We test partway into the plant, at the plant, and then all the operators are wearing a test monitor. So as they're in the cab, as they're out of the cab, they're pulling air samples. So we have a good representative of absolutely every position.
They wear those monitors all the time?
No. That's what I was saying. We have once a year that we have to do this under regulatory controls, and then we also have it come in and do it for our own well-being a couple times a year.
Okay. The number of trucks obviously is a big concern that are coming out of there, and Someone even brought up the emissions from the trucks. How many, say like on an average workday if that plant was going, how many trucks would be coming out of there? I'm not sure how many yards go in the back of each one. I've heard 25, and then somebody's told me another number.
Here's the deal. We're mining X number of ton a year, and it's going to go out the gate either as aggregate or as asphalt.
Right.
So the only increase in trucks that we will have, a net delta, is the oil trucks coming in, bringing the asphalt emulsion.
So legitimately, you're not projecting any increase in traffic.
Other than the oil trucks.
Just what is inside.
That's correct.
How many oil trucks would be delivered?
Well, based on your tonnage for this next year, you said it was
total or per day?
Oh, like on an average week where you're doing a pretty good.
Right now, most of the work production-wise that we're looking at, it would be a maximum of 2 asphalt tankers per day.
2 oil, asphalt.
Oil.
Okay. Is there any kind of a levee system or a rock wall or something built in between the plant and the river?
Yeah, so where the plant is located, if there would be a catastrophic failure of the double-walled insulated tank, our best math on it is the oil would travel 150 feet before it reaches ambient temperature and solidifies. If that should not happen, and it should flow continuously, it is contained within our quarry floor. So the way we have built the pad and graded it is to allow drainage so that we have full containment. So all of our stormwater that we collect, none of it from this area is discharged from our site. We have full containment. And that's by design.
One more thing. On your storage facility for your hot oil, those are actually containment approved by OSHA and
Yes,
MSHA.
that's correct.
So if you had a spill or a phone break, that would be contained inside that concrete sealed barrier.
That's correct.
Surrounding the above ground tank.
You got it. Okay.
So wouldn't that get into your quarry floor?
No.
Unless you got it past
No.
that
If
tank.
we went through several safety checks and the end of the world was coming, we would still contain it, is what I'm getting at.
Additionally, too, as you're probably aware, we get full permit approval, et cetera, to provide mix to a Caltrans project, too. That opens a whole nother set of inspection, minimum safety criteria, et cetera, including the oil tanks, concrete barriers around it'll hold, spillage, et cetera. I mean, PQ 109 test, it's a whole different gamut of tests that weren't part of the 22 other agencies that we also comply with.
That's correct. Any other questions?
What kind of training do you provide for the folks that operate such a plant?
Okay, so under MSHA, there's very strict guidelines on the training that we have to do. The training has to be documented on a weekly, monthly, every 6 months. There's different milestones. That documentation is kept, and it's there on site for MSHA when their inspectors come to evaluate our training records.
You're speaking as far as plant operation, equipment operation training. Every winter we send our folks back to one of the hot plant manufacturers to get the latest and greatest in training. We also send, to cat proving grounds. We send folks down there. There's different training for paving, plant operation, all over the place. We send our folks as often as we see fit. The plant operator that we have on this operation right now has been running hot plants for 25 years.
And I'd like to add, for the last, since 1990, every year we've gotten a national award for safety from MSHA for the amount of man hours we've had with 0 incidents. That's something to be proud of.
In the last 5 years, our was an MSHA was out on a project, and that was just a process just a process production. And we got fined $2,500 because we had Gatorade and not water available for our employees. So, we hear that a lot of folks, and like you say, talking with the public outright, that there won't be any, without a CEQA, there's we can run them out. Folks, that's the farthest from the truth. And we live in California. California and New York are the two, I don't want to say worst states, toughest states, most stringent states. We're licensed in 21 states nation. We don't work in New York. California is the toughest state, and we're aware of that, to meet all the criteria. So we are governed 16 ways in Sunday.
So in this plant, the model number is E225P. Is that the plant, the model number you have? And when was it? When is the manufacturing date on that?
This plant was 2008.
2008. So a lot of the plants that I think people may have experienced and see, like down, I guess maybe in Stockton or someplace where they have the big old plants. So are they any comparison to this?
This plant's newer than anything. Granite's Cornell's plant is newer. It's probably the only one within a 60-mile radius that I can think of right now that's newer. If that's what you're asking.
Well, I'm interested in, how it's contained, how it operates, the containment, the emissions that it puts out.
It's got an oversized baghouse system which collects all of the fugitive volatiles, dust, etc. from the furnace, effectively taking the moisture out of the aggregate. Asphalt is a very simple process, folks. It really is. Take as dry aggregate as you can get, and you mix hot liquid asphalt to it, so it gets a homogeneous mixture, and then it goes up the slack conveyor. Everything's enclosed until it dumps into the truck on this plant. We've got aprons between the top of the slack conveyor, and that flows the silo that the trucks pull under. And we've got a big black part of our blue smoke system apron. The only time, from the plant perspective, that it's really exposed when it discharges into the truck.
So this bag house creates a negative pressure off of this thing, right? So all of the emissions are captured in this closed loop system. And any of the larger particles that drop down go through a series of screws, and it ends up getting put back into the mix. So it's a completely enclosed system with no chance for escape other than at the discharge point.
Okay. Mr. Jones, let's clarify one thing. We talked a little bit about monitoring of your employees and your air monitoring and things of that sort. It wasn't necessarily for a hazmat situation, was it for the particular requirements for surface mining?
That's correct. It has everything to do with your exposure to various elements, arsenic, lead, copper, whatever, in addition
Whatever
to
comes out of the ground now.
That's correct. And all of our employees go in yearly for a physical, and their baselines are checked. Their physical is compared to their original baseline prior to employment.
And that's an MSHA requirement?
That is an MSHA requirement.
And everybody on the mine property is subject to MSHA?
That's correct.
Including your plant operators?
That's correct.
Everybody steps foot through the gate.
Okay.
Hence, nobody could come in without signing in and being escorted by a miner. That's what's
specific training.
Yep.
The closest house, as far as my little Google Earth ruler tool goes, is 1,850 feet. And I did some reading about the plant that you have, and the noise of the asphalt plant proper is not that great. In fact, to that house, it would be about the same level of decibels as a modern-day dishwasher. But that being said about the asphalt plant proper, the rock mining is very noisy, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. When you start up, say at 4 o'clock in the morning, is the rock mining going to be? Describe the process when you get there at 4 o'clock. What goes on for the people that are hearing your operation?
Well, so for us, our rock extraction crushing operation happens during normal hours. we don't want to incur any overtime costs in addition to what we've already got going because there's no reason for it. We're not doing an emergency. So, we do that within normal times. His operation, which is a complete quiet operation compared to our crushing field, the hours he would work, nobody would ever hear it.
And that's ideally, for instance, if I want hot mix on a specific project to start paving at 7 a.m., depends on how long it's going to take the trucks to get there. So we back into that. We say 4 a.m., that's not an everyday occurrence, but we didn't want any misconception. And if we did start at 4 a.m., that they're, oh my gosh, they're starting early. When the guys show up, first thing they'll do is safety inspection of all the equipment, make sure there was no vandalism, something didn't fall down, whatever the case may be. We don't expect that as part of our safety program. Then, progressively, warm up the equipment, warm up the loader, fill the rock bins. They've already got the stockpiles up front. We'll load the bins. We fire up the hot plant, which is effectively a burner. Genset, probably, the genset and the burner is what would make the noise. The burner is really, it's a large blower with an enclosed flame that goes through the drum to heat the rock. And it just starts running the backup alarm on the loader.
This is going to be the worst part.
That'll probably be the one thing that will carry more than anything, like a coyote in the distance. I live, as crow flies, a little over a mile from the hot plant right now, and we can hear backup alarms. I don't know where they're coming from sometimes in my house.
And those are required by OSHA and
That's correct.
Cannot silence those. That's for the safety of everybody.
Have you done any studies? And if I didn't see it, forgive me, but there's probably enough pages that I've looked at in the last 10 days that it's almost overwhelming, but or 5 days. The most common prevailing winds that have you looked at that at all?
Yeah, so they tend to go from west to east, the delta breezes that flow, blow this direction that come up through, where the Calaveras River is. So if anything, those breezes help with noise. They certainly help with any other particulate in the air. But, I've heard complaints about dust and whatnot. We're not allowed to have fugitive dust. We get fined for that as well. So, we have a water truck, we have sprinklers, we try to keep that mitigated. So, to go along with what you were asking, yes, we shouldn't have any issues, but the way the prevailing winds go, they go majority of the time away from the house.
A south wind would be uncommon?
Most of the time. Winter time, that's obviously a little different deal when storms are coming in.
Gentlemen, how many jobs do you create by the ability to manufacture asphalt for a local site versus what's available now?
So,
moving target.
But what since 2008, we've actually had to lay off a lot of our workforce there. This has been our last-ditch effort to try to, keep those families employed. So our hope is to bring back the ones that have been laid off, add to that, upwards of creating 15 new jobs. That is what we would have with a couple extra from your operation. But it's just not that. It's the ancillary stuff that goes with it. We're going to have upwards of 400 trucking jobs. All of our people utilize the services offered locally. We buy a lot of stuff from the hardware stores, lunch and hotel rooms where we can get them. Because we have a lot of out-of-town visitors. And
I think, Mr. Red, I think a lot of it depends on the economy and the capture rate. Most of the work that we're doing on any scale is competitive bid. Most of our workforce is Calaveras County folks. Right now, I've got crews in Bakersfield, California. We just finished up Saturday in Seattle, Washington. We've been here in Valley Springs for 3 years now, doing the best we can to grow a new function. The company's based out of St. Louis, but everybody that works for us, for the most part, is from Calaveras County. We're all local. It's been tougher is we've had to buy mix to compete with the folks that make their own mix. And that's been somewhat of a restraint to our growth. I think if the plant gets put in, ideally we'd be able to put on another crew, keep our folks close to home.
You're a paving operation also?
Yes.
All right, so I have to kind of break in here a little bit and say let's get back on task for what we're here to talk about on item number 12. All right, so otherwise, we can sit here and do this for hours. So.
Are you kicking us out?
No, I'm not kicking you out. I would just like us.
You're not done.
I would just like us to stay on task.
Okay.
All right. So at this time, not here. All right. So we have a staff. Okay, summation by, okay. Summation and rebuttal by the appellants.
Chairman, supervisors, the appeal before this board right now does not hinge on whether the plant creates jobs, whether it discharges emissions, the age of the plant, how much noise it makes, storage at the facility, or the safety involved with it. As the applicant's counsel said, it's a very narrow issue. That issue is the planning director's determination that asphalt is concrete, thereby allowing asphalt plants to be of right in all of the M1 and M2 zones? That is the issue. Now, I don't fault Director Maurer. He's a planner, not an attorney. He based his decision on his training and experience and his staff help. He simply made an error on a complex legal issue. The Planning Commission, understandably, supported his decision based on his experience, training, and the staff recommendation. And they upheld his decision. But as Chairman Edson referenced as we were going for lunch, we have to follow the rules. We can't bootstrap off other agencies. That there's 22 or 10 other agencies involved, and it does not remove the supervisors from their obligation. There's an old adage, if the law is on your side, argue the law. If you have facts, argue the facts. If you have nothing, then just argue. My brief and my presentation, I provided the law, and I applied the law to the facts. So I'm going to discuss policy. The mine was grandfathered in as a gravel mine. There never was an asphalt plant on the site, and to allow so would unfairly grant rights to a landowner that they're not otherwise entitled to. It's my understanding there are nearly 200 parcels of M1 and M2 that would now have asphalt plant by right. In fact, Ms. Teckel couldn't even read all of the parcels in her allotted 5 minutes. It's not fair to other landowners surrounding the quarry, and now there are potentially 200 more locations throughout the county where asphalt plants could be built of right. I saw a petition brought before the board with 959 signatures. I think the community is not too pleased with the position that the Planning Commission held. I saw another letter with 193 signatures. Quite simply, the code used to say asphalt, and now it doesn't. The supervisors wanted an environmental review, and they can get that from a conditional use permit. With the conditional use permit, the community is protected, their health and safety is protected through CEQA review. As was said earlier, it is the supervisor's duty to ensure the law is upheld. Finding the appellant that asphalt plants are not by right at nearly 200 locations in the county would rectify the past errors and mistakes of the Planning Commission and the Planning Director. Sacramento is known as the city of trees. To find contrary for the appellant, the county that is now known for jumping frog jubilee would more likely be known as the county of asphalt. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Any questions?
You, yeah, I do. Just let me try to find them. One of your, when you were making your final comments, you, I'm just trying to look for it so I don't put words in your mouth.
The Jumping Frog Jubilee?
Pardon me?
About the Jumping Frog Jubilee?
No, but previously. You brought up that it would, approving this would affect the health and safety of the county. How would that?
As was brought up during the Planning Commission and is shown in my brief, locating asphalt plants near schools, medical facilities, and residences does not look to me or seem to me like that's looking out for the health, safety, and welfare of people of this community.
And the other thing too, and forgive me if I missed it, when Mr. Abbott stood up, he said who he represented, and I'm not clear who you're here representing.
I did state when I got here, I will restate, I represent myvalleysprings.com, a nonprofit group, and Joyce Teppel.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I might have missed it.
They're actually paying your fees.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you answering the questions.
Okay. Staff summation or rebuttal?
I really don't, excuse me, I don't have much to add. One point. One point that was brought up by the appellant was the claim that I found that asphalt is concrete. That is not what I found. I know that the asphalt is different than concrete. What I found was that our code treats an asphalt plant the same as a concrete plant. I think there's a distinct difference there. And I just want to point that out. Other than that, I don't have anything else to add unless you have any further questions of me.
Mr. Chairman, question. Just so I understand correctly, our code states that asphalt is the same as concrete. Is that what you just said?
No.
Okay. Could you clarify that?
So the appellant claims that I said that asphalt is concrete. I did not make that finding. What I found was that our code treats asphalt plants the same as a concrete plant.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions by the board? So now we go through this. Members, should that be members? All right, so now we get some more surveillance by members of the public. So you get your second chance here.
Don't they get a chance for a vote?
Well, there will be.
Yeah, there's a policies and procedure might be with your
broadcast this again. I just want to clarify something about the truck trips. Commissioner Ponte made a good point that information wasn't really getting out. And then Commissioner Kearney asked the representatives here how many truck trips. And you note they didn't give you a number. They said, a little more than now. That number is actually contained within Ms. Kinderman's letter of June 24th. It's either page 2 or page 3. And it states it in two ways. Number one, it gives the annual number of tons that will be made, and that's 250,000 annually. And number two, it gives a maximum daily amount that would be made, and that's 3,000 tons. Now, Mr. Simon has testified it's 25 tons to a truck. So on a day when 3,000 were made, that is 120 trucks going round trip up Silver Rapids Road on that day. For the year, it's a little over 10,000 trips. plus another 600 to bring in the binder, plus however many to bring in petroleum, and my understanding is they're going to use maybe 25% of reused asphalt, so that would also be trucked in. But on a 3,000 day, that's in Ms. Kinder's letter, I'm not making this up, it's in her letter, you would have 120 trucks going down Silver Rapids Road and coming up. The ones with the petroleum, the ones with the binder, those will be on the river side of Silver Rapids. Now, if you've driven, I live there, so I drive that. And let me tell you, when I often come back very late at night. And if I come back 4 or 5 in the morning, I don't drive more than 5 miles an hour up Silver Rapids, because half the time a deer is going to jump out in front of me. They love that river at night, not during the day. So if you're thinking about starting at 4 in the morning and running 120 round trips on a maximum production day, you're really putting that river and Stockton's water at risk. And I just wasn't sure anyone had really grasped the numbers, and I didn't hear them say any numbers. So I'm saying some numbers. And if they want to disagree, they can. But Ms. Kinderman's letter, June 24th, will say everything that I just said. Thank you.
Well, I just heard that you guys are forced with the city, from the state that puts down your unified building code. This board right here adopts that unified building code by a resolution. It's not your code, it is your code. So you guys do it, and the last time Ray Waller came in down here, I was sitting here, and you adopted with a resolution to accept that code. So that code is yours by law. So it's something you accepted.
Not this board, the city board did.
Well, maybe not the same board, but you guys are the extension of it.
The sitting board did. We have 2 new members.
Okay, well, none of you were here when the last one was adopted. I believe it's 202. But anyway, it's a resolution that you guys take that is your code, and you will probably you should be getting one, have already had one, because you guys are running on like a 10-year-old code right now. Thank you.
Vicki Ranke. Because we have an opportunity to come up and kind of give our final little piece here. We've heard from 2 different attorneys, and we've heard 2 different outcomes or 2 different meanings to what happened today. Of course, we believe that the attorney from Abbott is correct because we've supported Director Mauer's findings. So, again, just being a normal little citizen and watching what happens, it gets very frustrating when everybody talks about the letter of the law. And if it's not written in there, you can't do anything. I come from a background of common sense. That's why we get so frustrated with government, because there is no common sense left. It's like you can't make a decision based on fact that you hear or difference of opinion. We have 2 attorneys here, have 2 different opinions. So now you get to decide, but use your own common sense, use your own judgment. And yeah, you know what? We're not going to make friends on everything we do. Obviously I'm not making friends in some areas, but we have to speak our principles and we have to make those right decisions for our county. Our county is going broke because we don't allow anybody into our county. And this project, if people are watching, you think another company is going to come in this county and try to get in? Would they see the kind of hoops you put them through? That's how I see this situation, that we're just putting somebody through hoops for what reason? You know what my studies like. I've given you copies, why we've come to the conclusion we have as an organization. It's fact. We didn't just make it up out of the air. So anyway, I guess I just hope that you guys will use your own common sense and judgment, because you've heard 2 very different opinions. Thank you. Janice Bassett again. Please consider carefully what you're doing here. M1, M2, if you say, it's a permitted use by right to have an asphalt plant in these areas, there's no going back. So watch where you're going.
And I also want to point out that that intersection on Highway 26 onto Silver Rapids is a very tight corner. My cousin Randy here just said at lunchtime he has difficulty sometimes getting his motorcycle around that corner without dragging the pegs of his bucket. So you picture 120 trucks per day, big trucks, going around that corner. And you think that some of them at one point is not going to fall, and there's a sharp drop-off right there on that corner. And you think that there's never going to be a truck that isn't going to make that turn wrong and fall off the road and onto that house down there. Now you think about that. Excuse me. Goodbye.
Marty Crane again. I have a few things I wanted to mention that came out of the community meetings. But before I go there, I just wanted to say, Supervisor Oliveira, I hope the fact that you weren't here when they named Calaveras doesn't mean we have to go back and rename it. We don't want to go there. We don't want to start over. The goal is to build on the expertise and the big discussions that prior boards had and do better. One of the things that was mentioned was that our employees all wear these monitors or once a year or so, but they don't wear them for that. This came out in the meeting when we asked additional questions. They said we wear these monitors, and someone asked, do you wear them for the aggregate or for the hot batch? Well, no, aggregate. So they don't wear them. So the results of those don't apply to what we're talking about today. They don't wear breathing protection. They said that because they don't need it. Well, you know, that's a really bad argument. It's not healthy. And so I wouldn't say that too loud if I were them. Also, CEQA, as I understand, would give Calaveras County the authority to hold everyone accountable. Without it, we don't have the documents to hold them accountable ourselves, and we're turning it all over to the state and feds. And when was the last time they really cared about Calaveras County? So just throwing that out there. And then the engineer's report, I think I'd like you to dig into that just a little bit. It was like 63 pages or so, and as I understand, it did not reflect what was said here today. So I'd really like you to ask someone else who has really dug into that in the audience here how that came about or how that read, because there were certain things that it did not address, and they're saying it did. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, any more public comments?
Morgan again. After all of this, you cannot get around that is a residential area. And there's a lot of traffic for that street. And they're talking about the traffic now when the economy is bad. Hopefully the economy is going to get better. And then the traffic is going to be terrible. And it's all open trucks of asphalt going very close to, a lot of those homes on that street are very close to the road. So I just want you to remember it's a residential area. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's John Lutz, and I'm a resident of District 5. And I hear a lot of talk about this bag house. I have some background, not in the asphalt, but in the concrete and hard rock mining industry. And bag houses remove particulates, not fumes. I spent some time calling around to the current top manufacturers in the United States bag house systems, and the best one available without extra equipment will take out half-micron particles. That's 1/2 millionth of an inch, and that's 10 to the minus 12 in size. A methane molecule is 10 to the minus 6. A methane molecule is 10 to the minus 12, another 500 times smaller than the size that the bag houses will take out. The only way you can get out the rest of the volatiles is to add a scrubber. which is another big piece of equipment. Are you adding a scrubber? Well, they're on all the oil refineries. The other one was mentioned, there's other exhaust that's going to happen from trucks and so on. And one of these gentlemen talked about the noise from starting up the burner. Now that burner is to heat up the gravel to between 350 and 450 degrees F, about what you cook a pizza at. So over the year, they're going to be using diesel, I presume, and they will need to heat up 250,000 tons of gravel to that temperature. Where is the exhaust from that burner going to go? It's not going to get taken out by the baghouse. Not to mention all the exhaust from all the trucks each day. So that is to check on that information, it's very easy to find out. Go on the internet, type in baghouse, pick out some of the bigger companies that support mines and other industries, and you can call them up and talk to them and get all this information in a matter of minutes. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I believe this project has proceeded based on somebody's interpretation of what was possible and approval by the Planning Commission in that same belief. But you've got to understand, it has not proceeded based on public opinion or community concerns. I think we've pretty well established there's many, many more people concerned and opposed and reluctant to be proceeding with this than are supportive of it. Now, I asked at the meeting that they had in Rancho about other facilities that Ford Construction is working right now. And I kind of got a weird answer. It was like, well, we've got some, but they're not up to code like it would be here. So I didn't get the location of those places. I would like to tour one of those places and look at the neighborhood and see if it's a depressed neighborhood. Has everybody moved away because it's stinking and dirty? Or is it a really nice place where people are proud? I want to see where Ford Construction has manufactured asphalt somewhere else that I can go and drive around and ask the people on the block, how do you like your neighbors? I bet you we get some very interesting answers. We're getting around to a topic of trust. Frankly, we don't trust what we're being told. The corporation's reluctance to comply with an EIR and a conditional use permit indicates a lack of transparency. So that's why we don't trust what we're being told. They've avoided the due process, which would allow us, before they got the equipment on the site and all set up, because now they're ready to go. Need to prove the safety with an EIR, conditional use permit, make good neighbors by satisfying our requests, or we will never trust anyone involved in this process. Thank you.
Peter, gentlemen, previous spoker, I'm not going to trust you. Well, some of the organizations that are in Valley Spring, I'm never going to trust them either. So, as PR portion, it would have been nice if the Board of Supervisors, they know this was coming, they would have took a visit to the site. Okay? Take a look at it, more about it than George Schmo like me, who lives in the neighborhood. And it would have been, I would have trusted you guys. I do trust you guys, and I do respect you. And I tried to get along with this gentleman over here also. We'll see how that goes. Another thing, maybe somebody from one of these organizations, do they take CEQA more seriously than the state? But I've been reading up on a couple of things that the state and CEQA not exactly agree.
It's the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay.
So
Excuse me. Can I finish? Then you can answer.
Just help.
Thank you. Okay. It's my 5 minutes, guy. I'm trying to get my money's worth.
Carry on.
CEQA and the feds are quite different from the CEQA of the state. There's quite a bit of difference of opinion. Next question, as far as money goes, when they sell whatever product they're going to be selling out of the 40, is there a sales tax that's going to go to the county? I presume they collect sales tax, whoever they sell it to, including Caltrans. Okay, the next thing, there was a mention of the signatures. All the signatures were collected. You got to submit it. It's nice that all these folks, all over the state, all over the county, and some want to climb out of the county and the state signatures are. And I really appreciate that concern. I really appreciate that contributing all this money for all these legal people. I'm impressed. But once in a couple of times I had occasion to deal with legal firms. They always tell you the truth, and they're always going to tell you the facts. And each side they're always going to tell you the facts and always tell you the truth. Yeah, sure. But you have to use some common sense also. I'm sorry that so many people get panicked into it by misinformation in Valley Spring. But I would look at it, and maybe somebody could come up with the facts for all those concerned citizens all over the state and out of state that are so concerned about us. What is their interest? I mean, they're really nice that they're concerned about us. But take a look at all those signatures and how close they are to the quarry, worrying about the truck traffic, the possible noise damage, compared to what's reality is. So, I'd like to know answer about CEQA. Are they going to they have to take care of CEQA a lot more seriously than the state does to start with. So there is precedent the way the state handles CEQA. And I wonder about the sales tax, because that does pay for some of your times that come back to the community. And maybe they should have invited you folks to come down and visit. Signatures. Because at the bottom line is money talks, BS walks. And there's a lot of BS going around. Thank you.
Carrie Henderson. I was up here earlier and handed you a packet with signatures in it. So I'm coming up in defense of those signatures. If you'll notice the signatures, they are county residents. Most of them are from Valley Springs area. There are others who own property in Rancho Calaveras, and they own property in the general area. So they're not all over the state as suggested by this gentleman. So I just wanted you to be aware that, if you look closely at those, they give their residence address, and they're all county residents of Calaveras. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Tanya Dowson from Valley Springs. And there just seems to be a small, vocal, well-organized, well-funded group that likes to stand against businesses that want to come into our county. And they get people riled up against things if it's a general plan or what have you. Businesses don't really realize, I think, what they're getting into, what they're really up against. I remember O'Reilly's when they wanted to move into Valley Springs, and all the arguments against them and how horrible it was going to be, and they didn't do this and they didn't do that, and some of them even brag on the number of businesses that they've shut down, and or business propositions, people that wanted to come in, that they got them not to do their business here, and I think that's pretty sad. So there seems to be a lot of misinformation. People have emailed me, not realizing who I was, asking, what I thought of what was going on with the asphalt company. I didn't know anything really about it at that time. And just with, all the trucks that were going to be going up and down their street in the air and, all kinds of things. And I think it's great that you guys have actually looked into it, you know something about it, and you've done your research, and you know that you see a lot of the misinformation that's been out there. Thank you.
My name is Laura Most, and I'm very upset today because we all are concerned about our community. We moved up here 15 years ago. We consider this our community. I'm out in the public, yes. I'm out there. I'm talking to people. I'm concerned. And when people state that we're just causing trouble, that's very disheartening because, as this gentleman said, you know, we're checking all this out. My husband was checked out with his lungs for years, but the last 2 years, now he's on oxygen. He worked in the construction for many, many years, and it's very heartbreaking and disturbing to me for all of this to be going on because I care about this community. I care about our kids. I'm concerned that this people are moving out of this community. And like Terry Henderson said, schools are, more and more kids are moving somewhere else. So just think truly what you do. It's heartbreaking. We moved up here to make a life for ourselves, my husband and I, and it's just really heartbreaking.
Joe Kelly from the unrepresented area of District 1. You folks have certainly confused me in the last 20 minutes. When Clyde was up here and was talking about the UBC, and then you folks started saying, well, it wasn't us that adopted it. So I have to ask this question. You, this Board of Supervisors, realize your authority and responsibilities based on the last UBC adopted in Calaveras County? You do realize you're responsible, right? I just want to understand that. Not the one before the last one or the one before that, but the last one that was adopted. Then I'd like somebody to get up and say, just what are the benefits to Calaveras County from an asphalt plant being allowed? Sales tax on Caltrans jobs? No. So what is the benefit? Other than the roads we're going to have to be repaving at our cost unless you work a deal out with them. But I'm not necessarily for this thing without a sequel. I think a lot of information has been placed before you. Colleen Platt did a real good job when she talks the Division of Mine information, presented it to you. That put me over the top. But I think you really need to think hard. What benefit does it have to Calaveras County? You already have a number of people, signed documents, and the individuals that have been coming that say, I think that's what they want to know too. What benefit? Thank you.
Okay, any more public comments?
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. The dark glasses didn't work. I was identified anyway. Just to reiterate the issue the way we see it as a property rights issue, and we think that the purpose of the zoning codes, the general plan, courts, board of supervisors, sheriff, every part of government has the purpose of protecting the rights of life, liberty, and property as it's specified in the 5th and 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution in Article 1 of the State Constitution. To us, that's very, very clear. When you get into issues of zoning, issues of interpretation of ordinances, to us, we look back at the purpose. If the law would itself harm somebody, then that law is really not following the Constitution or following its purpose of protecting individual rights. So the question, of course, comes up, how much benefit will the community get with an asphalt plant or for any other business for that matter. To us, that's really not the issue. To us, the issue is their rights to be in business. The first question is, are they harming the neighbors? If the answer to that is no, then it's a no-brainer for us because we're trying to follow the Constitution and recognize the individual rights of the property owner. And I appreciate not only the work that you've done, but also the work the Planning Commission's done and the Planning Director. This is a big job. Thank you.
Colleen Platt with My Valley Springs again. I wasn't going to get up, but I have to say something there. Pretty rights go for everybody, not just businesses. They go for the residents who live here. People bought these properties believing they knew there was a quarry there. They never expected to be an asphalt plant. Asphalt is not in the zoning code. If they did their due diligence, they wouldn't have found that. These are their property rights just as much as the businesses. That's what our zoning codes are for. The question, does this harm the neighbors? That is what we're trying to determine. Does this harm the neighbors? That's why we want CEQA review. That's why we want a conditional use permit. Listening to the applicants tell you it won't is not the answer. The engineering report is a limited report. It's only studied the asphalt plant site. It didn't study anything else around it. They only measure the air on the site and at the perimeter. They don't measure the air on the roads at the residences. These people live here. These 10,000 plus trucks a year, there's a potential for a lot, and we can't even talk about that because they haven't given us the proper numbers. We can talk what we think there might be. There's going to be more than that. But these people that live here are going to be affected by this because of all this truck traffic, the emissions, the fumes, the toxic things from trucks, the potential accidents. You haven't given them a chance to have this correctly studied by environmental review. This shouldn't be a permitted right. Thank you.
Holly Mines. Following up on what Colleen has just said, I think the thing that strikes me the most about it is that there's one group who seems to claim that Calaveras has too stringent and unfair regulations placed on people who want to start businesses in Calaveras. I'm under the impression that we have no more stringent requirements than our neighboring counties do. So if we don't have business in this county because we have, because of the regulations we have, I think that is not a true statement. I was on the Planning Commission myself, and many people who came applying for permits with the county said, what I think is the problem is that it's not clear what you want from us. If you lay it all out in the beginning, we will comply with the regulations, provide you with the information, and then you make your decision. We have just sat here from 9 to 3. We're only on the first appeal. There's another appeal to be heard before the board. There's 2 more appeals, I think, to be heard, or no, 1 more appeal to be heard before the Planning Commission. And if we don't establish a practice, and we have to make decisions on a case-by-case basis every single time somebody comes into the county, and we run into this kind of situation where people are appealing, and we have to sit here for hours, and everybody has to hire attorneys, and all the people have to mobilize to come and express their opinions. It seems to me it would be much more efficient if we could have a permitting system. If these people are subject to controls and restrictions by 22 other agencies, I can't understand why it would be so difficult to comply with CEQA regulations and fill out the forms. You may even get a mitigated negative declaration by the end of it. And we wouldn't all have to spend 3 sessions of 8 hours each to talk about one single project. Are we going to do this for every project in an M1, M2 zone from now on? Because we want to give people
the right to do whatever they want because they own the property, when we see 900 people who are saying we feel like our rights as property owners are being denied because of the rights of one property owner, it seems to me that we're trying to run an efficient government that asks the same thing of all people who want to participate. If they can prove that what they're going to do is safe and the emissions are reasonable, the noise, all of the things which CEQA examines, then they can get the right to go ahead with their project. That's all we're asking, and as I understand it, that's what the question is today. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Hang on, we're going to have time in a second.
Well, I just wanted to, isn't the CEQA discussion the next item? Because we're getting a lot of discussion with it now, and it will be coming up.
Yeah. So, okay. Any other public comments on item number 12? All right. Seeing none, we're going to bring it back to, we're going to close the appeal hearing now, and we're going to bring it back to the board for discussion. And
okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Before the board moves into their discussion and deliberations, I just wanted to, because there have been so many topics raised today, I just wanted to bring your focus back and remind you that this is a quasi-adjudicatory hearing as opposed to a legislative hearing. And what that means is that you should be, your role is to act as a neutral fact finder, applying the facts to the law. And the law in this case is generally your county code, also to some degree, SMARA. And so in these types of quasi-adjudicatory hearings, what you need to be focused on are the facts that have been presented to you through this hearing process and the law at issue, rather than general legislative concerns like the desirability of the project and those kinds of concerns. So I just wanted to make sure that you had that in mind as you were making your deliberations.
Okay. All right. So we will start. Anybody want to start? Mike? Debbie? Mike? Well, you're usually the starter, Debbie.
Yeah, right. I thought I was a concluder. So some questions. So as I understand it, as Peter's planning director was within his authority to approve this particular permit based on past history of the county, some legislative action, code, etc. So at some point in that decision process, or perhaps afterwards, is there ever a point, or in that, I guess, decision process mode, would there have been an opportunity to call or request a conditional use permit process? Or
There is another provision. There is another provision in the code that is not really issued today. It is subject to an appeal by the planning commission on Thursday that requires review by the county health officer. And if that health officer makes a determination that there may be or is a significant environmental effect, then even if the use is permitted by right in the zone, a conditional use permit would be required. That determination was made after the initial review. I was not aware of that provision of the code when I made my initial determination. And it really, it's related, but differs from what's before you today.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to get too wrapped up into that issue because that's not what's being appealed today. It's the determination of whether or not this use is permitted under the provisions of the code.
Well, I guess that's where it's real fuzzy to me, because I can see, when I look at if you want to take a broad brush, I can see where this would fall into a permitted use based on what I'm hearing. But in the back of my mind, because it's not real clear, if we can have the applicant, or I don't know how it would be worded at some point, but anyway, back to the drawing board where the applicant we would require a conditional use permit because it's not real clear.
I'm not sure what the question is.
Okay. So I guess what I'm saying is, okay, if I disagree with the planning commission, okay, their ruling, and the applicant comes back to the planning department, at that point, would a conditional use permit be required if the applicant so chooses to pursue that?
If you reverse the planning commission's action, I guess there are two ways that you could interpret the code. One is that it's not permitted at all in the zone, or it requires a conditional use permit. If you find that it does require a conditional use permit, then for them to move forward, they would need to apply for a conditional use permit.
Because that's kind of how I'm feeling. It's like it's not real clear. I think it's in there somewhere. It's not real clear. But to further kind of determine, kind of get through all the misinformation, you might say, get it real clear, the conditional use permit process would assist in determining, yes, this is permitted.
So there's, I think the point that Tiffany was trying to make is that what we're trying to do here is determine what we believe the board intended when the ordinance was adopted in 1986. You may feel that it should or it should not require a conditional use permit, and that would be a legislative act. I think we need to change our code so it's very clear that it requires a conditional use permit or it's listed as a permitted use. That would be a separate action that would need to go through a process of amending the code. That's certainly something that you could direct us to bring back to you if that's what you felt. But it's important not to try to substitute what you believe ought to be what the code should say. Mm-hmm. It's what you think the code does say is what's before you today.
Okay. That's all I have for the moment.
Okay. My position is I agree with Mr. Maurer. It's what the code does say, not what I think it should say. And based on that, I would oppose the appeal. Oppose the appeal.
There's been a lot of information come before us and also a lot presented. It's been a lot of information come before us as well as a lot presented. When this was initially brought to me, like every other project, I listened to the applicant and I sent it on and basically let my people that are in charge deal with it, which was the planning director. And when he made his determination, I just assumed the environmental manager would probably turn into some long drawn-out process, which to get it through, and really didn't think much else about it. But it really felt like my part in it was done. Janice Bassett is 100% correct. When she confronted me, I did refer to Brian Moss because at that point, I'm not an environmental manager, and I had no intention of becoming one. And really felt like that was where she could get her information, and I was doing my best to be impartial and stay out of the heated feelings that go with this. One thing Tom Infazino brought up was that he compared this to the golf course issue and the shooting center issue. But the fact is, I was on board for both of those to some degree, and the planning directors on both of those items were not wild about them, and they were not in favor of them, and they came forward without the support or that I can remember, a great determination from either one. When I was told about this project, just as I do with everything, I related everything that was told to me to the planning director, and of course it's an economic benefit, so I did want it to be looked at promptly with due haste.
But that doesn't take away any of the responsibilities that went with it, and neither did I ask for it to be approved. But one thing I did remember when I was talking with those who were putting the application together, and they asked me to do the same thing that several other people have in my district. He showed me a packet that had a letter in it that was signed by Bob Selman, and who was the planning director at the time, who kind of gave him a handshake on the asphalt plant. I've worked with Bob Selman on the planning commission, and Bob Selman was not someone to willingly give those type of handshakes. In fact, I'm surprised he was willing to sign a letter like that. So this issue to me is not the sequel question. That's the next one that we're looking at, and that's when some of those things will come into play. This is the planning director have the right to do that, what he did, and I believe he did. He acted in accordance with the expectations that we have of him. So I am not in favor of reversing his decision.
All right. Can we go back to the zoning code?
History or
the definition? Wherever it is. There you go. Great. So, to me, this is really the crux of the issue, as is pointed out by County Council. What does this mean? So Peter went back and looked at the legislative history on this and tried to sort out the intention. And so I think that he could have gone either way, really, with that definition, because it's not clear. As we've heard, concrete and asphalt are indeed two separate things, two separate definitions. They're two different things. So, but did that really mean that the boards at those times, what were they thinking? So we're really just kind of guessing, using our best guess to know what they meant. And so for me, I'm going to say, well, this is really unclear, and I understand where Peter came from on this, but I couldn't make this determination based on that and the legislative analysis that they were really convinced that a asphalt plant by permit use could be anywhere in the county. There's nothing clear enough to me that I've seen to say they really meant asphalt plant that we're talking about today to be a permitted use in mining. It's just not there. So I would definitely side on the air of needing to do further environmental review to flush that out. And because I don't think it really is their intent to have a permitted batch plant on any mining site anywhere in the county. I just don't think that. I think that's way too broad when you think of it that way. So I would definitely be in favor of continuing to look at this, continue to do a review on it, but for today's answer, we just don't know, and I don't think it was really their intent that was a permitted use.
Okay. You want to go or you want me to?
Go ahead.
All right. So I've spent quite a bit of time researching all of this, and even went to draft EIR from 2012 that I found on the website here in the county, and it does mention asphalt in that. So I can't imagine a board of supervisors with this many miles and private roads in our county not expecting an asphalt plant to be somewhere within the county. And I can't imagine it being permitted under M1 or anything less than M1. The M2 is the industrial zoning for that heavy industrial type stuff. And so I think that my opinion is that the board at the time was probably looking at all of the technologies and the different descriptions of asphalt, cement, concrete, and everything else that comes out. If you look at some of the cements that are out there, they have lots of different chemicals and cements even nowadays, because they're plastic cements and different types of chemicals in almost everything processing nowadays. So I feel that the board probably felt that asphalt would be included in that. So I would vote to deny the appeal for Valley Springs and side with Peter on his determination. Okay, your turn.
Well, for me, it's not real clear. I have a hard time, I guess. I think cement, concrete is so prominent because we had such an industry here in the 70s and 80s, which has gone by the wayside. And, who knows why asphalt wasn't as planted throughout this particular zoning. So I agree with Chris. I'm having a hard time, not because it's not clearly defined there. And I'm voting against or abstaining. Excuse me. What am I voting for? You guys have confused me. It's been too long. No, I just feel like, it's just not clearly there for me. And so from a legislative point of view, I guess I have to support the appeal.
Okay. So I need a motion.
Also move. By second, that what are you moving to, Mike? That's what I'm
Moving to deny the appeal.
Right.
All right, so I'll spell it out, you guys.
Okay.
So we have before us item number 12. Planning Department recommends the board adopt a resolution denying the appeal by myvalleysprings.com of the Planning Commission's determination that asphalt plant is permitted use in M2, General Industrial Zone, that no mining use permit is required to install an asphalt plant at the site of the Holden Quarry, and the amendment to the reclamation plan for the Holden Quarry is not required for the installation of an asphalt plant. And that's what you're voting on, actually. And so, again, I'll ask for the motion.
Do you want to go, Mike?
Yeah, I would move to deny the appeal.
Okay.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. 3-2. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Get all of it.
All right. Let's start so we can begin, and then we can get through this. So we're going to start on number 13. And I will now open the appeals hearing for number 13.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, Peter Mauergen for planning. This is the second appeal on the Planning Commission's action of July 9th. This is an appeal by CB Asphalt and for construction on the determination made by the Air Pollution Control Officer that the issuance of an authority to construct is a project under CEQA. This is a very narrow discussion of what is a project and whether or not the issuance of an authority to construct
qualifies as a project under CEQA, and therefore analysis is necessary before a permit may be issued by the Air Pollution Control District. So a project is defined by the Public Sources Code as an activity which may cause physical change in the environment and is one of the following. It's undertaken by a public agency, or it's funding provided by a public agency, and it involves the issuance of a license, permit, or other entitlement by a public agency. We feel that this qualifies under two of those provisions. It's undertaken by a public agency, the issuance of a permit, and it involves the issuance of a license to for construction in CB asphalt to operate, to install the asphalt plant. The CEQA guidelines further informs us as to what is considered a project, and it's when there is a judgment used in deciding whether and how to carry out or approve a project, and the exercise of judgment or deliberation when the agency approves or denies an activity, the two sections of the CEQA guidelines. And the case law also supports the action that if you have the ability to mitigate the environmental impacts of a project, then that qualifies it as having discretion and therefore a project under CEQA. So the Air Pollution Control District issues an authority to construct for certain projects, and I will let Brian Moss and Jason Baser explain the process a little bit more. But essentially, it's required when a business or a person wants to install or construct business or a piece of equipment that may issue air contaminants. It's reviewed by the district staff or the contract engineer, and it can be approved, conditionally approved or denied, and conditions may be applied to the project. So in this case, there are an estimate of the pollution levels that are provided to the district. The district reviews the proposal, determines if it complies with district regulations. Each authority to construct is project specific, and again, the conditions may vary depending on the unique circumstances associated with any specific project. So the Air Pollution Control District determined that it was a project under CEQA, notified the applicant. The applicant appealed that determination. It went to the Planning Commission on July 9th, and the applicant has appealed that determination to you. So we recommend that you uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation or determination and that find that the authority to construct is a project under CEQA. Do you have any questions of me? And if not, I will turn it over to Jason or
I have a question of you.
Yeah.
When this whole process started, do you have a like a flow chart of when somebody comes in and they contact you with a project like this? How does that flow?
I don't have a flow chart of that. The process varies depending on what kind of project it is, who's responsible, what kind of permits are required of the county. Typically, someone would come to the county and ask, or come to planning and say, can I do this? This is what we discussed in the previous item. Is this permitted by the zone? We'll make a determination, yes, no, or you need a special permit of some sort. Typically, the process is parallel. We will let the applicant know you also need to talk to building department, public works, environmental management, because they may also have permit requirements. In this case, I believe the applicant understood they needed to get an air pollution permit from Environmental Air Pollution Control District, and they submitted information to them to make that determination.
Because one of the issues, really, is that people feel like they were blindsided by a project and that it wasn't related to the public property. And I've always maintained that I think we have a good process here. And once you go through the process, then all of that will come with it. And so, but I just want to make sure. And so, if there's something that we need to change, then I certainly would like to be able to do that.
That might be off the scope of the agenda.
Yeah, I know that's really on today's agenda. It's certainly something we can bring up in the future and discuss. And if you want us to bring back a procedural,
well, part of it is the EIR process or the CEQA process, and you know, they start with you and then they go to environmental health, right?
Right. Normally, in something like this, where you have the kind of controversial projects such as this, it would start with planning, and if there were a requirement for environmental review, we would be the lead agency, we would be the lead department to process that. This is somewhat unique in that, as I determined and you have upheld, that the use itself is permitted by right, notwithstanding a subsequent decision that we made, you know, maybe by the Planning Commission on Thursday. But putting that aside for the moment, that then puts the authority for CEQA onto the Environmental Management Department and the Air Pollution Control District, because they are also issuing permits. Typically, if you have a permit that's issued by the county, its planning takes the lead, and the other departments, other agencies, will sort of piggyback on the environmental review that's done by planning for their subsequent permits.
Okay. Mr. Mallard.
Yes.
Would other agencies' results of EIRs, CEQAs, be brought into play if they apply to a certain project or they apply to a certain issue? For example, Air Quality Control Board, Fish and Game requirement, Fish and Wildlife requirements, Environmental Protection Agency. Can you use the results of that and apply that to a ATC applicant or an issue where this might be? I noticed in our slides we had the circumstantial case-by-case thing. Would those results apply to this particular scenario?
I think once you open up the CEQA review process, then you need to look at all the potential impacts associated with that. And we would consult with all of the responsible and commenting agencies to see what other permits might be required of them and to try to ensure that we only go through the process once. So we do one environmental document that's going to be sufficient to cover the entirety of the project.
Okay, would that satisfy the results of a CEQA study if we had that result from other agencies?
Oh, I think I used to actually the other way around. If other agencies are analyzing a project and we find that they've satisfied Fish and Game and all the other departments, the county still has a responsibility to make an independent determination of whether or not the issuance of its permit has environmental effect. Now, if there is a CEQA analysis that's done by some other agency that covers all of the issues, then we can rely on that document as well. So if a state agency or some other local agency, I worked on a project that was in 3 different counties, and we determined that one county would be the lead agency, and we all relied on that document. So you can, as long as it covers all of the issues associated with each agency that's relying on that analysis, then that will be sufficient.
Okay, last question. Providing that information is available for the county's responsibility for a CEQA analysis. Would it be required by the county to request or actually demand a physical CEQA study if they had that information available?
Yes, because part of the having information available is also having it available to the public, and that we have to rely on a document. So just simply that we have a series of analysis done by other agencies, you need to put that together in an understandable and publicly available document for public review and comment. So unless there was again, like, some other agency has said, okay, we're preparing a mitigated negative declaration or an EIR, and here are all of our findings. And we review that document and say, that adequately covers the concerns of the county. And so we're going to rely on that document. And when we approve the project, we say, and we are relying on this document prepared by this agency for our environmental review.
So a CEQA is done by, requested by the county.
We are required to analyze the project.
The information.
The information, related to the project.
And it would make that project conditional to that information?
It could. And again, it depends on what the analysis says. Okay. You could have a negative declaration, which basically finds that there are no significant impacts. Okay. You could have a mitigated negative declaration, which says there are impacts, but we've identified conditions, mitigation measures that reduce those impacts to less than significant.
And the county would recognize
and
those.
So we would recognize that document was prepared by some other agency.
Thank you.
All right. I'll get Ryan up here. And Jason.
Good afternoon. Brian Moss, former Air Pollution Control Officer and Administrator of Environmental Management. And with me today, of course, is Jason Baser, who is your current Air Pollution Control Officer and Administrator of Environmental Management. So although I would have loved to have handed off this little project to Jason and just said, have fun, chose not to do that. And thought it'd be good fun to sit here and talk a little bit about an authority to construct with you as far as the Air Pollution Control District is concerned. So with that said, this is more of a presentation, a tutorial, if you will, as to what is an authority to construct, why we consider this, and the topic is ministerial versus discretionary action on behalf of the district. So, with that said, we'll move forward. An authority to construct is an application that's applied for at a time when a facility or a business or proprietor proposes to build, erect, alter, replace, operate, or use any article, machine, equipment, or other contrivance which may cause the issuance of air contaminants. This is right out of our code. This is not something that's a policy. This is right out of our code. What's the first thing we look at? In order for us to meet statutory responsibilities, the district must obtain sufficient information from each project applicant to estimate pollution emission levels and determine if a project will comply with district regulations. Part of our review under the Air Pollution Control District. And I'll remind, of course, the board that you are also the Air Pollution Control Board. The nature of information required varies considerably between the various types of equipment and processes and between small and large projects. So Peter already covered this in his presentation, and he just said it a little bit different, and that is each authority to construct is really project specific. So very quickly on this, without getting too far down the technological sewer, if you will, on a background, the information is obtained and used for developing an inventory for total emissions. And again, that assists the district in determining and writing authority to construct conditions on a project. Examples include, and certainly are not limited to, the following. Identification of air pollution emission estimates and existing stack test data. Something you're going to see a little bit later in this PowerPoint. Identification of criteria for pollutants, which include carbon monoxide, lead, nitrogen dioxide, ozone, particulate matter, and sulfur dioxide. Also identification of toxic air contaminants. And it's very interesting that these include over 700 chemical compounds that may have been determined to have potential adverse health impacts. So those are some of the, very briefly, things that we look at when we're looking at issuing a potential authority construct for a project. The ATC application provides information that's designed to assist the applicant. We kind of covered that. And after a thorough review of the application, the district will issue a preliminary decision on whether the application is approved with conditions, or disapproved. And in the case of this project, what we did do is we received the authority to construct application and realized we needed additional information, requested that, and additional information was submitted to us back on, I want to say it was June 25th. So, upon approval of the authority to construct, facility has 1 year to build, and this is taken again right out of the code. The familiar, erect, or alter the machine equipment or other contrivance which may cause the issuance of air contaminants. And of course, it can be extended beyond a year in cases where additional time is required to complete construction of a project. Not really an issue in this case, but sometimes it's even a larger project, and they'll submit an authority to construct application early on in the project. We will give them additional time to actually get that up and moving. So once a construction of a project is up and running, it's demonstrated under the authority to construct that a source can be operated under the conditions as cited in the authority to construct. The facility will be issued a permit to operate, or what we call a PTO. This permit to operate, which is down the line, not to be confused with today's discussion, does also include conditions, just like the authority to construct, to ensure compliance of the equipment. Makes sense. The permit to operate is issued on an annual basis. The facility is also inspected on an annual basis. And we also check to make sure they're meeting the conditions of the now permit to operate. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself on permit to operate. I want to say that Peter also just touched a little bit on 401. He didn't cite it by number, but this is right out of your Air Pollution Control Board, Air Pollution Control District rule book that says any person building, altering, or replacing any source of air contaminant shall first obtain an authority to construct. That's the reason we're here today. It's to be obtained from the Air Pollution Control Officer. The authority to construct shall remain in effect until the permit to operate for that source for which the application was filed is either granted or denied, or until termination pursuant to other provisions of this regulation. Again, we're not here right now. Where we're at right now is getting ready to issue the authority to construct. And that's not even the issue today. It's going to be an issue of, under that authority to construct, is that a discretionary or is that a ministerial action? Okay? Nobody's saying that we can't issue the authority to construct. Nobody's saying that a permit to operate cannot be issued down the line. Nobody's stating that. But what we're trying to state at this point is a discretionary versus ministerial. Why is that important? It's important because discretionary triggers CEQA, ministerial does not. Okay? And that is the topic at hand here. So, very quickly, a project is discretionary if it requires a judgment or deliberation by the public agency, in this case, your Air Pollution Control District, or body in approving or disapproving it. And 14 CCR is California Code of Regulations, so when you see CCR, that's what that is. I'm sure all of you are aware of that already. So in order to trigger CEQA, which we've talked a lot about, compliance, the discretion must provide the agency with the ability to mitigate environmental damage to some degree. And what's very important about this, it's one thing to talk about a raw product, it's another thing to say we're going to put measures in place to mitigate any potential impact on public health, safety, or in the environment. And as a matter of fact, the applicant has done a really good job of stating, this is our plant, this is how it works. There's a bag house in it. Supervisor Calaveras spoke a little bit about the baghouse as well. Other people talked about that as well. But those are all measures that mitigate any potential impact or help mitigate any potential impact on public health, safety, and the environment. So on to ministerial. This is a project that the public agency has to determine merely whether the project conforms to applicable statutes, regulations, or ordinances. The agency does not exercise judgment over whether or how the project should be carried out. Predetermined list of variables resulting in a simple checkbox or checklist are an example of that. These types of things that may be answered in a yes/no format may be an example of ministerial action. What came up at the Planning Commission was the Air Pollution Control District, or district, issuing a ministerial action permit for a generator out at Ford Construction, because they are permitted by the district today. And they're also permitted through, or have plans through environmental health. The interesting part of that is the inquiry was, well, why was that ministerial and this is not? Well, ministerial is, again, I'm looking for a checklist, a checkbox, a formula, a venue, if you will, I can refer to and say, yes, it meets A, B, C, and D. And that does exist under the air toxic control measures for generators as issued by the California Air Resources Board. So it's a ministerial action. So when that was brought up at the Planning Commission, I said, yes, indeed, that is indeed ministerial. However, an asphalt plant and the review and the conditions are very, very different than simply it's greater than 50 brake horsepower and it's going to generate so many kilowatts. And oh, by the way, it falls in this category, check, will issue your permit. So ministerial project is one that involves little or no personal judgment. That's pretty clear. It involves only the use of fixed standards, kind of like that authority to construct I was talking about, or objective measurements. And the public official cannot use personal subjective judgment in deciding whether or how the project should be carried out. So public agencies must determine on a case-by-case basis, and Peter also brought this up in his presentation, or through adoption of regulations as has been done by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. And, of course, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District is just a little bit bigger than Calaveras County Air Pollution Control District. We're at about 1.75 full-time equivalents. So, again, that's up to the Air Pollution Control Board to adopt standards by which a district can go ahead and move from something that may typically be considered ministerial, discretionary into ministerial, as long as it's put in place and you can check those boxes if it were. So again, Bay Area, their projects are ministerial on analysis of their own laws to be applied to approvals. So their district board, if you will, approves somewhere in their rules that indeed, for certain actions, and I haven't worked there, so I don't know what those are. Those actions are a ministerial action. We see enough of them. We have enough of these widgets going through the office. I'm going to divert real quick, but it's an example. When we inherited on-site wastewater, we had all these experimental systems in the ground. And it didn't make sense to make them experimental anymore because we knew that they worked. So we made them just simply engineered. It's the same idea. If we had enough of these applications, it might warrant the air pollution control officer coming to the air pollution control board and saying, you know what, we're seeing enough of these. We think we need to move forward and adopt some standards. Here we have some templates. Continuing on, the district deems this project to be discretionary as the scope of the project is very specific, and the district will condition both the authority to construct and the permit to operate on how the asphalt plant can be operated to minimize the issuance of air contaminants, which is what you've been hearing all day today. Furthermore, the project also necessitated both the toxic air contaminant criteria and air pollutant review. The review for the toxic air contaminants is much less established and requires greater scrutiny. So this is very key right here. Doubts about whether an action is ministerial or discretionary must be resolved in favor of a finding that the determination is indeed discretionary. So if you're weighing those two, and we talked a little bit about that today in the code about, well, it could have gone this way, it could have gone that way. Again, we're here, but at a different level. You go this way, you can go this way. But the reality is, if there is any, and we don't believe that there's even a question as to whether this is discretionary. But if there was a question as to whether it's discretionary versus ministerial, certainly we would want to lean towards the discretionary determination. So that was kind of a quick what an authority construct is and how it works for the Air Pollution Control District.
Okay.
Questions?
So if you connect the dots to the prior vote, where it was a 3-2 vote that we recognized the planning director basically had some discretionary power to interpret, and that's how you're saying this is a discretionary project also?
It's a discretionary act, yes. It certainly is a discretionary. Well, this is a little bit more specific based on technology, obviously, rather than interpreting the code. But indeed, yes, it's a discretionary act as to not only what will that authority construct require, but what kind of conditions are we going to put on that authority construct? How many hours a day can they operate? Maybe the proposal is to start at 4 a.m. Maybe that's something that's not going to necessarily work, because when you look into this, remember that the Sierra Nevada is drain at night. Your air movement, it was talked about air movement, prevailing winds moving from west to east. I wouldn't argue that. But what happens in the evening? The mountains drain, so you're getting air movement from east to west. Okay, so does 4 a.m. work? I don't know. We haven't gone to that level, but that's kind of discretionary review and or that may result in specific conditions on the permit, both for the authority to construct and the permit to operate.
Can I also add something to that?
No.
May I?
Please do, sure.
Just to reiterate Brian's presentation, that the application that was presented to us, there is some things that are ministerial, but looking at if you look at criteria air pollutants, getting into the science of it, and toxic air contaminants, both of which are generated at this site. With toxic air contaminants, let me back up, with the criteria air pollutants, there are standards set in place. With the toxic air contaminants, there's discretion that staff has to apply in reviewing that to make sure mitigation measures are in place. So looking at that from just a scientific process of between standards and not having standards in reviewing those toxic air contaminants, staff has to apply discretion in reviewing what the hours used and what Brian was just mentioning at the plant to make sure that there's not going to be significant health effects.
Got so much going through my head, I forgot what I was going to ask you. But one of the things that it says in the alternatives, if you read it, is if the board reverses the commission's decision finding that an ATC is not a project under CEQA, the APCD may process and issue the ATC. However, further environmental review may be required pending the decision on other appeals before the Planning Commission that a conditional use permit is required pursuant to county code. Okay, so that's almost a little bit confusing. If we approve this, then a conditional use permit study will come in, or?
May I clarify that?
Yeah.
There's two different things going on here, and what's not before the board today is the health officer's determination that hazardous materials are being used at the site. There's a code section you'll be hearing about in the future, 17042035. It's a zoning code that says that hazardous materials are identified as being used, and it is reviewed by the health officer, Okay, in this case, it's the environmental health officer, and today it's yesterday it was me, today it's Jason. The reality is that determination is to be applied and reported to the planning department, and it automatically requires a conditional use permit. But again, topic for another day. So that is a separate issue. This is only to discuss the authority to construct and whether it is discretionary and or ministerial in action. If it is discretionary, CUP aside, okay, if it is discretionary, therefore CEQA will apply, and they will need to do, I want to say, and Peter, please jump in if I'm incorrect, or Tiffany, I think that would probably trigger an initial study. Would that be correct? Correct. So that's what that would do. Would that result in a conditional use permit? I don't know. I don't really know. It may require an initial study that could result in a negative declaration, a mitigated negative declaration, or what you've been hearing today, an environmental impact report. That is assuming there are no exemptions. It's not a conditionally exempt, or it's a conditionally exempt activity, and therefore it doesn't even get to the mitigated neg deck or the neg deck level. So really, it's apples and oranges. CUP's over here, but CUP's an environmental review. This is an environmental review. It's just a different path at an environmental review. Tiffany, would that be correct?
Right, I think that's correct. I was going to maybe break down the three-step process in applying CEQA. So the first question would be whether it's a project subject to CEQA. And so that goes back to some of the slides Peter had that included the definition of a project, and then the question of whether it's a ministerial or a discretionary project. The next question you would go to is whether any exemptions to CEQA apply to the project. Some of those exemptions are set forth in statute, some are in regulations. And then the third question would be, assuming it is a project, it is not exempt, then you would move to the question of what type of environmental document you would do, and that's when you would do the initial study.
Question, gentlemen? Oh, I cleared it out. So we have to actually generate pollutants from this activity, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
We
that?
actually generate pollutants, air contamination from this operation that triggers the discretionary.
Well, here's the issue. I don't want to get too far down the bunny trail there, but to answer that question, what we're trying to do is we're trying to, through a discretionary act, mitigate the amount of emissions that are released into the atmosphere. That's really the key. Are we saying that there will be absolutely no emissions released into the air, whether they be volatile organic compounds from the burner, or whether they be dust, or whatever it happens, fugitive dust, whatever it happens to be? We're not saying that. Our job in public health and safety is to help mitigate and contain that, so indeed there is not a significant effect overall on public health, safety, and the environment.
Because key word there would be emissions, right?
Correct.
So if you had a system that eliminated those emissions,
correct,
that would satisfy that need.
That satisfies the need, and that brings us back to the authority to construct. Because the authority to construct reviews the project and says, okay, yes, indeed, we've reviewed the plant in order to make sure that those emissions are reduced. These are the conditions that you will meet, and you must follow under your authority to construct and then eventually your permit to operate in order to assure that indeed we're not having an impact. But the bottom line is, again, that's not even that is the answer, but that's not the topic at hand. The topic at hand is whether we have the discretion, it's a discretionary permit, or whether it's ministerial. We simply say, oh yes, it's fine, we check a box. We do not do that, and that's the district's position, just stating essentially that the authority to construct can be issued when it's ready to go, but the authority to construct, fortunately or unfortunately, triggers CEQA because it's a discretionary act in this case.
But if you don't have the emissions,
correct,
it still falls under the requirement procedure.
Remember, if you don't have, yes, because we're going back. We've got to go back over here before we get to the mitigating measures that helps reduce the emissions. Okay, we're still over here and we're saying, under what conditions, under the authority construct, how do we issue that authority construct? How do we review that? Well, we're reviewing it through looking at the toxic air contaminants as well as other contaminants, and how do we mitigate those things? Okay? Now, again, it may be hours of operation in addition to what the plant is. It may be testing the equipment in addition to what the plant is. Those are all things that are within sight of the authority to construct, that eventually most of which will be brought over into the permit to operate.
Let me just help be clarified that the issue here is the process and not the project itself. Is the process that the air pollution control officer goes through and the district goes through, is that discretionary? Forget about the specific project right now. When someone applies for an authority to construct, do we have a process in place that makes it ministerial, as in the case of a generator? We have very clear standards. If you meet the standards, you're good to go. That's a ministerial process. With an asphalt plant or some other larger industrial type of operation, we don't have clear standards in place. And so in that case, the district, the air pollution control officer, needs to utilize its discretion in determining how best to limit the air emissions. Does that help clarify, or just muddle it further?
I had to ask, just being new to air pollution as a new air pollution control officer, but working with Brian, for a number of years with air pollution, but called one of my counterparts and said, what do you consider ministerial? A burn permit. You get it over the counter, and you get issued that permit. You're not looking at toxic air contaminants and other potential contaminants, what Brian was discussing. What would you consider discretionary? They laid out some different things, one being an asphalt bed time, just as an example. But I think in reiterating what Peter's saying, we're really just looking at the decision on ministerial versus discretionary on this authority to construct.
Okay, here's my thought. We talked about a generator being ministerial. Correct. Do we have to measure any type of emissions from that generator?
They're already those emissions are already calculated in the air toxic control measures as issued by the state of California. There are approved generators. They've already been through the testing. In other words, they're pre-approved by.
So you have a list of approved.
Exactly. It's kind of like if we think of Underwriters Laboratories.
Okay.
It's yes, they've already been through the process, if you will. Okay.
So if you applied that to a hot plant that's approved for emissions, is that we're talking apples and apples or apples and oranges?
No, because we are reviewing a hot plant that we've never seen before, and again, not only are we reviewing a hot plant that we've never seen before, we don't have a standard to go look at, just do a checkbox and say, oh yes, indeed, it meets the requirements. Here's your authority to construct. We can't do that.
And can I also add to the diesel generators, since we're using that as an example? There's measurable standards for that generator use. With the asphalt plant, because there's toxic air contaminants, those standards are not measurable. They have to be calculated. There's discretion by staff to apply in reviewing those toxic air contaminants. So that's the difference.
Which results in the conditions that will be on the authority to construct and the permit to operate.
So I'm looking at this asphalt plant online here, and it has the emission standard on it. So it has measurable, tells you what it puts out.
Right.
Just like you would a generator.
Yeah, that's my issue.
Okay, maybe I can clarify a little further. It depends on, one of the things we look at is what is the raw material coming in the form of asphalt for the plant. Remember that asphalt is aggregate plus the asphalt mixed together to make the asphalt and concrete. There are different sources of that. Most commonly, and I don't have that slide with me today, but if you were to look at a refinery and you look at a vessel, and the natural gas is coming up off the top, and you move further down the vessel and you hit gasoline, and you move further down the vessel and you hit kerosene, and you move on down on the different petrochemicals that are being pulled off. The remaining material at the bottom of the vat is the asphalt. That's really the asphalt. Now, how much sulfur is in that particular asphalt that they're going to be using from a particular plant? How many other VOCs, benzene, right, exactly, is going to be in that particular source? Those are the things we look at. It's not going and getting number 2 diesel for a diesel generator that we can get across the United States. These are very specific. So that's part and parcel of why we're saying this is very discretionary.
Well, doesn't exhaust from diesel and gasoline contain a certain amount of sulfur, certain amount of contaminants?
Absolutely. But again, that
do they use that to fuel generators?
They do, and we do permit those. We do permit those. But again, those emissions, those standards are all set in the air toxic control measures. They're already lined out. It's a checkbox, if you will. You go through and say, okay, they're buying a Kenworth 800, and it's 90 brake horsepower, and these are the emissions that are associated with this. And oh, by the way, not only these are the emissions, but the air toxic control measure says, and these are the conditions you shall put in the authority to construct and the permit to operate, unlike an asphalt batch plant, which is very specific.
And I think it's not just the material, it's the process. So under the process, you have different air contaminants come out of the asphalt plant versus a diesel generator. And going back to the toxic air contaminants, which are not where there are no standards, where staff has to apply discretion and making sure there's no significant health risk to the surrounding community and that there's proper mitigation measures.
So as I understand it, we heat up a petroleum product in manufacturing asphalt in a closed environmental system. We don't consume it or change the chemical process. We actually heat it up. Use that to coat aggregate that's air dried before it's released into the atmosphere and stored in an airtight container until it's delivered. So it's the emissions that have me confused. And what you're doing with the asphalt product used in the manufacture.
Well, I think
asphalt.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little off topic because I think we're further down the line when you're talking about the emissions. Our job at this point is to review the proposal. The proposal is for an asphalt batch plant. One of the things, as an example, we asked for and was delivered to us on June 25th was all the MSDS sheets. We didn't even know what they were going to use. Okay, they can use different products depending on the products, depending on, as Jason said, the batch plant itself, depending on the make, depending on the model, will tell us what we can put in the permit, the authority to construct and the permit to operate. That's going to change as you have different types of plants. Okay? Just like different types of generators have different types of requirements under the air toxic control measures. Not all of them are the same requirement.
We do know the type of the hot plant, correct? And with the emissions information. So we know that. We know
that part of it. But the other part of it is what's the fuel you're using? What is the source of the asphalt? What are the chemicals that you're using? And with that comes into play, okay, how do we make sure you meet the standards so you don't emit emissions that are above and beyond what is allowable by law? And so, again, back to the review, and that's our discretion to say, you know what? Yes, we understand the plant, we understand how it works, et cetera, but you know what? We've got that downwind that comes at night. It usually starts at 3 in the morning. I'm just throwing numbers out. I don't know. But as an example, those are the things we need to look at, say, maybe you can't fire that plant up at 4 in the morning. Maybe you can. But those are the kind of conditions that are in the permit, and those are at the discretionary of the district to make.
Okay, so you're talking about the process of making the decisions.
Right.
Designates whether it's discretionary or administrative, depending on the information you have available.
I think that would be correct, if I understand that, yes. But it is a process. This is not about the batch plant. This is about just the process and the review. Okay.
Well, if you're going to have a process and a review, then you're going to have certain standards that you go by, right? I mean, there's got to be a maximum emission that would trigger something, or a maximum this or maximum that.
That's what we try to prevent. Try to prevent something going over that max.
Correct. Okay, so what triggered this?
Triggered this? What triggered the authority to construct was the application for...
No, what triggered the yeah.
What triggered that was I didn't have, at the time, still don't, the district doesn't have a process by which we can look at a box, if you will, or a sheet, if you will, and say, it checkbox, yes, it meets A, B, C, and D, and therefore these are going to be conditions of the permit. This is unique. So as it's unique, we didn't have the ability to just, like I say under the ATCM, just check a box. I don't know if that answered that question or not, though. Jason, maybe you're better at that one than I am.
And because there's discretion applied to the application, that's where we're here at today, because we don't have a ministerial process of approving an asphalt plant. That's, in basic terms, that's why we're here, because the different types of contaminants and the toxic air contaminants versus bacteria air pollutants, and that's how we ended up at the decision we're at today. It wasn't a ministerial process. We had to apply discretion and still apply discretion in the process.
All right, so then what industry would trigger that? What are you going to use? What industry would you use it for? I mean, obviously the asphalt plant.
It depends on the industry and what the materials they're using. If we get another application that comes in that has toxic air contaminants and there's no executive orders per se that this equipment meets these minimum standards, then we won't be able to use a ministerial process. We'll have to go through the discretionary process at that time. So the district, or the state comes up with specific guidelines for different processes. But it's looked at not just by project, it's also looked at by equipment and pollutants that are generated with the project and the process itself.
I think the other thing that was very confusing is that, again, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District was used as an example, and they do have a something ministerial in place, and that's why I was using the on-site wastewater textile treatment systems as an example. We had 1,500 of them in the ground. Are they working? Yes. Why are we calling them experimental? Let's take them away from that discretionary review and make it a ministerial review. That was for on-site wastewater. I can see the same thing happening for the Air Pollution Control District here under the adoption of rules by the Air Pollution Control Board. If we had more hot batch plants coming through and such, would it make sense to fly something and say, you know what, we're seeing enough of these now that indeed, you know what, we think we can put a matrix together wherein it's this kind of batch plant, this kind of batch plant, this kind of batch plant, and if you make an application for those and we can check these boxes off, that'd become much more of a ministerial action. I'm guessing that's what the Bay Area Air Quality Management District has done. We haven't done that as a district, and nor has the Air Pollution Control Board done that as a board.
And one of the things that we permit on 32 gas stations, retail fueling facilities, they have executive orders in place where the equipment is tested by the Air Resources Board, and with those conditions, if that equipment is tested to meet certain conditions, and so when we get an application, we look at the equipment, does it meet the executive order, it's tested, and that would be another example of a ministerial process.
Okay, so if we had a CARB, California Air Resources Board, designation on this equipment saying it meets California standards, we'd fall in that same category, correct?
If we had, as an example, an ATCM, air toxic control measure, am I right? Yeah. I'm getting turned around too. An ATCM for batch plants. we would have turned to that ATCM for batch plants. Matter of fact, we've been happy to turn to that ATCM for batch plants because, quite frankly, we wouldn't be sitting here today discussing this in part, number one. Number two, it would have just made the whole path a lot easier for everybody involved. That doesn't exist today.
Would it matter if it's a batch plant or anything else, as long as there's a threshold for the amount of pollution that it emits?
I think it's less about threshold, and I think it's more about process. So as an example, Jason was talking about gas stations. One of the things the district looks at are the nozzles at gas stations. Okay? These are approved nozzles by the Air Board. Okay? They've gone through the testing. They're already in place. In other words, somebody puts new nozzles down at the gas station down on 49, we're certainly not going to say, well, that's a discretionary permit. It's ministerial. We know exactly what it is. I have a chart I can go to. It's an approved product. This is the number of gallons. This is the amount of emissions. This is how the return lines work and vent back to either the tank or to the burner, depending on what it is. Okay, so that's very ministerial, unlike something that is cutting edge for Calaveras County. In this case, it's batch plant.
Question, do we know of any hot asphalt batch plant designation in the state of California that has been termed ministerial?
The way to answer that would be, I think, is district specific. Okay? I would say the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, is my understanding, has a ministerial process in place as adopted by their Air Pollution Control Board that would allow for that to be a ministerial action. But that's a district by district thing. So there's nothing coming out from CARB, or Air Resources Board, like it does for, let's say, generators. It says, here's the air toxic control measures, just follow these, and these are your guidelines for your authority to construct and your permit to operate.
That makes sense.
Maybe we get there eventually.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
So, what about propane facilities?
As far as
emissions,
Brian probably answered this. From an air pollution standpoint, they're not listed on the criteria of air pollutants, because they're not, emitting through a process, closed loop system.
Actually, at this point, I can't even comment on propane because I'm not even sure how those are even treated.
Okay.
They're permitted under environmental health for other programs.
Yes.
For emergency planning and community right to know, but for the air side, there's no permit requirements for a bulk propane.
Okay.
We're talking different air contaminants improvements. Process.
Okay. Any other questions? Right now? Okay. So how about if we move on to
Can I clarify? I need to clarify. So this appeal today is being heard to the Board of Supervisors.
Right.
Okay, not the Air Pollution Control District
It's
Board.
it's actually the Board of Supervisors, but you also sit as the Air Pollution Control Board, if it will.
Right.
As you know, we open your meetings to your IHSS, Board of Supervisors, and Air Pollution Control Board. But yes, as the process is concerned, the Planning Commission decision is being appealed to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, that's what I need to clarify. Then our second is that our focus is on discretionary or ministerial.
Yes, exactly.
And the reason we're hearing it is because we have no real history
Correct.
or past practice in Calaveras County, or for this district, which is Calaveras County, that has experience with the asphalt plant.
With one exception, the former Air Pollution Control Officer did issue an authority to construct for an asphalt plant in a different area of the county. Why that was done and how that was done, I do not know, but my understanding is it was not open to CEQA. But I do not think that that's an excuse for us to ignore what we know the law to be today.
Okay.
So,
So then, once we determine one way or the other, if we determine that it's discretionary, then that kicks in a CEQA review.
It kicks in an initial review.
Initial
review.
Right.
Or
so, yeah,
something
question,
similar.
Right. Whether it's ministerial or discretionary would lead you down the CEQA process.
All right. All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
How come we didn't request a seeker review, and was that determination discretionary or ministerial?
Well, I can't answer that because the Air Pollution Control Officer that made that decision is no longer here, and I would love to be able to answer that question for you, but I don't know the answer either. But I do know what is before us today and what we have to look at.
So historically, we do have one.
Just one.
Just one.
And the plant was never built.
Okay. Nevertheless, the application was made and was granted, but we did not require a CEQA based on the Air Pollution Control Board's directive.
That's true. That is true at that time. And again, I can't tell you why that decision was made because I didn't have purview over it.
So you know for a fact that we didn't, or the county didn't require any type of CEQA?
I don't know for a fact.
What year was it?
Oh.
2000.
It would have been early
2007. 2007.
Yeah. So it was under different purview, and I can't answer for it. But I wanted to make sure that was clear for the record for Supervisor Ponte, because indeed, yes, we did have an application, and indeed, the Air Pollution Control Officer at the time said, yes, we're going to grant the authority to construct. There's nothing in the record that says whether they made that determination under discretionary purposes and or ministerial. It doesn't say.
Don't you have any easy things we can judge?
If it was easy, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah. All right, let's, is there any other questions, guys? All right. All right, so we, presentation by the appellants.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bill Abbott, Abbott and Kinderman, for Ford and for CB. So I'd like to start with the last topic first because I think that's the most interesting part of this discussion. What you heard from staff was that we don't have a process to approve these on a ministerial basis. And yet we know, undisputed, in 2007, the Air Pollution Control Officer in this county issued that permit ministerially, no CEQA review. So with all due respect to staff, I will dispute the characterization that there's no way the county can do it. The law presumes that the county complied with all applicable laws when that decision was made. And all we've heard is we don't know how it was made. But the default legal position is that the law presumes that, in fact, the county complied with the law. So let's ask the question, what's changed since 2007? First of all, we've got a current plant, not 2007, but I don't think that goes to the legal issue here. There's been no material change in the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, the guidelines, the case law, except there have been favorable cases to our position. There's been no change, to my knowledge, in the applicable CARB rules. There's been no change, to my knowledge, in your official regulations. There's been a change in staff. That, to me, is the only variable between 2007 and today. It's not as if, as the Air Pollution Control Board, you've adopted new rules and regulations that would change the outcome from 2007. It's the same body of law. I mean, I think earlier today we heard the question like, why would somebody come to the county and do business here? Well, my clients do their research. They know that in 2007 that the county granted a permit on a ministerial basis for an asphalt plant without going through CEQA review, and they know there's been no material change in the law. That's why so they've done their due diligence and they've done their homework. So that's, I think, one of the issues is that there has been a process in the county, and to my knowledge, the county, as the either as the Board of Supervisors or as the governing body for the district, has not revised its rules and regulations to generate a different outcome.
Sir, I have a quick question on
Please.
that. Thank you. So when you say there's been a process, I'm not sure that there's a process. I think maybe there was because a process would mean that there was something in place that this is how we do it, right? A procedure, process, where in this sense there is a determination that was made, but no process. So I think that we could say there has been some type of previous example, but not a process established. I think that would be fair, because otherwise we'd be able to point to that process.
Well, it may be true that there was not a formal process in place in 2007, and my argument is there's no new process in place. We're essentially dealing with the same universe of facts and law today.
But by saying there's no new process, and there was no old process, there's just a determination, I don't see how that really helps us get to any actual solution.
Well, I'll just offer up the position that one would hope in private enterprise that you can rely upon the official acts of the county to provide you guidance. If an investor in the county has to second guess every prior decision.
Well, no, I understand that, but as an investor, if you look at the process, like this Bay Area air quality, you can see very obviously, you can probably call it up online and find a checklist of these things we have to go through. If you go to ours, there is no process. So there's one decision that's been made. You're not going to rely your entire business on one decision that was made in 2007 over the course of the entire history. It's not a process. It's not you can say it was done once, but I just don't see, and I don't think you would make your decision as a business owner based on that one decision if you did.
Well, all I can say is the proof is in the outcome, and I respect supervisors' comments about whether or not a process exists or doesn't exist. But let's talk a little bit about some of the issues that have been discussed and the exercise of discretion. You heard the statement that each of these projects is unique. And we don't dispute that. A couple things. We don't dispute the characterization that these are unique. We don't dispute that we've got to get an ATC. We don't dispute we've got to comply with all the adopted air quality regulations in California. That's really not the discussion. But let's talk about this uniqueness issue. I would argue that when somebody comes in and applies for a building permit for a commercial building, that analysis by your staff is considered to be ministerial. It's held up against standards, and it's a unique analysis compared to somebody that comes in and wants to pull a building permit for a house a quarter of a mile away. So to me, the uniqueness characterization is not determinative of whether or not you're exercising discretion or whether or not it's ministerial. There was a discussion that there is an ATC that was granted for the generator on the Ford facility. Now, mind you, my understanding, I'm sure staff will correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not as if the district had adopted standards. What did the district do? I believe the district turned to the state guidance to decide whether or not this was appropriate. Well, our argument, as we've set forth in our material submitted to you previously, is that, for example, CARB issues guidance on asphalt plants. So just as staff can turn to CARB for guidance on a generator, we believe staff can turn to the CARB guidance to deal with asphalt plants. And that's a body of law, that's guidance that, frankly, I don't think existed in 2007. Our position, what we're responding to in this trilogy of applications, requests, permits, and appeals is essentially a determination by staff right out of the gate. They basically said in all circumstances, ATCs for an asphalt plant have to be discretionary. And that's essentially the core of the issue that we're debating today. Staff hasn't responded, probably hasn't had time. It's not a criticism, just an observation. Hasn't had time to review the report that was commissioned by the district staff I'm not an air quality engineer. My understanding is that that report, again, it wasn't our report, it was commissioned by the staff, demonstrates that this project conforms to all objective standards that the state has for air quality. Now, under those circumstances, and this is where I think is the critical legal distinction, if the project complies with all standards, which, for the sake of argument, let's assume my statement summarizing the report is accurate, we respectfully dispute the characterization that the district can then add additional conditions. If we are in compliance, there is no conditioning authority. The conditioning authority is if the project is not in compliance with applicable regulations. And that's where that I think is probably the biggest distinction between our position and that of staff. So we are faced with a generic statement that says you have to go through the CEQA process. It is discretionary. We have responded to the information requests. To my knowledge, the district, and again, not a criticism, probably haven't had a chance to digest all that, but it's our position as of today, the information from that report says that we do comply with all regulations. So our position is that under those circumstances, if you are fully compliant, then there isn't that exercise of discretion. Sure, they have to look at the information. They have to compare it to the applicable air quality standards. But I mean, public officials do that all the time. It doesn't turn every one of those reviews into a discretionary decision for purposes of CEQA. And I don't want to discount the significance of the CEQA review process. I mean, I've been lucky. I've made a career out of it. Don't be misled by anyone's suggestion that this will only take 45 days or 60 days or 6 months or a year. I mean, I don't think anybody can predict that accurately, but I think if you ask planning staff, what their experience was with controversial projects, how long the CEQA process review was, I'll just leave it to that as to whether or not it's an appropriate question. It's generally a long, expensive process. And what's going to happen in the meantime? Caltrans is not going to stop the repaving jobs. Those trucks are going to come from someplace else. Some other county is going to collect the sales tax, and it is a sales tax collectible product for that asphalt. So whether or not that's an important issue for the county, that's your decision. But there are opportunities to provide that product here, and so unnecessarily getting into discretionary review. There are times when you have to go through discretionary review, I admit that, but to unnecessarily go through discretionary review, which is why we're being so adamant in our position, costs business opportunities, substantial expense. Now, public review may be desirable for public policy purposes, but that public policy is not what decides whether or not your decision or the AKCO's decision is ministerial or discretionary. So again, I think where we started this conversation was it's a fairly narrow issue, and I agree, it's a fairly narrow issue. Predetermination that every asphalt plant has to go through CEQA review, we've submitted the material, the CARB materials, and the legal authorities that support the proposition that under this circumstances, the determination by the APCO that we are in compliance is not discretion. We're happy to defend that position, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Again, we have representatives from Hogan, from the operators.
I just thought it would be important to note that this plant came from Siskiyou County, operating in California. That got an authority to construct and was able to operate without CEQA review, already done in California.
And having represented Siskiyou County for 4 or 5 years, including the Air District, I would say their body of regulations is probably on par with your district.
I have a couple questions.
Please.
So when you're talking about, like, you can just take it off the shelf, basically, is what we're saying. And then, we have this thing that's built. We're going to install it here, and we are going to look at the state regulations, and it's just a checkbox thing, so it's ministerial. So how does it relate to the specific site, though? I mean, because each of these issues, each of these plants, like Siskiyou County, although there are some similarities, it's not, this quarry. It's not surrounded by this neighborhood. It doesn't have these wind conditions. It doesn't have the it's a different site. So you're going to have different types of things to look at because of this different site locations. So to me, you're going to want to have some type of review, and that's where it falls into discretionary. As much as you would like it not to be, there's going to be questions that have to be answered in this because of the site. So I don't know how you respond to that.
Well, with all due respect, and just to parse the words here, I don't think the test of discretionary and ministerial turns on whether or not additional review through the secret process is desirable. It's a legal question. It's not a referendum to the general population. It's not a popularity.
I'm not saying desirable. What I'm saying is for the Air Quality Pollution Control Board or officer is required to look at that and really examine that. And there's going to be questions that arise out of that. And when those questions arise, it's no longer a ministerial process. It's a discretionary process.
Well, and this discussion is somewhat in the abstract because we don't have that decision to review. And again, let me just, if I may summarize. My understanding is that this air quality report that was done by the specialists looks at all the generation equipment associated with the proposal and concludes that this project, and I'm not quite sure, I won't pretend to tell you what the breadth of their analysis is, other than it's an air quality analysis that's specific to all the equipment. And that report says this plant will operate substantially under all applicable regulations. And our position is, which is separate from your point, is that under those circumstances, the conditioning authority does not kick in. It may exist to say you have to comply with the rule, but if we're already in compliance with the rule, the addition of that condition does not add meaningful discretion under the California Environmental Quality.
But how do we know that what you're saying is actually qualifying under those rules?
Well, again, I think to some extent we've got almost a little timing problem because what we responded to was a statement, a determination by the APCO at the early moment saying you have to go through the secret process before they got all the information. If we didn't file that appeal and we then we got into a dispute over whether or not we had to go through discretionary review, predictably the argument was going to be you've waived it because we've told you the clock runs, you have to make a timely appeal. So to some extent, our pathway was determined for us in advance of having all the information in there.
And the other question I would ask, I mean, I do understand the desire to get past this so you can expedite the project. That's understandable. But comparing a building permit to this type of plant, I think is probably comparing apples and oranges when it becomes, because we have building permits. I mean, ideally we have a lot of building permits every year. We've had one in 2007 that we pointed to, batch plant. So there's no way to compare a building permit process to a very unique, almost extraordinary process that we're going through here, witnessed by the hours and hours and hours we've been here, and all the process. This obviously is not a ministerial project as much as we or you would like it to be. It's obviously a project under CEQA just by the uniqueness of it in our county and the fact that we don't have a process. So what I would suggest is that you guys, take a step back and reevaluate your PR and your cost-benefit analysis, and go ahead and do a CPU, a conditional use permit, and get everybody on board with you, rather than trying to jam this through like this. I just think this is, I think it's politically, you're making enemies where you can make friends. I mean, people want jobs in this county, and what you've done in this process is you've created division. So what I suggest is you pull it back, and instead of fighting, work with the community on developing a conditional use permit, spend a little extra time. You'll get everybody, this whole board, this whole county, for the most part, on your side. So anyway, that's my...
I respect the vice chair's assessment.
That's my advice.
Position, but to be clear, I was not suggesting that the APCO's review of applicable air quality regulations is equivalent to the building department administering a building permit. What I was responding to was the statement, was how unique these were. And I would suggest that if you compare building plans for a large commercial building to the construction of a single-family home, you'll say there's a lot of differences between those two. And that was the only point I was trying to make. So anyway, thank you for your guidance. Again, happy to answer your questions.
I do have one quick question. Early in the presentation, you made a point of law, which indicated that if something wasn't listed just by law itself, you must interpret that as to being valid. I think it was discretionary versus ministry. I'd like to get some advice from our counsel on that. Do you recall what I'm talking about?
No, I kind of followed the question.
Totally lost you.
I believe, I'm sorry for jumping in, but I believe I can answer that. I think what Mr. Abbott was stating was that since there was a batch plant that was approved as an authority construct in the past, would be inconsistent, we are being inconsistent, that would have, at that time, would have met the law specifically, and he's absolutely correct in stating that no new rules, interpretation of the law, no new rules for CARB, for CEQA guidance. I would certainly agree with that. But what has changed, and you are correct on this as well, and then the staff has changed, the district law has changed. What also changed is a closer look at the law and the CEQA laws to determine that indeed that this was a discretionary act rather than a ministerial act. And that is what has changed. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but that was the example given. In other words, it was approved in the past. It was approved in the past. Nothing's changed. It should be approved today the same way. That's how I heard it.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Is that correct?
Mr. Moss's characterization is correct.
So both are correct.
Well, so what Bill Abbott is saying is that this is how you did it in the past. Nothing has changed. So this is how you should do it now. Okay. And what Mr. Moss is saying is that we are looking at the rules that apply. We believe it is a discretionary permit. So we're not sure why it was done that way in the past. So that's what he's explaining. That's what has changed, is how we're looking at the rules now.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I could perhaps follow up with the question. Perhaps what I was alluding to is that under some what CEQA allows you to deal with ministerial actions two different ways. One is you can adopt a broad rule, for example, like the BACMed, the Bay Area Air Quality Maintenance District has adopted broad-based rule with respect to hot plants that are ministerial under specified conditions. That's one way to deal with exemptions. But the guidelines are very clear. You can deal with exemptions on a case-by-case basis. So the fact that you as the district have not adopted a formal rule on ministerial does not preclude the board, and I can't remember now if you're the board of supervisors or board of directors of the air district or both acting at the same time, doesn't preclude you from reaching the correct legal conclusion as to whether or not it's ministerial or discretionary. So that's the point, is that you can do it by rule, you can do it on a case-by-case basis. The CEQA guidelines accommodate both outcomes.
Okay. Any other questions?
I do a point of clarification. This is a project to construct, and then you have a permit process to operate.
Right.
So does the CEQA cover both for this particular project?
Yes. I mean, yes.
Okay.
We're saying that both the ATC and the PTO are discretionary actions. That's what we're saying. So yes, we cover both.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. So we go to presentations by the members of the public, please.
Broadcast this again, Valley Springs. 2 comments and a question. We just heard reference to 400 trucking jobs. Last week, I believe I heard reference to 300 trucking jobs. Now, my math is pretty good. If you had just one guy working 1 day a week, and there was 80 trips a day, that would mean there's your 400 jobs, but they're all just working 1 day a week, and there's 80 back and forth truck trips a day. I don't see how we get to that number, 300 or 400. The company they intend to use, Paul Vaz, has listed as their employee roles, they have it listed 25 to 49. So I'm really unclear where that 400 comes from. If you had 400 each work doing 2 trips a day, 5 days a week, my God, can you imagine how many trips back and forth there would be? My math isn't that good. Number 2, and this is kind of directed at Mr. Oliveira because you asked a question about MSHA in the last round. And I just want to point out as a fact that the testing that was done in Siskiyou County was done by the owners of the portable batch plant that's being leased. That's Eagle Peak Mining and Paving or Paving and Mining. And they were censured by MSHA in 2012 for the death of an employee at their facility that I believe their facility was in Alpine County. And they were found to be negligent of that. They were given steps to take to correct that. I'd simply bring it up because you asked the question before and it popped into my mind. Now my question is this. I've heard reference to some letters or permits between Ford and previous planning commissioners, one of which was signed by somebody that one of you knew, that I think are being cited. Are they a matter of public record? And if so, where would I go to make a public records request to see those letters? I believe I've heard that one was 1993, that was 2003, but then I just heard the gentleman here mention 2007. Does anyone know if they're matters of public record?
The authority to construct in 2007 is a public record under the Air Pollution Control District.
Okay. And the other two, they're matters of public record, same place? Planning Department. Thank you very much.
What was the authority to construct for? It was for an asphalt batch plant at All Rock.
Peter, gentlemen, this is discretionary and ministerial favor of my paper. You know what equipment you're going to get. You know the personnel that would do it qualified. But it's some higher authority, EPA and APA, whatever else they call themselves. Simply putting, if I have a car, bumper, seat belt, and so on, I'm going to take it down to get a small check. I'm going to have to let it running. If it's not running right, no license, throw it down. If somebody really think that you ever going to have everybody on board, that's a fantasy. And this ideological problem has nothing to do with this thing. That's reality. If you don't like what happened 10, 20 years ago, tough Shatitsky. Now, you made a promise, you made a contract, they abide by that. There's no big change has been made, that's my impression. It's what CEQA, as far as what has to be done. The Board of Supervisors, who happened to occupy at that time, okayed it. They complied with it. Now they're exercising it. There's no, okay, please correct me in English so I can understand it.
The 2007 permit, go ahead.
Well, you correct that. 2007 permit was not for Ford. It was for a different plant. It didn't go to the board level. It was merely an authority to construct.
Yes.
It was issued, from Congress, was never issued because they never followed through. But it wasn't with this group.
Okay. No, I'm not going to ask you. I'm just ask you. The bottom line is they're exercising that they want to do something. It was approved under those years. Whatever they applied for was approved, correct? Now they're going to want to apply it. You know equipment is going to be used? You know the personnel will be used? If they're willing to gamble, you're always going to have an authority, hey, roll it up, get it out of here because it doesn't comply with the present rules. Simple. And I know nothing about it. It's above my pay grade. I think these guys are smart enough to know to comply, go through all the BS that they have to go through to run this plant. They're not in a PR business. These folks are. And if you're going to change rules, if I buy a property and whatever I'm going to do, I got permit for it, you give me a permit, and then you change your mind down the road, but because for whatever political, ideological reason, you can't run a business like that. Put a time limit on it in the future. And for what it's worth, if there was a mistake made back a long time ago, the same similar situation was a couple of days ago when somebody came up with, hey, I got the permit, but we changed that and so on. You can't run a business, you can't run a politics, you can't run this economy in this county. If they not complying with health and safety standard to please APA and EPA and whatever else you want to come up with, Mr. Moss and you guys would shut them down. Very simple. And I don't think these folks would gamble that kind of money and not comply with the required condition and conditions. Whatever it is, he can monitor it.
30 seconds.
So, and you still going to get a big stick. If they screw up, you're going to shut them down. And I don't think they want to shut it down after they put that kind of money into it. Thank you.
Vicki Reinke, Calaveras County Republicans. I have to say that after this meeting on this topic, I'm still confused. I did sit through the hearings at the Planning Commission on July 9th, and I want to shed some light on something because I left there not understanding the vote that was taken by the Planning Commission, and I'm thinking they might not have understood the vote that they made at the Planning Commission. I'm just saying. So I want to explain why I feel that way. When this came before the Planning Commission, this item, appeal of the Calaveras County Air Pollution Control, that the California Environmental CEQA applies to an application for authority to construct for an application plant at Hogan Quarry. That's the question. I don't know anything about ministerial or anything. So that's what it was, getting a authority to construct. So there was a lot of discussion. And the other thing was it was combined with another appeal by the Calaveras County Environmental Management that they're going to hear this Thursday. And the reason they're going to hear it this Thursday because it wasn't noticed, and so they couldn't act on it. But it became this combination of discussion between these two things. And they were told they could not talk about County Code Section 1742035. That's coming up. I guess I shouldn't tell you anything about that because you're not supposed to know. But at that meeting, those two things were getting mixed up. They even had to take a break for county council to have a discussion as to what was really happening. And so all of a sudden, there was a motion to make a vote. Nothing was repeated. There was no repeat of what they were voting on. And they all voted yes. And because I heard all the discussion that day, I'm thinking, what did they just vote on? Because it didn't make sense as to what was being presented by board commissioners who were on the other side. So when I saw this on the agenda for this meeting, it really actually confused me. So I guess one of the things I want to say is that Calaveras Republicans are asking the Board of Supervisors to support the appeal of Ford Construction. Because of all the things that have been said, the studies that I presented to you guys to look at, again, for us, there shouldn't be any question about whether there's damaging air pollution that will harm people in the environment, because that's been studied and studied and studied. It's been regulated, regulated, and regulated. You've heard from Ford Construction all the things they have to already do. So why duplicate it? And the only reason, I'm sorry, is to delay it. Why do we do that in this county? Delay projects unnecessarily. And I think what Peter said about if they do violate something down the road, somebody's going to shut them down. One of those agencies will shut them down. So I just wanted to make that comment. I don't know if you talked to your appointed planning commissioners to find if they might have mentioned that maybe they were confused about the vote, because I was surprised that this actually had gone through with a 5-0 vote. So again, what we're supposed to be looking at today was the authority to construct an asphalt plant is a project under CEQA. To me, that means if this passes from this board, that they are going to have to go do CEQA. Start over from square one. It could be, and that was one of my questions, how many years does it take to do a CEQA? And I guess it sort of got answered. It could be years. So why would we put somebody through that when we already have information? Just real quick, the idea about the Bay Area Air Control Board. 30 seconds. Okay. We all know that they're very strict. I mean, I probably would disagree with most of the things they would do. And they have a ministerial process for asphalt plants. I would guess why is because asphalt plants are non-polluting. They've been regulated to the point where they're not an issue any longer. You saw the EPA report. There was another report that I found, and it was from the California Air Board, and there was an exemption under regulations for energy efficiency and co-benefits, exemption for asphalt plants because they don't pollute. And I think, I hope you keep that in mind when you make these decisions, because it just prolongs an applicant for no reason and discourages other people from coming to our county. Thank you.
My name is Terry Henderson, and I am a Calaveras County Republican. I do not believe and agree with the facts that they're trying to present here as a Republican Party. And I'm also a Calaveras County taxpayer. I live in this county. I pay taxes. I don't agree with Calaveras County Taxpayers Association. I believe that this should require a CEQA review, and the reasons is because this is not the same location as the asphalt plant that was previously being reviewed back in 2007 or wherever that was. Our geographical location is different. We have an asphalt plant that sits on a hill above our water supply, the water that services my home and the homes of many of these other people who came here today. We have concerns. I know Ford Construction done some fast talk and got CCWD to sign a contract with them. Hopefully it's honored. Stockton East Water District, although they have 56.5% of the water rights to Hogan, we're not even given that right. But there's a lot of things to be considered here. Why we need a CEQA review. For one thing, we were told the hot asphalt mix would be coming in daily in trucks to and from either Richmond, California or Elk Grove on our highways. Our highways are very narrow, don't have a lot of room to get off the road if, say, somebody's crowding you over. That's a concern. The Calaveras River below is a natural trout lake and is also an andromedous fish habitat, and so therefore it has some protections from the state as far as that goes. I know they're saying that they're going to have all these provisions in place to catch all the rainwater, but we all know that rainwater runs downhill, and when you're on top of a hill, you can't catch every drop. So that's a concern. And as far as air quality, I believe that Peter Maurer made the right decision in saying that we need a CEQA review. And if a company comes into our county and wants to skirt around our laws, then I would say let's be skeptical. We should not have somebody come in here and dictate how we operate. They come in here and they follow our rules. So that's all I have to say.
My name is Laura Most again, and I'm a Republican, been a Republican for many years, and I do not agree with the Republican. She's saying that it's all of us. It's not. And also, I gave you all a packet, and seriously, Dr. E is my husband's doctor. He's our family doctor. He's talked to us immensely about this. Read his letter, and it's very serious. I don't care what. It's serious for our children, our old people. We have a lot of senior citizens in this county, and will they stay here? We don't know. But seriously, look at Dr. E's letter. Thank you.
My name is John Letts, and I'm a resident in Calaveras County, and unless I misunderstood Mr. Oliveira, do you understand when the asphalt product comes to be mixed with the gravel, it shows up in the truck at 500 degrees. It's not heated here. Did you understand that?
I'm very familiar with the process, sir.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood what you were saying then.
Very familiar with the process.
No, that's fine. And then I had another question. CB said that all their employees live in Calaveras County, around here. And how many would that be? Now, is that for Ford or is that for CB? CB. Oh, really? Okay, thank you. And one comment, up until now, Ford has been a very good neighbor. I know a little bit about the business they're in. And I can hear their guys up at the afternoon talk when they bring the equipment in up at that little place up there. And so I am that close. And they've been a very good neighbor up to this point. And what Mr. Wright said, if there's a way that we could all back up, these people make their commitments, and solve this pollution thing. And I encourage everybody to read up on bag houses. Excuse me. And call these people up. Tell me you want to buy a bag house. What will it do? What equipment do I need? And that's the best source information on whether this is polluting or not. And just tell them you're in the asphalt business. They're not going to know who you are. So it's been a long day for everybody, and thank you. This is my first time here, and I appreciate your work.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming too.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I was kind of concerned that Ford and CB do not have a facility anywhere in California that we could go and check out. So to me it seems like they're maybe looking at Calaveras County as kind of like a guinea pig, a way to get into California because of our strict standards. And if we don't exercise due diligence, they may weasel in without all the proper procedures and permits and things that are necessary to make the community where they're going to be in production receptive to them. To me, it sounds like they don't really give a poop whether we like them or not. I think that's very important. I didn't move away from Los Angeles to come to a county where nobody cares about each other. I came here because I thought there was going to be camaraderie. There was going to be a way of looking out for each other. We look out for our neighbors, and we look out for our family and friends. So I'm hoping that the Ford and CB or BC company will take it to heart that we're looking for assurance, and that may come through an EIR and a CEQA. That may be how we become more receptive. Gosh darn it, right now there's just so much animosity and resistance and skepticism and paranoia that, as was suggested, to stand back and look at what is necessary to make yourself a good neighbor in our county. So we will be happy to have you here. I told you last month about two friends of mine that worked in asphalt. One of them has pancreatic cancer now. He worked with another gentleman in Caltrans who died of pancreatic cancer a couple years ago. My other friend suffers from tremors and neurological diseases, a neurological condition. Him and his father owned a asphalt paving factory. Those are the days when people didn't take precautions and wear a lot of protective gear. Maybe they're taking better care of themselves now, but both of the people that I'm talking about quit the industry 20 years ago, and they're suffering the results today. I talked to my friend in Hot Springs, South Dakota, who told me 2 months ago that he had 2 to 6 months to live. I talked to him last week, and he's still alive. He says he's doing real poorly. He can't even go camping with his dogs because he can't leave the house. I think exposure to whatever is in bitumen or the toxins in asphalt are cumulative and show up later in life, maybe not as an exact disease, but will interfere with reproduction and sterility. As most toxic chemicals have been proven to cause cancer, I think this is a very tricky slope we're walking on here, and before we commit hundreds of people in Rancho Calaveras to breathing what they probably don't have any desire to breathe, we need to take a real close look at this and remember that the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors are making these decisions. We hope you're listening to the majority of the people that come and talk to you. And it's not a handful of people. It's not a few people that are objecting. It's the majority of the people that live around here and want to keep living, want to continue to live. Thank you.
Okay. More public comments?
Joe Kelly from the unrepresented area of District 1. This whole discussion is about equipment. 2007, 8 years old. Nothing's been mentioned about really that. Let's look at it. The age of the machine, if never used, would meet the state's information at the time. That's what they're telling us. They haven't told us, does the equipment get old, wear and tear that could change emissions and other environmental concerns? Does the state continue information on used equipment standards that takes into consideration wear and tear, replacement parts that would make it conform to 2007 or current standards? We're talking about machinery. And how often do they have to change pieces of parts on it, either through wear and tear or to meet emission standards? Thank you.
Marty Crane. Well, I think it's pretty darn obvious that we have a lot of questions and a lot of things to use your discretion to determine. And so I think the thing we need to decide now is it ministerial or is it discretion? And the word discretion does not apply to your decision. It applies to their action. Is that correct? So once you have decided that there is no checkbox, there is nothing in place for you to check off the boxes, then it is not ministerial, it is discretionary, which means that it's your discretion, not yours. So you just have to decide, is there a box with places to check? a paper with little boxes to check on? No? Well, then it's discretionary. And then we all get to go home. Thank you.
House of Gallant Taxpayer Association. I think Marty gets better every year it goes by. That's a pretty hard act to follow. I don't know about check boxes, but I do know I'm partly responsible for the miscommunication and the fear that went into this thing at the beginning. I became aware of the asphalt issue by reading the paper. Normally I'm pretty skeptical, but this article I read was so frightening that I figured there got to be, well, there's smoke, there's got to be fire. So I sent an email to our health person, and basically asked, is there some sort of process to assure that the environment would not be hurt? And he sent an email back indicating some of the things that he was working on or doing. And then I looked into it further. I couldn't get balanced information, and it turned out I'm not the only one that screwed up here. The contractor did too. When the media contacted him to get balance to the story, so all this wild accusations wouldn't really take root, they wouldn't respond. They wouldn't respond. So the media, having only one half of the situation, one half the scare stuff, it continued. And with an ideological and organizational structure, it just took off like wildfire. The saving grace in this whole thing is that the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors kept cool heads and tried to constantly look for the facts. Look for the facts. And I think that's what the Taxpayer Association would expect. And we appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments?
Good afternoon. I'm Hundy Dawson from Valley Springs, and CEQA is a huge problem, and it needs to be redone. It's just a big mess, and it causes a lot of red tape, and there's already so much red tape. It's impossible these days almost to start a business and to get into this. I can't even afford to start my own business that I'd like to do because of all the red tape and state regulations and local regulations, and it's just ridiculous. And so it sounds like this project conforms to all the standards and regulations, and that you can extend an exemption. Many of the allegations that have been flying around seem to be based on just fear-mongering and all of this talk of cancer and death and pollution and everything. And from everything they've described, it sounds like they've got that addressed, very well addressed. And there's already processes in place if they are out of line to stop it. So I'm just speaking in support of the asphalt plant and hope to support them too. Thank you.
Any more public comments? So now we have rebuttal by appellants.
You have a couple hours?
We've taken that.
Thank you for your willingness to sit through lots of testimony today and into the evening. I think probably the one point I'd like to make. Let me pause.
You act like it's been a long day.
Well, you've had to do all the hard work. And I think probably the most important point is our interpretation, and we've submitted all this information, so I'm not going to repeat what you already have. But I think one legal issue that needs to be addressed is the circumstance under which a proposed plant complies with all applicable regulations. Now, to some extent, we're a little bit ahead of ourselves because we're dealing with the theoretical ATC question as compared to the as applied. And until staff actually responds to the air quality study, I'm not going to predict how they're going to respond. But I think the point to be made is that, at least it's our interpretation, and we've supplied the authorities, that under circumstances in which the plant complies with all applicable regulations, that's the hypothesis for this discussion, then with all due respect with staff, we don't believe they have additional conditioning authority. And so their theoretical ability to condition or their ability to impose a condition that simply relates to what your standards are and the state standards are, we don't think triggers the kind of discretionary review. And we cite the Health First case in our materials, which stands for the proposition that if you're applying standards, which we think we comply with, the fact that there may be minor conditioning authority that relates to those standards doesn't trigger discretionary review. Very technical legal question, but I just got to make sure that gets made on the record. Thank you for your consideration. If you have any questions, again, we have representatives here.
I just thought it'd be important to add that there's a couple comments made about Stockton East not having a voice in this. We sat down with CCWD early on and had a lot of great conversations with them. In that room was Stockton East. When we reached our agreement with CCWD, we have also reached an agreement with Stockton East. We just don't have the signatures on our agreement, but we've made a good effort for that. So it should be forthcoming. We thought we'd have it done prior to today. Didn't quite make it. I also wanted to add that we have 180 more years life expectancy at this facility. We've been a good neighbor. It doesn't benefit us to not be a good neighbor. And all I can say is we're going to do everything we can to satisfy our neighbors' concerns. And, we have nowhere to run. I mean, we're here for the long haul. So do you have any questions of me?
All right. So, staff, rebuttal, and summation and rebuttal.
I would just comment that once again we're not talking about whether or not, I think there's been a lot of confusion about whether this plant is something that can or cannot be used or does not meet emission standards. What we're talking about is, does the district have the authority to say either this is discretionary or is this ministerial? So it's from a district standpoint, it's not pro and it's not con regarding the plan. This is a simple matter of process at this point. I respectfully disagree that that because the plant meets or can meet air pollution criteria, therefore is a ministerial action under the review. I disagree with that. One of the reasons an engineer reviewed it in the first place. One of the reasons we didn't go to a checkbox within the district and say, oh yes indeed, the emissions are A, B, C because it's a power plant number 800. It's not what it is. So I would also agree that Ford has also been, you're hearing that Ford has been a good neighbor. The Air Pollution Control District has regulated Ford for a number of years. Ford will recall the previous Air Pollution Control Officer. The truth is, from a regulatory standpoint, they've been a good company to work with. Okay, if there's an issue out there, and occasionally we get a complaint of something, nothing to do with asphalt, we'll go out there and most of the time it's not an issue, and if it is, we have to fix it, and they're always on it. So I would just concur with what people are saying as far as that's concerned. Again, back to the issue at hand today. The district has determined, council has confirmed that the ATC is a discretionary action, and so has the Planning Commission. So that would be my comments. Jason, do you have any?
No, I think you summed it up well, Brian.
Okay, so we have another chance for the public for everything that came up. You can come up and speak again. Any rebuttals by the public? I know. I'm just following the steps here, okay? Policies and procedures.
Vicki Reinke. Again, we have another opportunity. So I just want to restate, because you've heard again what Ford Construction's attorneys have said about it. The reading I've done, I find that their reports are very factual, and I want to restate that the Calaveras County Republicans ask that you rescind their vote, and not cause more time and energy put into this process. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Thanks.
My name is Laura Most. It's very disturbing to me that Ford Construction says they're good neighbors. We found out in a flyer in the Valley Springs News. That's very disturbing.
Yeah, I'm just going to say to that also, I live right across the street from the quarry. I hear them dropping the concrete every day, and actually, I don't hate it at all. It kind of sounds like thunder rumbling through the valley. It's kind of magical. However, all of our mailboxes, most of us on the street, there's about 12 mailboxes, they're all in one place, and we walk down to get them. And I just can't for the life of me figure out why they didn't, when they thought of doing this, why they didn't just stop by on their way home from work one day, stick a flyer in and say, we're thinking about putting in a hot asphalt plant. You might be wondering, what is a hot asphalt plant? They could have framed the whole debate. And instead, the way we found out just makes it look like they're trying to go around everybody. It might not be true. I've had conversation with Nick. I found him to be a great guy. As I say, I don't have any problem with the quarry as it exists. I bought it knowing there'd be rock. I didn't know about the dynamiting, but it's only a couple times a year. But this is something different, and they really handled it badly. And it's tough to get past the way they handle it to saying now, yeah, I trust them. But honestly, if I'd started with a flyer in my mailbox and had a chance to say, yeah, what is it? It might have been a whole different story. But at this point, I can't say, okay, I trust them, because they didn't show that same trust to us. And we're right there. They can't miss us.
Peter Ray, gentlemen. Too bad some of these folks didn't put that much effort into it when it was originally went through the process back 8 years ago. There should be more people showing up to these wonderful meetings and question it. There's a lot of fears, misinformation was put out. And oh my God, this is going to be the end of the road. I'm more concerned if Mount Diablo's ever going to erupt or an earthquake going to come. I got 30 seconds to swim the shore from the Bay Bridge. But there's always going to be somebody who's not going to like it. And you're not going to please everybody all the time. all you can hope for is please most of the people, most of the time. And I appreciate all these concerns that they get it from all over the state and outside the state. And some of this stuff is finance, follow the money, source of the money, who's got to gain, who's got to lose. And it was one of the consent calendar item, if you recall. It still stands. You can go along what was originally approved. Let's say, okay? But they were given the right to do something on their property at that time. If you use the same ideology on commercial places, how many developers out there that's got approval how long ago? Oh, no, we're going to change our mind. You're not going to build. You're not going to be able to put roads in. You're not going to put water in. Because we're going to put new rules in. Do you ever wonder why businesses are don't exactly jamming up here? Look at the condition of this county, folks. You can't flip-flop all the time. There's got to be some basic principles that you got to go by. If it is bad, he can shut it down. And I'm sure that's what building inspectors are for, but in this case, the pollution department come up and shut them down. If that record has been anything bad happen anywhere, let us know. I know his job is very important, and he's trying to cover his butt. I appreciate it. But the bottom line is, they went through the process once upon a time, and there were certain conditions they met. Now, if there's law changed or something, fine. Bring them up to date. Say, hey, you got up to date. Is the equipment no good? Useless? Or no muffler, no catalytic converter on it? Whatever they have to put on there, they might have to go along with it. If they're willing to put that kind of money and effort into this, it's way above my pay grade. I don't believe they're going to do it when they know there's a Mr. Moss or the new guy going to come down, hey, the gig is up, close it down, go home. You still got that power. You're not going to lose that power. If they don't comply, you're going to shut it down. If my cars run around without a catalytic converter or muffler, they're going to shut me down. As simple as that. You can make it, you can try to please and sugarcoat it and try to kiss up to any of these groups. If they don't comply, shut the damn thing down. You have that power, you have that option. And hey, that's going to be a big line lining up if they screw up. EPA, APA, Fish and Game, whatever you want to call it, they all want to get a piece of this action. You still have the right to push it, shut it down if they don't comply. Simple as that, folks. Give love a chance, folks. Give love a chance. Give peace a chance. Thank you.
The problem with that is the appellant claims that there are...
Please?
Pardon?
Can you state your name, please?
Judy Morgan. Judy Morgan. The appellant claims that they're overseen by all these government agencies. However, the government agencies don't oversee the traffic and the pollution on the road. And that's why this is a discretionary project. Because somebody else has to oversee that. Thank you.
Bonnie Newman from Devil Springs. We've heard reference to approval in 2007 of a similar situation, and why it was approved then and what has changed. I don't think anybody was really aware of something going on in 2007, and what's really changed is people's attitudes. We've got a lot of more information now how substances affect our lives. And I think we've created an area of awareness now that we never had before. So I think that's one thing that's changed to make it different between now and 2007. So to quote something that was passed in 2007, oh, that's almost 10 years ago, the people, and I was here in 2007, I don't remember anything coming up or being presented. So, and I'd just like to say that that's a big part of it also, that we were not informed then, we were not informed now. Things do get passed and approved, and that's our fault for not paying up total attention all the time. But we were paying attention a little bit this time. We got a cut wind of it, and we mobilized, and we came together, and we decided as a community that this was very scary, and we didn't like the process that it took. And so if you were to require these folks to build a road that goes out the back end and doesn't go by people's houses, that would satisfy people on Silver Rapids. If you were able to show the community that, yeah, that's going to cost a lot of money to build an extra road, but we're so invested in Calaveras County that that's something that we would see clear to do, that may win us over too. Mainly, denying the need for a environmental review and a CEQA is like, it's not taking the responsibility that we think you need to take. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Joe Kelly from the unrepresented area of District 1. Did I hear correct, 180 more years? God bless you. But at what point does equipment become obsolete, and even more so technology change, that it might be better? Number two, I kind of find it strange to be using a 2000, if I remember correctly, a 2007 application approved and walked away from. If Mr. Moss doesn't know why, who does? We sure don't. You folks don't. And if there's no records of or information in that as to what went on, how can they prove their point? How can you prove your point? That's the whole thing. If it wasn't done, it's not done. If whoever it was didn't sign on to it, walked away, it's done. And you can say all you want that it was approved. Well, there might have been conditions that we don't know about. If the whole packet isn't there, we don't know. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Point of order. Are you guys trying to do this tonight?
Really? All right, so we're gonna close the appeal hearing and move on to the board discussion and questions and action. Okay. And so there. Now it's closed. Now we're gonna move on. So board discussion. Who wants to go first?
Well, I said mostly what I had to say.
But by the time they finish, you might have something else, Chris. Probably. Anybody want to start?
I'll start.
Right.
Based on information that's been provided to us, there's nothing here to convince me that this is a ministerial action. I believe it's discretion. I would support the Planning Commission's position. I find if we had past history of prior approvals, if we knew, I don't even know if the 2007 project is comparable to what we have today. There's been a lot of concern over things that I think need to be answered in regards to pollution, toxins, that sort of thing, into the air in and around the project in the neighborhood. And so I consider this project to be discretion for us here in the county.
Okay. Mr. Olivera?
Well, and once again, I've got the benefit of being involved in this type of business for a period of time, and know, both through education and personal involvement, both on the safety side, the operations side, the monitoring side, on state, federal levels, even county and city levels. I guess that's why I was pretty thorough in my questioning of standards we have to face. Now, I had to combine that information with the fact that the reason that we say this is a discretionary project is because we don't have anything to say it's not. We have a procedure. Yet when I examine the facts through questioning and try to cover all areas to give the opportunity to review the pros and cons, I couldn't come up with a reasonable solution why this would be discretionary based on any evidence. Now, I don't want to take away from the ability of our Air Quality Control Department. I think they're very good at what they do, especially Mr. Moss and Jason. But it's my position that I would support this appeal. I do recognize the fact that there is continual monitoring, and Mr. Price was right. If they fall out of those parameters, I guarantee they'll be shut down. It won't be by County Calaveras. It'll be by State Air Quality Control Board, and it'll be by a variety of things. And then we're not going to take 24 hours to do that. That's an immediate shutdown. Once again, I would support the.
There's been concern about a number of things expressed, and I actually have some connections to the industry also that I really didn't know I had until I talked to him. My son operated a hot batch plant and gave me some, it was good to get advice from my son because it used to be me giving it to him, so I did hear quite a bit. He started his career at George Reed, actually, and as a laborer, and even worked at the plant near Clements where they have a hot batch plant. So he had some insight to it. And, also ended up running during he's actually an executive of the federal government now, but he ended up running his a hot batch plant in another state, which had much looser regulations than we do, apparently. And he did tell me things that they deal with in his line of the work. And what I wonder is, one thing that I had heard, and I don't know the legal term for it, can you have a directed CEQA that studies specific things? And I don't know if that would be included with this marching order, because basically we're hearing about air quality, protection of the water source, and traffic through the community. And we know sometimes a CEQA can get started and all of a sudden blows up into a 3-year study. And honestly, had Ford come forward with these things, we may not even have these questions now earlier in the game, would be my guess. And so I have that question. If we were to say, okay, we uphold the planning commission's findings with the direction that these items be studied.
There is an opportunity for focused CEQA review.
That's the term, thank you.
And so that's my question, and they may be able to get to those items pretty quickly, because I didn't have trouble finding EPA studies and Caltrans studies, and when I was trying to answer a lot of these questions myself. I'm fearful of two things, because I have people on both sides of this issue who are talking to me that I don't want to ignore the concerns of the people that live around the plant. I think they're real. But at the same time, if we have given a business an opportunity, I don't want to create a review process that lasts 2 years and basically, they're business people. They're not going to put up with that. They'll just back up and leave, would be my guess, at least with the asphalt issue. And it's not like I haven't, considered things. Whereas, what if we got them to process the asphalt somewhere else and brought the rock? But legitimately, that actually puts the roads under more pressure, because you're almost doubling the truck trips. And the suggestion that I've read about Rock Creek landfill is one that early on I imagined, and that still puts the trucks through Rancho Calaveras. So it's not, you're not going to get rid of them that way. So my question is, if we did this, could we give you a marching order and still vote on this at this time with a focused CEQA to study these specific things, so that it may come fairly promptly and answer the fears? I do agree with the gentleman's, I'm going to call it the mailbox comment. Well, maybe they could have gone and talked to him earlier on, and we wouldn't be at this state.
Okay, hang on, Steve.
Yeah.
Sorry to break it up.
Okay. Go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got it.
We're going to take a few minutes break. Last person to sit down buys dinner.
Sorry, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
I just want to respond to the question about the focused secret document. And yes, we can do a focused secret document, but we're not in a position today to dictate what those areas are. We would need to go through the scoping process to determine what are the issue areas and how to address. So it's not something that you as a board could say, only look at these areas. We have to go through the process if we move forward with secret ordinance to identify what those areas are, and then we would focus our analysis on those specific issues that are relevant to the project.
Then how would we handle this vote today, then?
It's a matter of, does it apply or doesn't? Is it subject to CEQA or is it not?
And then could we give instructions to develop a focus CEQA at the end of it?
I think, well, to the degree you're giving the very limited direction to do a focused CEQA review, that would be okay. What Peter is saying is you can't dictate what you are focusing out.
Don't tell them. We could just uphold this and ask our environmental review to do a focused CEQA in the process. Is that correct?
Right. You're not making any determinations about what you're focusing in.
Right, and I don't even know that I'm the one that's qualified to do that, and nor am I insinuating that. But we could, and that makes sense to me. If we were to do a full-blown CEQA, could be basically render the project tough.
I'm not sure that you're necessarily, if the concern is saving time by saying we're going to do a focused analysis. The process is more or less the same. What we wouldn't have to do is study something that's clearly irrelevant.
The slowdown habitat, for instance.
Yes.
Right.
So anything that is clearly relevant to the operation of an asphalt plant at this location, we would have to look at, analyze, and come up with alternatives and, all the requirements of CEQA, depending on the type of document that we feel is appropriate.
So you're telling me a focus sequel won't be any shorter investment of time?
It eliminates unnecessary studies on something that clearly is not applicable to the project. But procedurally, you have to go through the same process.
So it could save you.
It would save in costs of not having to study something that's not relevant. And it probably would streamline review to some degree because we wouldn't be looking at comments on something that's not relevant. But anything that is relevant, we still have to go through the same public review process, draft, comment period, those kinds of things.
Okay. All right. So my comments are, I got a question about the equipment still. Because the emission standards are extremely important, I think, to everybody around the area and in the room. I pulled up the model number of the equipment and studied it as much as I could. I know the year of it and all that. What I read is it has alarms and different things that alert you, like Joe was talking about, and I'm glad he brought that up. It'll tell you when it's not running efficient, and it is very efficient from what I could see, but it'll tell you if something is wearing out, or if it's not running efficient, or if there's a mix that's wrong, or something. It's not like the older style equipment that had no controls on it. It's actually very controlled. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, if I can. I mean, I'm no expert on all the engineering and the internal workings, but effectively, it is self-monitoring on thousands of different things that are going on. It's all basically computer automated. The control house resembles more like an air traffic control tower if you go in it. If temperatures, any kinds, there's hundreds of sensors monitoring everything at all times. And I couldn't begin to tell you everything they do monitor. I'd be lying if I did. But it does, and it can institute automatic shutdowns. There's alarms for an infinite number of things. When it's in operation, basically the machine knows. He was talking about wear and when does it wear out and things of that nature. Maintenance recommendations from the manufacturer, the computer systems, everything's automated. The plants resemble nothing of the old plants where you pull this lever and hold on until the rock gets done, and that's all gone. You start the plant up, you hit start with a computer, it knows what you're making, and it just slowly, progressively starts everything and starts the monitoring progress. As far as all the emissions and all of that, those are monitored too, ongoing with the computer systems. There's logs we have to keep by law during all operation. Caltrans, there again, they actually take it one step more if we're producing for Caltrans. There's a different log reports on infinite number of items that they require. And Caltrans does most of that anymore simply to keep them out of trouble for purchasing mix if we were breaking the rules, so to speak. I don't know if that helps, but as far as the automation and the monitoring and the alarms, everything is watched like a hawk. When you program set rates, whether it's temperatures, some of the emission factors, the baghouse controls, the suction, everything's monitored. Anything goes wrong, alarms go off, recordings are made, it shows those recordings.
And they're reportable.
You betcha. There's reports that we have to have on file, and we have to keep them I don't know how many years.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So as far as I can see, here's the way I've seen this whole thing. It was a set of circumstances, in my opinion, that somebody come in and want to open up this plant, right? I think they could have done a way better job on informing the community. Obviously could have been controversial right from the get-go. There's no doubt, it would have been. And I'll give you an example. When like Mark Twain Medical Center comes in, they came in, they did a pre-application through planning. And that kind of opened it up for everybody to see. But I got to tell you that I also went to planning and said, hey, this is an economic development opportunity here, and please let's put this on, ahead of whatever else that we can in order to process it as quickly as possible, because these folks have timelines on funding and all kinds of other things. Doesn't mean that we can circumvent anything. That is not possible, because I'll tell you right now, that man right there and that man right there will tell me to go fly a kite. And I love that about them. That's what I like about them. And so they're not afraid to do that. And so I think that we just got started off on the wrong foot. People got scared. There was some information that went out that I don't think is correct at all. Scary stuff. And the old asphalt plants are different than the newer technical, high-tech stuff, like this phone, right? I mean, 20 years ago, we weren't carrying this around. And so there's a lot of difference. A lot of difference in our vehicles. There's a lot of difference in our generators, like Brian can attest, our equipment. Everything is moving towards more efficiencies and easier on the environment. And that's a focus. That's a focus for all of us. I think that a lot of people got scared, and then it takes on its own energy, and it becomes more of a frightening and I'm pissed type thing. And then we are in a position where nobody's going to listen to anything, and we are here now, and that's what gets people riled up. If we could have sat in this room right from the get-go and said, hey, you know what? This is what we're going to do, or in a room, it doesn't matter, with Ford, and hashed out some things and got it all working together, it probably would have went a little differently, and we wouldn't be dividing issues and dividing sides and going through all of this mess. This mess is expensive for the county, very expensive. And I feel that the project is good for the county, but it has to be good for the neighbors, and it has to be good for the people in the area too. There's concerns. Truck traffic is a concern. Although I seen this big old propane truck come down the hill yesterday, towards my restaurant, like a big missile, and that scared the heck out of me, But you know what? That they do that, and I think that things kind of get blown out of proportion, and then and now it's up to us to bring it back into proportion and work with this and see what we can do as efficiently as possible as a county, as a community, and as a potential company that wants to come in here and do business. I don't see anything wrong with doing business in the county. Now, as a business person, if I were to choose to do something like this, just like I did when I opened up my place, I went out and I swoomed a bunch of people first. I let them know who I was. I shook hands, and I continued to get involved, and for many years now. And I try to do my best for the community too. And that's what makes me a good neighbor and in my opinion, pretty open-minded type person. I care about people. I care about the environment. And I care about business people. because that's what pays our bills and keeps our schools open as well. So, as a business person, I would choose to say, hey, I got this this high-tech piece of equipment. I'm going to open this up. We're going to open this business up, and come on out and check it out. We're going to start working. We start working, and oh, by the way, if I step out of line, or if I am not meeting your standards, too bad for me. It's my wasted investment. And so, but to arbitrarily put roadblocks and cause time and money to any business that wants to come into this county with maybe no reason is like shutting it down. Okay, you can say it after me. You broke my whole mood, I think.
He can't hear you.
I was breaking his stride. He broke my stride. So I'm just trying to make sense of this thing. I just see a bunch of grenades that got thrown into it. I don't think anybody really intended to create all of this. I think that everybody cares. I think that 20 years ago would be a whole different story because we didn't have the technology and equipment we do nowadays. Today, it's a different ballgame. And California State is tough. We all know that. And in a lot of cases, we have rules that are outdated and regulations that need to be updated so that we could actually be all that we can be and be the best that we can be at what we do. And so, having said all of that, I'm looking at a 2007 authority to construct that was issued, and I got to support the appeal.
So I just wanted to, I've been involved in lots of land use disputes over the years in many different capacities, even before I became supervisor. And, they tend to follow kind of a set routine when there's controversy or if it's a larger process. And I can see that that's what we're on right now. We're going, step by step. Eventually we're going to end up in the courts one way or another. And so, at the end of the day, everybody, the attorneys actually do okay, because they get paid. But a lot of times the citizens and the businesses are both hurt by that process, and that's because we tend to, go like this. So I don't know if we can do this at this point, or if anybody wants to, but why don't we try something different? Why don't we try to step back, say we're not going to make a decision on this today, and we're not going to move forward with the Planning Commission meeting on Thursday. What we're going to do is we're going to do some mediation, form an ad hoc group with, I'm going to volunteer Steve Kearney because that's his district. Or thank you, Chris. You're welcome. And I'm willing to do it, but I don't want to step on Steve's toes. And members from the proponent, members of the citizens that are here, some staff, and we sit down, maybe get a mediator. That'd be a lot cheaper than where we're headed. Sit down and see if we can actually hash out some of these issues, like Cliff was saying, around the room. Just kind of hit, restart. I know it doesn't ever happen like that. In the process, no process I've ever seen has done that. But is there any reason not to try something different? Because we can always start again and be like, okay, well, now we're going back to the lawsuits, because that's where we're headed. So that's my, out of the box thinking for today. I don't know if any of your board members, or anybody else wants to do it, but that's my idea.
Well, that was way different than what you said. That's good.
Yeah, well, I'm open-minded. I'll change my mind.
It's not a bad idea, really, but is there a legal?
I would want to check with county council as well, but the appellants here have a right to have this hearing.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
But I mean, they could waive that, right, if they wanted to sit down and do a mediation process and still come back to it at a later date.
We take 5 minutes.
2 or 5.
We have a break.
Yeah. I think we're
Is
Yeah, sorry.
Bill Abbott, and Kinderman. To respond to Vice Chair's suggestion, there are many times in which what you outlined
Apparently, so do we.
We're good? Well, in case you don't know, I'm Bill Abbott. I can spell that. Do appreciate the suggestion. There are times when that is an appropriate strategy. You know, my clients did conduct a neighborhood outreach meeting. The feedback from that doesn't necessarily give them the feeling that calling a halt in these proceedings to start this mediation process would necessarily be the best choice. So it's not that it won't happen and can't happen, but to ask us tonight to make the call, we appreciate the suggestion, but we're going to call, we ask for the vote.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right. All right, so we're on board discussion still? Okay. So anybody else want to make a motion? Or anybody else want to have any comments?
Mr. Chair, could you dictate the issue so we can properly structure?
Yeah, the issue really is it ministerial or discretionary? That's the issue, really. And it doesn't mean that, from what I understand, it doesn't mean that it's, even if it doesn't mean that if it's discretionary, if it's still would be a big full-blown thing. It just means that it will trigger CEQA, right?
It'll trigger an initial study. Is that correct, Tiffany?
Correct.
Okay.
And that dictates as to what the course is.
All right.
If we uphold the Planning Commission's decision.
Correct.
So the form of the motion would be to uphold the Planning Commission's decision or to deny the Planning Commission's decision?
No, actually, it's to uphold the appeal by Ford.
Okay.
No.
They're wrong?
Wrong.
Right. Okay.
Deny the appeal.
Go ahead.
I think the options would be to
That's what you get for now.
deny the appeal, uphold the Planning Commission's action, or to approve the appeal, thereby reversing the Planning Commission's action.
Right.
If that is your decision, I don't know what it's going to be, we have a draft resolution for you for the denial of the appeal. We do not have a resolution in front of you for approval of the appeal and reversing. And I would recommend that you declare your intent and then continue it for 2 weeks so we can bring back a formal resolution for adoption if that is the course of action you choose to take. Because we don't have anything available at this point in time, I would want to try to craft it on the fly.
And Peter, just to be clear, because there has been some question, if the board is finding that it is discretionary, then they are upholding the planning commission's decision. If they find it is ministerial, they're upholding the appeal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Got it now? I do.
I think.
All right.
You want to make the motion?
I can't.
Well, I'll make the motion that we uphold the appeal and deny the planning commission's position. Is that a correct form?
That would be correct. That would be.
If you believe it's ministerial.
I believe it's ministerial.
I second the motion.
Yeah, so I can't do that one after I found out more stuff. So I need another.
Call for the vote.
Yeah. So can I have a call for a vote, please?
Aye. Aye.
Okay.
No.
No.
Can I make a motion to deny the appeal and approve the planning commission's determination that this is a discretionary judgment?
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Pondy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No.
How many ayes?
4.
4 ayes, 1 no. Right. That's it.
Okay.
Habla inglés. Hold on, we'll let Peter wrap it up.
So the board upheld the planning commission's determination that the issuance of an authority to construct is subject to CEQA.
All right.
Did you get that? Sorry.
I didn't hear.
Yeah.
It's hard to hear that here.
The issuance of an authority to construct is subject to CEQA.
That was 4 ayes. That was Supervisor Pondy, Supervisor Kearney, Supervisor Wright, myself, and 1 no, Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so let's. In case you want to know, we still have a meeting going on, okay?
So we got item 14.
Item number 10. Oh, 10. Sorry.
I thought item 10. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any public comment?
Item number 10, board, where's it?
Across the board territory.
Item number 10, authorize board chair to sign a letter of support for Mark Twain Healthcare District's construction of a new clinic in Valley Springs. Any public comments?
Yay!
Any, are you guys through with your public comments there? Can I move on? You want?
I have one.
Go ahead.
This is the kind of industry and business that we welcome wholeheartedly. To have a health center in Valley Springs. We may need one real quick. If the asphalt factory goes in there, we may need one tomorrow. So let's not hold up anything on this positive community effort kind of thing that is going to look well upon the community. It's going to look well upon, it's going to look well about the Board of Supervisors making a decision, and something we desperately need is more health care, because I'm telling you, for 10 years I drove to Stockton and Sacramento to get things as simple as a bone set. You can't get any orthopedic or any of those kind of things locally if you're on welfare. If you're Medi-Cal, you got to go 50, 70, 80 miles to get the simplest of services. So, yay.
Well, by the way, Bonnie, they're going to have a asphalt parking lot. Just to let you know that.
There's what? I'm sorry, I missed that.
I said they're going to have an asphalt parking lot.
That's fine.
Okay, thanks.
We don't mind an asphalt parking lot. We just don't want it cooking in our backyard.
Okay. Any other public comments? Board?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And if you guys don't mind, I would like to leave carry over.
Actually, I have a statement I need to make.
Go ahead.
114. Okay. So, just wanted to make a quick statement here. I just want to say it's been a true honor and a privilege to serve as District 2 Supervisor. However, I've decided not to run for re-election next year. I'm notifying everyone early on about this, so everyone on all sides of the political map can prepare for next year's campaign. I look forward to focusing on the issues of the district and the county without distraction of the campaign, and will continue to work hard until the end of my term in December of 2016. Once again, thank you to all those who supported me in the past. It's been a true honor to serve.
Thank you, Chris. It's been an honor to serve with you.
Same here.
Same here.
Thank you, Chris.
All right. Anybody else want to do their comments?
I just have a couple. Tomorrow I'm attending an EMS meeting in Copperopolis, and the American Legion open house Thursday in Jackson, and attended a COG meeting last Wednesday, and one of the issues that will be forthcoming to us will be a modification to our JPA agreement to meet at an earlier hour versus later. We will be information will be forthcoming. We have to change our JPA in regards to the meeting time. And so they'll be bringing that forward, and that also will have to have some approval from the City of Angels, one way or the other. The other is that we appointed a citizen member to COG, and because this particular citizen member that we selected lives in the West Point area, apparently within our JPA, we have to have our individual entities give approval to that so that it is not, how do I say this, so that we ensure that COG board is well represented throughout the county. So not one area of the county is more, what do I want to say, represented or whatever. So anyway, that particular member will also be forthcoming to this board for approval, as well as the City of Angels.
Who is it?
Justin Catalano, I think if I mispronounce his name. He applied 6 months ago or so, and we had another applicant. That applicant dropped out. He interviewed. There was some concern about his ability to serve, experience, etc. He was told to get involved, get to know a little bit more about COG. This go around for public, we had three public members for 2 openings. And this go around, he was selected as the permanent position, and then we selected an alternate. But his particular position, because of his residing in the West Point, Wilseyville area, it was making sure that there was balance on the board. So we'll be hearing that. I was told within the next 30 days or so, we'll be having that information brought back to this board. And that's all I have.
I continue to improve health-wise, and that has prevented me from attending some meetings, but I am scheduled to attend a meeting tomorrow at 9 o'clock with our planning department regarding one of our constituents' issues. I did attend the White Pines Christmas Parade Committee, something new, first annual. We're starting up in District 3. I will be attending my duties as committee member for my various committees starting hopefully next week after I'm able to reschedule some follow-up medical appointments. Regarding the COG issue, I was informed that District 3 has no representative on COG at this time, but I do understand that that issue is going to be addressed when this issue comes up before the Board of Directors.
Okay. Steve? I know, it looks like mine.
Yeah, really. I attended the Gold Country Shooters dinner. I was glad to see a bunch of great young athletes. It's a good program. I also had the real pleasure of attending a performance by Sea Stars in the Bret Hart Auditorium and saw them perform Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. We should be very proud of our youth in this county. They do a lot of good things, and we need to make sure that they get credit for that. I was glad to be there. We had a meeting of the CSA1 committee in Rancho Calaveras. We're starting to really get some feedback from the public on traffic studies and where to improve our roads, and it's really going along. I'm proud to see that. I also sat with Supervisor Connie on the COG board. It's always a learning experience every time you're there, and it's a very full and packed agenda. On Thursday, I attended the JPA 12 meeting in Jackson as the board member for that. I'm looking forward to bringing more services for our senior citizens to the county. I'm working on that. And Friday, I went to a Commission on Aging meeting. That's always a very informative time, and always look forward to it because they give me a lot more than I bring to the table, and it's a real good experience to sit with them. And there's so many other little things in between time, and if I'm lucky tomorrow, I'll have time to go see another landfill, but still working on that.
That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Hmm?
That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
I'm just going to report out real quick. We're going with Jeff Probitz tomorrow to see, check out a landfill. I don't even know where it is. Where is it?
Manteca.
He's driving, so hopefully he'll buy lunch too.
I think it's called Forward Landfill.
Also, I've been working pretty hard on the Calaveras Has Talent. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday was grueling. And, you know, Steve was talking about being proud of young people. If you get a chance to go see this, by the way, I moved on to the semifinals, so I get to go. But Barbara Youp's daughter, Tegan, holy cow, man. She started singing, I started crying. So the girl is phenomenal. There's another little 10-year-old guy that plays drums that is, you know, it's unbelievable. Sherry Roosh's son, Hunter, 16 years old, learned how to play guitar himself, learned how to sing himself, and he wrote a song, and he competed, and he moved on. Out of 34 contestants, 34. So there were six youth and 6 adults that moved on. So the next quarterfinal is at Bret Hart this weekend, and that's for the south end of the county, from 5 until 9 on Saturday. It is definitely worth going. There's a lot of activity, a lot of people having fun. It's a really, really good time. And it is supporting the music programs in Calaveras County, the whole county. Neil Yamervik is pushing this thing pretty hard. It's called CalaverasYouth.org. That's the nonprofit that they created for it, and just great people working there. The semifinal will be the 29th at Fairgrounds, and then the final will be on October 10th at the Fairgrounds. So that's all I'm going to report out. Thank you for your involvement today. We appreciate you. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, I have one thing I'd like to point out. In Friday's Calaveras Enterprise, there was an article that seemed to imply that the planning department had sort of a major disagreement with the IT division, and there was some misunderstanding on my part, though I reported to the Planning Commission about some concerns I had about our ability to communicate with the public with regard to our website. I met with the IT team and we worked out those discrepancies, and it was unfortunate that the article sort of implied that there was a major issue. You know, it's more misunderstanding on my part. So I just want to let you guys know that in case you've seen that article. Stan and I get along really well. We work well together and resolved the concern I had about our ability to communicate with the public. So it's resolved.
Thank you, Peter. I appreciate that.
Take pictures so I can see them. Take pictures so I can see them. Last person to sit down buys dinner.
Sorry, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
I just want to respond to the question about the focused secret document. And yes, we can do a focused secret document, but we're not in a position today to dictate what those areas are. We would need to go through the scoping process to determine what are the issue areas and how to address. So it's not something that you as a board could say, only look at these areas. We have to go through the process if we move forward with secret documents to identify what those areas are, and then we would focus our analysis on those specific issues that are relevant to the project.
Then how would we handle this vote today then?
It's a matter of does it apply or doesn't. Is it subject to CEQA or is it not?
And then could we give instructions to develop a focus CEQA at the end of it?
I think to the degree you're giving the very limited direction to do a focus CEQA review, that would be okay. What Peter is saying is you can't dictate what you are focusing out.
Don't tell them. We could just uphold this and ask our environmental review to do a focus CEQA in the process. Is that correct?
Right. You're not making any determinations about what you're focusing in.
Right, and I don't even know that I'm the one that's qualified to do that, and nor am I insinuating that. But we could, and that makes sense to me. If we were to do a full-blown CEQA, could be basically render the project tough.
I'm not sure that you're necessarily, if the concern is saving time by saying we're going to do a focused analysis. The process is more or less the same. What we wouldn't have to do is study something that's clearly irrelevant.
Model habitat, for instance.
Yes. Right. So anything that is clearly relevant to the operation of an asphalt plant at this location, we would have to look at, analyze, and come up with alternatives and all the requirements of CEQA, depending on the type of document that we feel is appropriate.
So you're telling me a focus CEQA won't be any shorter investment of time?
It eliminates unnecessary studies on something that clearly is not applicable to the project. But procedurally, you have to go through the same process.
So it could save you time.
It would save in cost of not having to study something that's not relevant. And it probably would streamline review to some degree because we wouldn't be looking at comments on something that's not relevant. But anything that is relevant, we still have to go through the same public review process, draft, comment period, those kinds of things.
Okay. All right. So my comments are, I got a question about the equipment still. Because the emission standards are extremely important, I think, to everybody around the area and in the room. I pulled up the model number of the equipment and studied it as much as I could. I know the year of it and all that. What I read is that it has alarms and different things that alert you, like Joe was talking about, and I'm glad he brought that up. It'll tell you when it's not running efficient, and it is very efficient from what I could see, but it'll tell you if something is wearing out, or if it's not running efficient, or if there's a mix that's wrong, or something. It's not like the older style equipment that had no controls on it. It's actually very controlled. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, if I can. I mean, I'm no expert on all the engineering and the internal workings, but effectively, it is self-monitoring on thousands of different things that are going on. It's all basically computer automated. The control house resembles more like an air traffic control tower if you go in it. If temperatures, any kinds, there's hundreds of sensors monitoring everything at all times. And I couldn't begin to tell you everything they do monitor. I'd be lying if I did. But it does, and it can institute automatic shutdowns. There's alarms for an infinite number of things. When it's in operation, basically the machine knows. He was talking about wear and when does it wear out and things of that nature. Maintenance recommendations from the manufacturer, the computer systems, everything's automated. The plants resemble nothing of the old plants where you pull this lever and hold on until the rock gets done, and that's all gone. You start the plant up, you hit start with a computer, it knows what you're making, and it just slowly, progressively starts everything and starts the monitoring progress. As far as all the emissions and all of that, those are monitored too, ongoing with the computer systems. There's logs we have to keep by law during all operation. Caltrans there again, they actually take it one step more if we're producing for Caltrans. There's a different log reports on infinite number of items that they require. And Caltrans does most of that anymore simply to keep them out of trouble for purchasing mix if we were breaking the rules, so to speak. I don't know if that helps, but as far as the automation and the monitoring and the alarms, everything is watched like a hawk. When you program set rates, whether it's temperatures, some of the emission factors, the baghouse controls, the suction, everything's monitored. If anything goes wrong, alarms go off, recordings are made, it shows those recordings.
And they're reportable.
You betcha. There's reports that we have to have on file, and we have to keep them I don't know how many years.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So as far as I can see, here's the way I've seen this whole thing. It was a set of circumstances, in my opinion, that somebody come in and want to open up this plant. Right? I think they could have done a way better job on informing the community. Obviously could have been controversial right from the get-go. There's no doubt, it would have been. And I'll give you an example. When like Mark Twain Medical Center comes in, they came in, they did a pre-application through planning. And that kind of opened it up for everybody to see. But I got to tell you that I also went to planning and said, hey, this is an economic development opportunity here, and please, let's put this on, ahead of whatever else that we can in order to process it as quickly as possible, because these folks have timelines on funding and all kinds of other things. Right? Doesn't mean that we can circumvent anything. That is not possible, because I'll tell you right now, that man right there, and that man right there will tell me to go fly a kite. And I love that about them. That's what I like about them. And so they're not afraid to do that. And so so I think that we just got started off on the wrong foot. People got scared. There was some information that went out that I don't think is correct at all. Scary stuff. And the old asphalt plants are different than the newer technical, high-tech stuff, like this phone, right? I mean, 20 years ago, we weren't carrying this around. And so there's a lot of difference. A lot of difference in our vehicles. There's a lot of difference in our generators, like Brian can attest, our equipment. Everything is moving towards more efficiencies and easier on the environment. And that's a focus. It's a focus for all of us. I think that a lot of people got scared, and then it takes on its own energy, and it becomes more of a frightening and I'm pissed type thing. And then we are in a position to where nobody's going to listen to anything, and we are here now, and that's what gets people riled up. If we could have sat in this room right from the get-go and said, hey, you know what, this is what we're going to do, or in a room, it doesn't matter, with Ford, and hashed out some things and got it all working together, it probably would have went a little differently, and we wouldn't be dividing issues and dividing sides and going through all of this mess. This mess is expensive for the county, very expensive. And I feel that the project is good for the county, but it has to be good for the neighbors, and it has to be good for the people in the area too. There's concerns. Truck traffic is a concern. Although I seen this big old propane truck come down the hill the other yesterday, towards my restaurant, like a big missile. That scared the heck out of me, But you know what? That they do that, and I think that things kind of get blown out of proportion, and then and now it's up to us to bring it back into proportion and work with this and see what we can do as efficiently as possible as a county, as a community, and as a potential company that wants to come in here and do business. I don't see anything wrong with doing business in the county. Now, as a business person, if I were to choose to do something like this, just like I did when I opened up my place, I went out and I swoomed a bunch of people first. I let them know who I was. I shook hands, and I continued to get involved, and for many years now. And I try to do my best for the community too. And that's what makes me a good neighbor and in my opinion, pretty open-minded type person. I care about people. I care about the environment. And I care about business people, because that's what pays our bills and keeps our schools open as well. So, as a business person, I would choose to say, hey, I got this high-tech piece of equipment. I'm going to open this up. We're going to open this business up, and come on out and check it out. We're going to start working. We start working, and oh, by the way, if I step out of line, or if I am not meeting your standards, too bad for me. It's my wasted investment. And so, but to arbitrarily put roadblocks and cause time and money to any business that wants to come into this county with maybe no reason is like shutting it down. Okay, you can say it after me. It's just you broke my whole mood, I think.
You can't hear you, what?
I was breaking his.
He broke my stride. So I'm just trying to make sense of this thing. I just see a bunch of grenades that got thrown into it. I don't think anybody really intended to create all of this. I think that everybody cares. I think that 20 years ago would be a whole different story because we didn't have the technology and equipment we do nowadays. Today, it's a different ballgame. And California State is tough. We all know that. And in a lot of cases, we have rules that are outdated and regulations that need to be updated so that we could actually be all that we can be and be the best that we can be at what we do. And so, having said all of that, I'm looking at a 2007 authority to construct that was issued, and I got to support the appeal.
So I just wanted to, I've been involved in lots of land use disputes over the years in many different capacities, even before I became supervisor. And, they tend to follow kind of a set routine when there's controversy or if it's a larger process. And I can see that that's what we're on right now. We're going, step by step. Eventually we're going to end up in the courts one way or another. And so at the end of the day, everybody, the attorneys actually do okay, because they get paid. But a lot of times the citizens and the businesses are both hurt by that process, and that's because we tend to, go like this. So I don't know if we can do this at this point, or if anybody wants to, but why don't we try something different? Why don't we try to step back, say we're not going to make a decision on this today, and we're not going to move forward with the Planning Commission meeting on Thursday. What we're going to do is we're going to do some mediation, form an ad hoc group with, I'm going to volunteer Steve Kearney because that's his district.
Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome. And but I'm willing to do it, but I don't want to step on Steve's toes. And members from the proponent, members of the citizens that are here, some staff, and we sit down, maybe get a mediator. That'd be a lot cheaper than where we're headed. Sit down and see if we can actually hash out some of these issues, like Cliff was saying, around the room. Just kind of hit, restart. I know it doesn't ever happen like that. In the process, no process I've ever seen has done that. But is there any reason not to try something different? Because we can always start again and be like, okay, well, now we're going back to the lawsuits, because that's where we're headed. So that's my, out of the box thinking for today. I don't know if any of your board members, or anybody else wants to do it, but that's my idea.
Well, that was way different than what you said. That's good.
Yeah, well, I'm open-minded. I changed my mind.
It's not a bad idea, really, but is there a legal...
I would want to check with county council as well, but the appellants here have a right to have this hearing.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
But they could waive that, right, if they wanted to sit down and do a mediation process and still come back to it at a later date.
We take 5 minutes.
2 or 5.
Let's compromise. Are we on a break?
Yeah. I think
Are we on it?
Is
Yeah, sorry.
Bill Abbott and Kinderman. To respond to Vice Chair's suggestion, there are many times in which what you outlined
Apparently, so do we.
Are we good? Okay. Well, in case you don't know, I'm Bill Abbott. I can spell that. Do appreciate the suggestion. There are times when that is an appropriate strategy. My clients did conduct a neighborhood outreach meeting. The feedback from that doesn't necessarily give them the feeling that calling a halt in these proceedings to start this mediation process would necessarily be the best choice. So it's not that it won't happen and can't happen, but to ask us tonight to make the call, we appreciate the suggestion, but we're going to call, we've asked for the vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
All right.
All right, so we're on board discussion still? Okay. So anybody else want to make a motion? Or anybody else want to have any comments?
Mr. Chair, could you dictate the issue so we can properly structure it?
Yeah, the issue really is it ministerial or discretionary? That's the issue, really. And doesn't mean that, from what I understand, it doesn't mean that it's, even if it's, it doesn't mean that if it's discretionary, if it's still would be a big full-blown thing. It just means that there will be, it will trigger CEQA, right?
It'll trigger an initial study. Is that correct, Tiffany?
Correct. Okay.
And that dictates as to what the course is.
Okay.
If we uphold the Planning Commission's decision.
Correct.
So the form of the motion would be to uphold the Planning Commission's decision or to deny the Planning Commission's decision?
No, actually it's to uphold the appeal by Ford.
Okay.
No.
Is that wrong?
Wrong.
Right. Okay.
Deny the appeal.
Go ahead.
I think the options would be to
That's what you get for now.
deny the appeal, uphold the Planning Commission's action, or to approve the appeal, thereby reversing the Planning Commission's action.
Right.
If that is your decision, I don't know what it's going to be, we have a draft resolution for you for the denial of the appeal. We do not have a resolution in front of you for approval of the appeal and reversing. And I would recommend that you declare your intent and then continue it for 2 weeks so we can bring back a formal resolution for adoption if that is the course of action you choose to take. Because we don't have anything available at this point in time. I wouldn't want to try to craft it on the fly.
And Peter, just to be clear, because there has been some question, if the board is finding that it is discretionary, then they are upholding the Planning Commission's decision. If they're finding it is ministerial, they're upholding the appeal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Got it now? I do.
I think.
All right.
You want to make the motion?
I can't.
Oh, you can't. Well, I'll make the motion that we uphold the appeal and deny the Planning Commission's position. Is that a correct form?
That would be correct. That would be.
If you believe it's
I believe it's ministerial.
I second the motion.
Yeah, so I can't do that one after I found out more stuff. So I need another.
Gonna call for the vote.
Yeah. So can I have a call for a vote, please?
Aye. Aye.
Okay.
No.
No.
No. Yeah, I'll make a motion to deny the appeal and approve the Planning Commission's determination that this is a discretionary judgment.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
No.
How many ayes?
4.
4 ayes, 1 no. All right. That's it.
Okay.
Habla inglés.
Hold on, we'll let Peter wrap it up here. So the board upheld the Planning Commission's determination that the issuance of an authority to construct is subject to CEQA.
All right.
Did you get that? Sorry.
I didn't hear.
Yeah.
It's hard to hear back here.
The issuance of an authority to construct is subject to CEQA.
Those 4 ayes, there was Supervisor Ponte, Supervisor Kearney, Supervisor Wright, myself, and 1 no, Supervisor Oliver.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so let's. Just in case you want to know, we still have a meeting going on, okay?
So we got item 14.
Item number 10. Oh, 10. Sorry. What about item 10?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any public comment?
Item number 10, board, or no, where's it?
Across the board chair.
Item number 10, authorize board chair to sign a letter of support for Mark Twain Healthcare District's construction of a new clinic in Valley Springs. Any public comments?
Yay!
Any, are you guys through with your public comments, sir? Can I move on? You want?
I have one.
Go ahead.
This is the kind of industry and business that we welcome wholeheartedly. To have a health center in Valley Springs. We may need one real quick. If the asphalt factory goes in there, we may need one tomorrow. So let's not hold up anything on this positive community effort kind of thing that is going to look well upon the community. It's going to look well upon, it's going to look well about the Board of Supervisors making a decision, and something we desperately need is more health care, because I'm telling you, for 10 years I drove to Stockton and Sacramento to get things as simple as a bone set. You can't get any orthopedic or any of those kind of things locally if you're on welfare. If you're Medi-Cal, you got to go 50, 70, 80 miles to get the simplest of services. So, yay.
Oh, by the way, Bonnie, they're going to have a asphalt parking lot. Just want to let you know that.
There's what? I'm sorry, I missed that.
I said they're going to have an asphalt parking lot.
That's fine.
Okay, thanks.
We don't mind an asphalt parking lot. We just don't want it cooking in our backyard.
Okay. Any other public comments? Board?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And if you guys don't mind, I would like to leave carry over.
Actually, I have a statement I need to make.
Go ahead.
On 14. Okay. So, just wanted to make a quick statement here. I just want to say it's been a true honor and a privilege to serve as District 2 Supervisor. However, I've decided not to run for re-election next year I'm notifying everyone early on about this, so everyone on all sides of the political map can prepare for next year's campaign. I look forward to focusing on the issues of the district and the county without distraction of the campaign, and will continue to work hard until the end of my term in December 2016. Once again, thank you to all those who supported me in the past. It's been a true honor to serve.
Well, thank you, Chris. It's been an honor to serve with you.
Same here.
Same here.
Thank you, Chris.
All right. Anybody else want to do their comments?
I just have a couple. Tomorrow I'm attending an EMS meeting in Copperopolis, in the American Legion open house Thursday in Jackson, and attended a COG meeting last Wednesday, and one of the issues that will be forthcoming to us will be a modification to our JPA agreement to meet at an earlier hour versus later. We will be information will be forthcoming. We have to change our JPA in regards to the meeting time. And so they'll be bringing that forward, and that also will have to have some approval from the City of Angels, one way or the other. The other is that we appointed a citizen member to COG, and because this particular citizen member that we selected lives in the West Point area, apparently within our JPA, we have to have our individual entities give approval to that so that it is not, how do I say this, so that we ensure that COG board is well represented throughout the county. So not one area of the county is more, what do I want to say, represented or whatever. So anyway, that particular member will also be forthcoming to this board for approval, as well as the City of Angels.
Who is it?
Justin Catalano, I think if I mispronounce his name. He applied 6 months ago or so, and we had another applicant. That applicant dropped out. He interviewed. There was some concern about his ability to serve, experience, etc. He was told to get involved, get to know a little bit more about COG. This go around for public, we had three public members for 2 openings. And this go around, he was selected as the permanent position, and then we selected an alternate. But his particular position, because of his residing in the West Point, Wilseyville area, it was making sure that there was balance on the board. So we'll be hearing that. I was told within the next 30 days or so, we'll be having that information brought back to this board. And that's all I have.
I continue to improve health-wise, and that has prevented me from attending some meetings, but I am scheduled to attend a meeting tomorrow at 9 o'clock with our planning department regarding one of our constituents' issues. I did attend the White Pines Christmas Parade Committee, something new, first annual. We're starting up in District 3. I will be attending my duties as committee member for my various committees starting hopefully next week after I'm able to reschedule some follow-up medical appointments. Regarding the COG issue, I was informed that District 3 has no representative on COG at this time, but I do understand that that issue is going to be addressed when this issue comes up before the Board of Directors.
Okay. Steve? I know, it looks like mine too.
Yeah, really. I attended the Gold Country Shooters dinner. I was glad to see a bunch of great young athletes. It's a good program. I also had the real pleasure of attending a performance by Sea Stars in the Bret Hart Auditorium and saw them perform Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. We should be very proud of our youth in this county. They do a lot of good things, and we need to make sure that they get credit for that. I was glad to be there. We had a meeting of the CSA1 committee in Rancho Calaveras. We're starting to really get some feedback from the public on traffic studies and where to improve our roads, and it's really going along. I'm proud to see that. I also sat with Supervisor Connie on the COG board. It's always a learning experience every time you're there, and it's a very full and packed agenda. On Thursday, I attended the JPA 12 meeting in Jackson as the board member for that. I'm looking forward to bringing more services for our senior citizens to the county. I'm working on that. And Friday, I went to a Commission on Aging meeting. That's always a very informative time, and always look forward to it because they give me a lot more than I bring to the table, and it's a real good experience to sit with them. And there's so many other little things in between time, and if I'm lucky tomorrow I'll have time to go see another landfill, but still working on that.
That's what we're supposed to be doing. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
I'm just going to report out real quick. We're going with Jeff Grovitz tomorrow to see, check out a landfill. I don't even know where it is. Where is it?
Manteca.
He's driving, so hopefully he'll buy lunch too.
I think it's called Forward Landfill.
And also, I've been working pretty hard on the Calaveras Has Talent. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday was grueling. And, you know, Steve was talking about being proud of young people. If you get a chance to go see this, by the way, I moved on to the semifinals, so I get to go. But Barbara Yook's daughter, Tegan, holy cow, man. She started singing, I started crying. So the girl is phenomenal. There's another little 10-year-old guy that plays drums that is, you know, it's unbelievable. Sherry Roosh's son, Hunter, 16 years old, learned how to play guitar himself, learned how to sing himself, and he wrote a song, and he competed, and he moved on. Out of 34 contestants, 34. So there were six youth and 6 adults that moved on. So the next quarterfinal is at Bret Hart this weekend, and that's for the south end of the county, from 5 until 9 on Saturday. It is definitely worth going. There's a lot of activity, a lot of people having fun. It's a really, really good time. And it is supporting the music programs in Calaveras County, the whole county. Neil Yamervik is pushing this thing pretty hard. It's called calaveras.youth.org. That's the nonprofit that they created for it, and just great people working there. The semifinal will be the 29th at Fairgrounds, and then the final will be on October 10th at the Fairgrounds. So that's all I'm going to report out. Thank you for your involvement today. We appreciate you. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, I have one thing I'd like to point out. In Friday's Calaveras Enterprise, there was an article that seemed to imply that the planning department had sort of a major disagreement with the IT division, and there was some misunderstanding on my part, though I reported to the Planning Commission about some concerns I had about our ability to communicate with the public with regard to our website. I met with the IT team, and we worked out those discrepancies, and I think it was unfortunate that the article sort of implied that there was a major issue. You know, it's more misunderstanding on my part. So I just wanted to let you guys know that in case you'd seen that article. Stan and I get along really well. We work well together, and resolved the concern I had about our ability to communicate with the public. So it's resolved.
Thank you, Peter. I appreciate that.
Tonight is supposed to be meteor showers.
Take pictures so I can see them.
Huh?
Take pictures so I can see them.
No, I didn't have a cell telephone. 1:30.